Check. Okay. I request you to close your eyes for 2 minutes. Close your eyes for 2 minutes. Open your eyes. Good morning, everyone. So, in this fourth day, today's target is to complete capital gains, income from other sources, if possible, set off and carry forward of losses, and if time persists, we will also revise PGBP chapter. Tomorrow, we will be completing all the remaining chapters. Day after tomorrow, total income question, new tax regime, and we will solve the question answers also, multiple choice questions also. Fine. So, today, let us start with capital gains. Capital gains is the fourth head of income. This capital gains chapter is mostly conceptual in nature. Generally, in a reading, students are not able to understand the concept. That is why they find this chapter little bit difficult. Ana conceptually purinjechina, this is one of the easiest chapter and also scoring chapter, because if at all question comes from capital gain, it will come at least for 8 to 10 marks. Very single question 8 to 10 marks generally varudhu. And what and all are the favorite sections for the examiners, that also I will tell you. So capital gain chapter, like any other head of income, this head of income also has charging section and computation section. Charging section is section 45 subsection 1, which tells tax is chargeable on profit and gains from transfer of a capital asset in the year of transfer. Another transfer of capital asset in the year of transfer. So எந்த வருஷத்துல capital asset transfer ஆச்சோ அந்த வருஷத்துல capital gains will arise. Fine. So from this we have to know what is transfer, what is not transfer, what is a capital asset, and definitely it is taxed in the year of transfer. However, there are certain exceptions where it is not taxed in the year of transfer, it is taxed in some other year. That also we are going to study. So first, let us see what is the meaning of capital asset. Section 2 clause 14 defines capital asset. 2 clause 14 defines capital asset, where capital asset is a property of any kind. Property of any kind. So all the types of property, whether tangible, intangible, movable, immovable, whether or not connected to business. Okay va? Business related irukkalam, ellameyum irukkalam, movable irukkalam, immovable irukkalam, tangible irukkalam, intangible irukkalam. All the properties are called capital asset. However, there are exceptions to capital asset. So all the properties are capital asset. Now let us see what is not capital asset. First and foremost, stock is not capital asset. Stock in trade, consumable stores, raw material held for business. Stock in trade, consumable stores, raw material held for business. Consumable stores na enna? For example, manufacture பண்றதுக்கு ஏதோ oil use பண்றாங்க, lubricant use பண்றாங்க, the things that are consumed in the process. Consumable stores, stock and raw materials is not capital asset. Okay va? Except B னு கொடுத்திருக்கு. Except B. So B ல என்ன சொல்ல வராங்க? Any security held by a foreign institutional investor, FII, foreign institutional investor, foreign institutional investor. Any security, for example shares, held by a foreign institutional investor invested as per SEBI regulation is a capital asset. Is a capital asset. Firstly, A, what is capital asset? Property of any kind, movable, immovable, tangible, intangible, whether or not connected with business. Adiliye ellame cover aichu. Then why are we studying this separately? Because see here, when we studied the difference between capital receipt and revenue receipt, I told you if shares are invested or if shares are purchased with an investor mindset, it is a capital receipt when it is sold. If shares is purchased with a trader mindset, then it is a revenue receipt whenever it is sold. Now it is very difficult to determine what is investor mindset, what is trader mindset, because it all depends on the intention. Okay, generally people will try to show it as investor mindset only, because in the capital gain chapter la naanga paapom listed security irundha 1 lakh mela 10% tax kodutha podum on the capital gain. However, in PGBP it is taxed under normal tax rate, hence the tax might go up to 30%. Fine. Even surcharge is high. Here the surcharge will be capped at 15% maximum. Adu kuda inime padika porom. That is why people will try that our transaction in shares should come under capital receipt, but the department will try that it will come under revenue receipt and should to be taxed under PGBP head of income. Now because of this, if Indians are suffering, no problem, we can deal with the income tax department, we can have cases and settle it out. But foreign institutional investors, the people from abroad, the big investors coming from foreign countries, were facing a huge problem because they were investing, but the income tax department is telling that you are trading. So always there was a fight. Now they started removing their funds from the country out of India, that we don't want to invest at all, because there is always a fight with the tax authorities. So the Income Tax Act brought a provision that if a foreign institutional investor is investing in securities as per SEBI regulation, mostly listed securities, etc., in such case we will always treat it as capital asset. It will never be called as stock. Okay va? So trader mentality landu pannalum seri, investor mentality landu pannalum seri, it is always capital asset. So no need for confusion. Okay, in case of foreign institutional investor. That's why I told stock except B, except B. So even if foreign institutional investor is having a stock, it will still be treated as capital asset. Next, personal effects. Personal effects. Personal effects means what? Movable property including wearing apparel, means clothes and furniture held for personal use. So whatever movable property is there, if an assessee is having for personal use, it will be excluded from capital asset. அது வந்து capital asset கிடையாது. நான் ஒரு பென் வச்சிருக்கேன், personal use-க்கு யூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன், not a capital asset. Helmet வச்சிருக்கேன், not a capital asset. Clothes போட்டுட்டு இருக்கேன், not a capital asset. Sunglasses வச்சிருக்கேன், not a capital asset. So personal effects means movable property for personal use. Now there is exception to movable property also, exception to personal effects also. It means what? It is exception to exception, exception to exception, hence included in capital asset. Included in capital asset. Exception to exception. Capital asset ki exceptions on personal effect, movable property of personal nature. But personal effect ke exception irukku. It means what? All these items that we are discussing now will be capital asset. It will be called capital asset. அதுக்கு உங்களுக்கு ஒரு ஷார்ட் ஃபார்ம் கொடுத்திருக்கேன், JADPAS, JADPAS. இது வந்து என்ன? Jewelry, archaeological collection, drawings, paintings, any other work of art and sculptures. Jewelry, archaeological collection, drawing, painting, any other work of art and sculpture. So even though these 6 items are movable asset of personal nature, still it will be considered as capital asset. Okay va? If I am having a car and if I am having it for personal use, is it a capital asset? Answer is no. It is not a capital asset because it's a personal effect. If I am having a car and using it for business, is it a capital asset? Answer is yes. It is a capital asset because personal effects means only what? Personal nature movable property. But jewelry, business use irundalum seri, personal irundalum seri, adu capital asset. Okay va? So jewelry, archaeological collection, drawing, painting, any other work of art and sculptures are capital assets. Whether it is for business, not for business, does not matter. Next, rural agricultural land is not a capital asset. So if there is any agricultural land in rural area, not a capital asset. Hence, rural agricultural land sell pannite, if you are getting any capital gain, it is totally tax free. Yana capital gain e varadu, since it is not a capital asset. Charging section will fail. Next, specified gold bond. 6.5% gold bonds, 7% gold bond 1980, National Defense Gold Bond 1980. These bonds are considered not capital asset. அது specifically ஒரு scheme மாதிரி கொண்டு வருவாங்க. We are introducing this bond and we will not consider it capital asset, so that நீங்க சேல் பண்ணும்போது உங்களுக்கு gains வராது. People will get attracted to buy these bonds. Okay. Then special bearer bonds of 1991 and gold deposit bond under gold deposit scheme 1999, gold monetization scheme 2015. This is only the most recent one. Gold monetization scheme 2015 will not be considered capital asset. Okay, this C is there. Idu vandu actually act la irukku, but institute has removed it from your syllabus because the procedure has still not been brought by income tax department. Adanala idu neenga ignore pannikalam. Syllabus la irundhu idu remove panniyachu. So capital asset means what? Property of any kind, whether or not it is movable, immovable, tangible, intangible, whether or not connected with business. However, it does not include number 1, stock in trade, number 2, personal effects, number 3, rural agricultural land, number 4, specified gold bonds, that is 6.5% gold bonds 1977, 7% gold bonds 1980, National Defense Gold Bond 1980. Then special bearer bond 1991, and then gold deposit bond under gold deposit scheme 1999, gold monetization scheme 2015. Personal effects there are 6 exception, hence it is exception to exception. It means what? Included in capital asset. So what are they? Jewelry, archaeological collection, drawings, paintings, any other work of art and sculpture. Then B, any security held by foreign institutional investor as per SEBI regulation. Okay, it is capital asset. Now let us come to transfer. Generally, we consider transfer as sale, but as per Income Tax Act, it is a much wider term. It includes sale, but it also includes other type of transaction. Transfer includes sale, exchange, relinquishment. Sale, exchange, relinquishment. Sale na buying and selling. Exchange means exchanging one good for another. That will also be considered as capital asset. Then relinquishment. In some time I will give example for relinquishment also. With example we will study. Extinguishment of any right. It means a right is there which I give up. It is called extinguishment of any right. For example, let's say a company is having telecom license. Okay, it is transferring its telecom license to someone else. It means what? It is giving up its right to have the telecom power in a particular area and giving it to some other person. That is extinguishment of any right. Then compulsory acquisition. When the government is compulsory acquiring someone's property, that is also transfer. So what money is given by government is subject to capital gain. Okay. Then conversion of capital asset to stock in trade. In PGBP, we learned conversion of stock in trade to capital asset will be taxable under PGBP that year itself. Similarly, if capital asset is converted to stock in trade, then capital gains will arise. Next, giving possession of property in part performance of contract. If partly a contract is performed and possession is transferred, it is similar to house property possession transfer that we studied. In such case also, the transferee, here it will be considered as transfer. It will be considered as transfer. Anga vandu it is considered transferee as deemed owner. Who is receiving the possession will become deemed owner. Inga vandu enna solranga? It will be considered as transfer. Then adhe mari house property, second one also you link. Transaction having the effect of transferring or enabling enjoyment of a immovable property. Now ungalku sonnadhu theriyuma that cooperative society and company. What did I tell you? That the flat will be named in the name of the cooperative society, but the member only is the deemed owner. Okay, now this member transferred his membership to some other person. Membership transfer ஆனால என்ன ஆகும், அந்த ஃபிளாட்டும் transfer ஆயிரும். புரியுதா? ஒரு மெம்பர் அவங்களோட மெம்பர்ஷிப் transfer பண்றாங்கன்னா அந்த ஃபிளாட்டும் transfer ஆயிடும். And that is why this is also considered as transfer. It will be considered as if I have sold the flat to that person, because that is only happening in reality. புரியுதா உங்களுக்கு? Suppose ஒரு building இருக்கு. Okay, this building is in the name of ABC Limited company. Okay, there are people, let's say Mr. A. Mr. A is having shares in the company. The share represents a flat. Suppose நான் ஒரு share வச்சிருக்கேன், it means என்கிட்ட ஒரு flat இருக்கு. The flat will be in the name of the company, but shareholders only will be the people who are living there. So they are the deemed owners. இப்போ now when Mr. A sells the share to Mr. B, okay, this is also called transfer because the flat is sold. Okay va? Next, redemption of zero coupon bond. Zero coupon bond we discussed when we were discussing PGBP. Interest is allowed, sorry, the discount is allowed as a deduction under PGBP chapter, but when the bond is redeemed, okay va, திருப்பி அந்த bond பணம் கொடுத்து திருப்பி bond வாங்கிறது. I told no, 90,000 rupees க்கு bond கொடுப்பாங்க, 1 lakh rupees க்கு redeem பண்ணிடுவாங்க. So திருப்பி bond 1 lakh rupees க்கு வாங்கிட்டு 1 lakh rupee கொடுக்கிறது. It is also transfer. It is also called transfer. So these are the meanings of transfer. Now let us see what is a transaction not regarded as transfer. Number 1, full or partial partition of HUF. Not regarded as transfer na enna? All these situations that we are seeing, and the case la, even though transfer is happening, capital gain will not arise because Income Tax Act assumes that it is not transfer. Income Tax Act வந்து அந்த transfer நடக்கும்போது கண்ணு மூடிடுவாங்க. ஓகேவா? They are not seeing that transfer as a transfer itself. Then full or partial partition of HUF. So ஒரு HUF ஓட partition நடக்குது. So HUF இப்போ split up ஆயிட்டு அவங்களோட HUF ஓட ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி அந்தந்த மெம்பருக்கு கிடைக்கிறது or co-partnerக்கு கிடைக்குது. In such case, when the co-partner is getting the property, actually என்ன ஆகுது? HUF property is transferred to co-partner. However, it is not regarded as transfer, so no capital gain will arise. Okay va? Next, gift or irrevocable trust, except sweat equity or ESOP. Gift or irrevocable trust. For example, if I am gifting a property to someone else, then it is a transaction not regarded as transfer. நான் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் பண்ணும்போது கேபிட்டல் கெயின்ஸ் கட்ட வேண்டாம். ஏன் கட்ட வேண்டாம்னா, பிகாஸ் த பர்சன் ஹூ இஸ் ரிசீவிங் த ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி வில் பே டாக்ஸ் ஃபார் தட் கிஃப்ட். 56(2)(10ல அவங்க டாக்ஸ் கட்டுவாங்க. புரியுதா? த பர்சன் ஹூ இஸ் ரிசீவிங் த கிஃப்ட். இதே மாதிரி irrevocable trust. Irrevocable trustனா ஃபார் த பெனிஃபிட் ஆஃப் சம் பர்சன் ஐ வில் புட் சம் மணி இன் த ட்ரஸ்ட். அந்த ட்ரஸ்ட்லேருந்து அவங்களுக்கு கண்டினியூஸாக அந்த பெனிஃபிட் கிடைச்சிட்டு இருக்கும். irrevocable means what? நான் ட்ரஸ்ட்டுக்கு கொடுத்துட்டேன், திருப்பி நான் அதை வாங்க முடியாது. That is irrevocable. I cannot take that money or product or property back from the trust. நான் ட்ரஸ்ட்டுக்கு கொடுத்தாச்சுன்னா it belongs to the trust permanently. Okay. Suppose ஒரு மைனர் இருக்காங்க. ஜென்ரலி என்ன ஆகும்? மைனருக்கு வந்து ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் பண்ணுறது ரொம்ப கஷ்டம் because they can't enter into contract. Hence, what will people do? People will give the property to a trust. Trust will give the benefit of that property to the minor. அந்த மாதிரி பண்றதுக்காக இந்த மாதிரி பண்ணுவாங்க. Then except sweat equity or ESOP. See, sweat equity ESOP we studied in salary chapter. Okay வா? அதுல வந்து என்ன பார்த்தோம்? When the employee is receiving the sweat equity, he has to pay tax as perquisite. Okay. When the employer is giving the sweat equity, it is a transfer. Even though he might give it at a concessional price or he might give it free of cost, but still when the company is giving the shares to the employee, it will be considered as transfer. அதனால தான் இங்க except னு கொடுத்திருக்கேன். Not a transfer ல except னு கொடுத்திருக்கேன். That is why that it means that sweat equity will be considered as transfer. அதுக்கு எப்படி tax calculate பண்ணுவோம்? How calculation is done we will see. Okay. Then if a holding company is transferring its asset to 100% Indian subsidiary company, it is not a transfer. If subsidiary company is transferring a capital asset to 100% Indian holding company, it is not a transfer, because Income Tax Act assumes that adella ore person da 100% Indian subsidiary na enna, all the shares are held by the holding company. So the same assessee is only transferring to itself, hence we will not consider it as transfer. Next, amalgamating company transferring its assets to Indian amalgamated company. However, amalgamation inga vandu enna solranga, amalgamating company, if it transfers its asset to amalgamated company, okay va, then it is not transfer, so capital gain varadu. Ana adukku amalgamation should be as per the Income Tax Act. The transaction of amalgamation should be as per the Income Tax Act. Amalgamation or merger also is included in amalgamation only. Income Tax Act la amalgamation taniya merger taniya nu solla matanga, ore transaction da amalgamation. Amalgamation na enna, one or more companies join together to form another company, or one or more company merged to form another company is called amalgamation. இப்போ இதுல என்ன condition கொடுத்திருக்காங்க? Number 1, all the property of amalgamating should become the property of amalgamated. Okay, all the liabilities of amalgamating should become the liabilities of amalgamated. Shareholders having at least 3/4 shareholding in the amalgamating should get a share in the amalgamated company. So see here, for example, let's say Spice Cinema, Inox, okay, இதே வெச்சுக்கலாம், மூணு கம்பெனி வேண்டாம், ஒரே கம்பெனியே வெச்சுக்கலாம். Let's say Inox and PVR ரெண்டுமே merged together to form new PVR. Fine. New PVR is the amalgamated company. Inox is the amalgamating company. Even PVR is the amalgamating company. Okay. In this case, what should happen? All the property of Inox should be transferred to new PVR. Let's all the property of Inox should be transferred to new PVR. All the liabilities of Inox should be transferred to new PVR. Loan, creditors எல்லாமே transfer ஆகணும், property, fixed asset எல்லாமே transfer ஆகணும், debtors and everything. And at the same time, Inox ஓட shareholders இருக்காங்கல்ல, அதுல at least 3/4, that is 75% shareholders should get a share in new PVR. புரியுதா? Balance 25%, sir, they can get shares also or they can get cash also, because some people will not want to move to new company. Some people will be very close to Inox brand. அவங்களுக்கு வந்து நியூ PVRல நம்மளுக்கு ஜாயின் ஆக வேண்டாம்னு சொல்லுவாங்க, ஸோ அவங்களுக்கு பணம் கொடுத்துருவாங்க. பட் அட்லீஸ்ட் 75% ஷேர் ஹோல்டர்ஸ்க்கு வந்து புது கம்பெனி ஷேர் கொடுக்கணும். ஓகே, இஃப் ஆல் தீஸ் 3 conditions are satisfied, only then it is considered as amalgamation in the eyes of Income Tax Act. ஓகேவா? In this case, suppose let's say Inox to Inox to new PVRல capital asset transfer ஆகுது. ஓகேவா? Amalgamation ஆகும்போது all the assets are transferred, correct? So capital assets also will be transferred naturally. Since all the conditions are satisfied, this will not be considered as transfer. ஆனா condition satisfy ஆகல சார், means all the asset இல்ல, ஏதோ ஒரு 60% asset தான் transfer ஆயிருச்சு, 75% shareholders வந்து shareholding கொடுக்கல, ஏதோ ஒரு condition satisfy ஆகலனா, then what will happen? In the capital asset, when Inox is giving to new PVR, Inox has to pay capital gain, tax on capital gain. புரியுதா? இதே மாதிரி demerger, when a demerged company is transferring to Indian resulting company, then it is not regarded as transfer. However, the conditions for demerger have to be satisfied. What are the conditions? The transfer should take place as a going concern. We'll take an example. Let's say there is a company called Titan. Okay, Titan கிட்ட நிறைய brands இருக்கு. One is the Titan brand, இன்னொன்று வந்து Fast Track இருக்கு, Tanishq இருக்கு. Okay, let's say now Titan wants to demerge Tanishq and Tanishq wants to form itself as a separate company. This is called demerger. So let us assume that Tanishq is coming out of Titan. Okay, Tanishq is coming out of Titan and forming new company Tanishq Limited. Tanishq Limited. This process is called demerger, where from one company two or more companies are formed. Okay, so after demerger there will be two companies, Titan, Tanishq. Fine. Now in the Tanishq Limited irukla, this should be a going concern. Going concern means what? Suma Tanishq close panna adu demerger nu kadiyadu. If Tanishq is coming out of Titan, Tanishq should also start business in a normal way and it should keep continuing the business. That is going concern. Hence that is the first condition of demerger. You should not bring out the company and then close that company. That company should continue the business normally. Second, all property of undertaking being demerged becomes property of property of resulting. அந்த Tanishq பிராண்டோட அசெட்ஸ் எல்லாமே Tanishq லிமிடெடுக்கு ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் பண்ணணும். அந்த Tanishq பிராண்டோட லைபிலிட்டிஸ் எல்லாமே Tanishq லிமிடெடுக்கு ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் பண்ணணும். தென் ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் ஷுட் டேக் பிளேஸ் அட் புக் வேல்யூ. பேலன்ஸ் ஷீட்ல என்ன வேல்யூ போட்டிருக்கோ அந்த வேல்யூல தான் ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் பண்ணணும், ரீவேல்யூவேஷன் பண்ணக்கூடாது. அண்ட் லாஸ்ட்லி, ஷேர் ஹோல்டர்ஸ் ஹேவிங் 3/4 ஷேர் ஹோல்டிங் இன் டிமர்ஜ் அண்டர்டேக்கிங் ஷுட் கெட் அ ஷேர் இன் ரிசல்ட்டிங். ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள், இந்த டைட்டன்ல வந்து தனிஷ்கோட வேல்யூ என்ன, ஓகே, அந்த வேல்யூவோட ஷேர் ஹோல்டர்ஸ் இருக்காங்களே அவங்களுக்கு அட்லீஸ்ட் 75% ஷேர் ஹோல்டர்ஸ்க்கு வந்து Tanishq லிமிடெடோட ஷேர்ஸ் கிடைக்கணும். புரியுதா? Tanishq limited shares should be given. So this is demerger. Now what did I tell you? If all conditions are satisfied, then Tanishq brand to Tanishq limited assets transfer aguma, no capital gain will arise. Next, shares issued by resulting company when demerger took place. Next one paakalam, shares issued by amalgamated company when amalgamation took place. So listen here, இப்போ amalgamation ஓட எக்ஸாம்பிள் பார்க்கலாம். that Inox, இதுல என்ன ஆகுது, 75% ஷேர் ஹோல்டர்ஸ் ஆஃப் ஐநாக்ஸ்க்கு வந்து நியூ பிவிஆர் ஷேர்ஸ் கிடைக்குது, கரெக்டா? now listen, so what, let's say Mr. A is a shareholder. Now he has to give back his Inox shares to company, new PVR. Inox will give new shares, new PVR, correct? So now when his Inox shares are converted to new PVR shares, it means what? He is giving away his Inox shares. So Mr. A has to pay capital gain, correct? Since it is a transfer of shares, but this is a transaction not regarded as transfer. Hence Inox share கொடுத்து new PVR share வாங்கும்போது, this transaction நடக்கும்போது income tax act will close its eyes. Okay, income tax act will close its eyes, it will not regard it as transfer. Then rupee denominated bond outside India from a non-resident to another non-resident. Rupee denominated bond na enna? It is a bond which increases, which value increases or decreases based on the value of Indian rupee. That is rupee denominated bond. And the rupee denominated bond வந்து ஒரு non-resident இன்னொரு non-residentக்கு sell பண்ணாங்கன்னா, that non-resident need not pay any capital gain. Next, government securities outside India from a non-resident to another non-resident. இதே மாதிரி Indian government ஓட கொடுத்த securities, if outside India one non-resident is transferring to another non-resident, no need to pay capital gain. It is a transaction not regarded as transfer. Next, redemption of sovereign gold bonds by an individual. Redemption of sovereign gold bond by an individual. So sovereign gold bond is a gold bond given by the Indian government. அது வந்து ஒரு individual redeem பண்ணாங்கன்னா, it means redemption means what? Wait till the end of the bond, give the bond back and get the money. That is called redemption. Redeem பண்ணாங்கன்னா it is not a transfer. However, sale of sovereign bonds, sale of sovereign gold bonds is transfer. Gold bond is transfer. Redemption transfer கிடையாது. For example, 5 years period வைப்பாங்க பாண்டோட period, 5 years வரைக்கும் வெயிட் பண்ணி அந்த பாண்ட் திருப்பி கொடுத்து பணம் வாங்கினா, it is exempt. அதுக்கு வந்து transfer கிடையாது, so capital gain வராது. ஆனா அந்த 5 இயர்ஸ்க்கு நடுவுலயே நான் என்னோட பாண்ட் வந்து என் ஃப்ரெண்டுக்கு வித்துட்டேனா I have to pay capital gain on the profit. Okay, next, transferring JAD pass. இது JAD pass வந்து you link with that capital gain definition. Jewelry, archaeological collection, drawing, painting, any other work of art, sculpture, photos, etc. இது வந்து if I am having these capital asset and if I am giving them to National Museum, Art Gallery or Public Museum, National Museum, Art Gallery, Public Museum, it is not regarded as transfer. Fine, they want to encourage the people to give it to the museum, so museum ku kudukumbodhu transfer kadiyadu. Next, bond, debenture, debenture stock, deposit certificate. Bond, debenture, debenture stock, deposit certificates, these are different types of securities. If these securities are converted into shares or debentures, it will not be regarded as transfer. இதை convert பண்ணா transfer கிடையாது. Similarly, when preference shares is converted into equity shares, it is not regarded as transfer. Transfer நடக்கும்போது income tax act will close its eyes. Then transfer of capital asset under reverse mortgage. Transfer of capital asset under reverse mortgage. Reverse mortgage na enna? Senior citizen gives house to bank to receive regular monthly, quarterly, annual installments or a loan for up to 20 years. See, so enna agum, for example, a person is very old, okay va, now he has to survive, he is having no income and he is not in a position to earn income, but he is having a house. So enna பண்ணுவாங்க, he will give this house to the bank. Okay, this is called reverse mortgage. Bank ku வீடு கொடுத்துட்டு then he will get monthly installment, quarterly installment, annual installment or lump sum amount, எப்படி வேணா இருக்கலாம். It is based on the contract. Bank will give the money to this old person. It can be for a period of up to 20 years or death of the old person, whichever is earlier. Okay va? So when this 20 years is over or suppose the old person dies, then what will the bank do? Bank will have the rights to this house, correct? In the house வந்து the bank will go first to the legal heirs and tell that if you want to purchase the house from us, you pay back the loan or the money that we have given with interest and you take this house. If you are not willing, we will sell the house and we will settle this loan. If suppose any amount is balanced, we will give it to the legal heirs. This is reverse mortgage transaction. So idla vandu enna agudhu, senior citizen is giving the house to the bank to receive regular monthly, quarterly, annual installments or a loan for up to 20 years. After the death, bank gives the option to legal heir to repay the loan and get the house back, else it is sold to recover the loan with interest and balance amount is given back to legal heirs. Okay, so now two transactions are there. One transaction vandu when the senior citizen is giving the asset to the bank, okay, that is a transfer. However, here it is told that it is a transaction not regarded as transfer. So when senior citizen is giving to the bank his property, he need not pay any capital gain. Second, when the bank is giving the money to the senior citizen, amount received by senior citizen is also fully exempt under section 10 clause 43. This is an exemption section. Section 10 clause 43. Under a scheme of reverse mortgage, when any amount is received by a senior citizen, it is exempt from tax. Okay. Then, however, when future la bank will sell the property, senior citizen's property, bank has to pay capital gain. Okay. Then consolidating scheme of mutual fund, consolidating plan of mutual fund. See, consolidating scheme, consolidating plan na mutual fund la schemes irukku, different schemes illa different plan irukku. Okay va, equity plan, debt plan, growth plan, in the plan and the plan. Now these plans vandu customer attract பண்றதுக்கு நிறைய plans போட்டுருவாங்க. Okay va, but நிறைய plans இருந்தா பணம் also, the money also will be split. Later on this mutual fund what they will do, they will consolidate, means 3-4 plan combine பண்ணிட்டு ஒரு plan ஆக்கிடுவாங்க. This is called consolidating plan, consolidating scheme. Equity plan plus equity plan equal to equity plan. If it is equity plus equity equal to equity, then it is not transfer. If a debt plan is added to another debt plan, debt na enna, DEBT debt, okay va, and the resultant is also debt plan, there also it is not regarded as transfer. Equity join பண்ணி புது equity plan, okay, then it is not a transfer. If two or more debt plans are joined together to form another debt plan, not a transfer. However, equity and debt mix பண்ணிட்டீங்கன்னா, let's say equity plus debt equal to equity, then it is transfer. Okay, equity plus equity merge பண்ணிட்டு புதுசா debt plan கொடுத்துட்டீங்கன்னா, then it is transfer. Debt and debt merge பண்ணிட்டு equity கொடுத்துட்டீங்களா, then also it is transfer. So consolidating scheme, consolidated plan will only be considered as not transfer if two or more equity plans are joined together to form a new equity plan, or two or more debt plans are joined together to form a new debt plan. Okay, wow. In all the other cases, it will very much be transfer. So these are the transactions not regarded as transfer. Okay, wow. Idu kuda one more point I want you to add: distribution of assets by a company in liquidation. Inga add pannirunga. So when a company is getting shut down or closed or liquidated, at the end of its period, it will distribute its assets, all the remaining assets, to its shareholders. When this distribution is done and shareholders are receiving the asset, then it is a transaction not regarded as transfer. The company need not pay any capital gain. Company need not pay capital gain. This we will see in detail when we discuss liquidation. Okay, so liquidation பார்த்தாச்சு, capital asset definition பார்த்தாச்சு, transfer na என்னன்னு பார்த்தாச்சு, transfer என்னெல்லாம் கிடையாதுன்னு பார்த்தாச்சு, amalgamation demerger meaning பார்த்தாச்சு, reverse mortgage meaning பார்த்தாச்சு. Now let us jump to the computation section of capital gain. Computation section of capital gain. Okay, computation section. See, capital gain computation is very simple. Selling price minus cost price is equal to profit. Adhe concept da, ana the wordings for selling price, cost price, etc. are a little different in this head of income. Here selling price is called full value of consideration. Selling price is called full value of consideration. Then adilande the assessee has the benefit to reduce the transfer expenses. For example, if I am selling the house, for the purpose of making this sale happen, I will pay some money to a broker, correct? So that broker or expense is called transfer expenses. The expenses which are incurred to make the transfer happen are called transfer expenses. Okay. However, security transaction tax cannot be reduced as transfer expense. This is PGBP appo sonna. PGBP la STT, CTT allowed as deduction, capital gain la not allowed as deduction. Fine. So full value of consideration is sale price. Then you can reduce transfer expense. You will get net consideration. From net consideration, you can reduce cost of acquisition. Cost of acquisition is nothing but cost price, purchase cost. Okay. Or indexed cost of acquisition. We will learn what is indexation in some time. Where a capital asset is a long-term asset, you have to increase the cost by doing indexation. Then cost of improvement. Any capital expenditure done on the capital asset will increase the cost of capital asset, correct? And the capital expenditure is only cost of improvement. This also should be done. On this also indexation should be done if the asset is long-term. Adukapro you will get short term or long term capital gain or capital loss as the case may be. Idu vandadukapro you will have to reduce if there is any 54 series exemption available. Adu reduce pannite remaining amount will be taxable capital gain. So now one by one in the meaning let us see. Firstly, let us discuss about full value of consideration. Idla ore oru special point irukku which relates to sweat equity shares. sweat equity shares. Kanna, sweat equity shares when we were studying in salary chapter, we learned that fair market value of the share minus issue price will be the perquisite in salary calculation in the hands of employee. Either fair market value will be considered as full value of consideration in the hands of company for calculating capital gain. So in case of sweat equity share, FPOC is the fair market value on date of transfer, and all the rules how to calculate fair market value, this recognized stock exchange adella paathomla, not recognized in stock exchange na merchant banker oda value, everything same, hence once again I have not written. So full value of consideration paathache. Next aspect is another transfer expenses. Transfer expenses you can easily understand. So this we have seen, now let us first see short term and long term. Short term na enna, long term na enna paakalam. Adukaprom da we will be able to appreciate indexation concept. So first let us see short term, long term. In the page la irukku. Page number 10.8. Period of holding concept. Period of holding concept. See, period of holding na enna? Period of holding means நீங்க purchase பண்ணிட்டு sale பண்ற வரைக்கும் எவ்வளோ பீரியடுக்காக அந்த asset வச்சிருக்கீங்க, that is called period of holding. Very simple. Period of holding means the period from the acquisition till the transfer, called period of holding. However, period of holding might be different in some special cases that we will discuss later on. Okay va? Ipothukku let us understand period of holding is period from acquisition till transfer. So evlo period kaga asset vechirukonu paakano. This period only you have to see whether it is short term or long term. Long term na enna? Other than short term. Then what is short term? Based on period of holding, we have three categories: 12-month category, 24-month category, 36-month category. 12-month category la there are three items. In the moon item me 12 months varikkum vechirunda short term, 12 months ku mela vechirunda long term. Okay va? What are the three? Number 1, listed securities. Listed securities, it can be a listed share, it can be a listed debenture, it can be a listed bond. Except units mattum irukka kudadu. For example, mutual fund units, UTI units, whatever units are there, listed ah irundha adu kadiyadu. Next, units la vande you have to take only units of equity oriented fund and UTI. UTI na unit trust of India. Unit trust of India is UTI. Fine. So equity oriented fund na a mutual fund in which it is invested, the mutual fund of which assets are invested in equity shares. Okay, mutual fund, the money funds are invested in equity shares, that is equity oriented fund. And UTI, unit trust of India kudukra units is units of UTI. In the rendu case la the units will be considered as short term if held up to 12 months, more than 12 months na long term. Then zero coupon bond, zero coupon bond also 12 months varaikum short term, 12 months ku mela long term. Then 24-month category, unlisted shares. Inga vandu securities sollala, shares nu solliruken, it is not securities, it is shares. Then land, building or both is 24-month category. Balance ellame 36-month category. Idu ungalku puriradhukaga I have given here so that you don't get confused. Units of debt oriented fund, equity oriented fund vandu 12-month category, debt oriented fund vandu 36-month category. Idhe mari unlisted securities other than shares come under 36-month category. All the other capital asset 36-month category. So 12-month na enna? Listed security other than unit of equity oriented fund UTI and zero coupon bond. So, then 24-month category, unlisted shares, land or building or both. And then 36-month category, all the remaining. Fine. Now listen, If land and building are sold together, in which land is long-term capital asset, building is short-term capital asset, then find capital gain separately. Capital gain from land will be long-term capital gain and building will be short-term capital gain. So land and building together sale panna long-term, short-term rendume ore transaction la varalam. Okay va? You have to find out separately. Now let's come to indexation. We know what is period of holding. Based on period of holding only, we are going to find out the indexation. Indexation. Indexation means what? Indexation means with the time passing by, the value of the money will keep on increasing. Value of money will keep on increasing. That is why the asset which was bought a long time ago, its cost in today's term will be higher than the cost which was paid that time. So அன்னைக்கு வந்து 1 லட்சம் ரூபாய்க்கு ஒரு asset வாங்கணும்னா இன்னைக்கு அதே asset புதுசா வாங்கணும்னா we have to spend 2 lakhs or 2.5 lakh rupees. புரியுதா? So that is why that asset or a cost we cannot take it as 1 lakh rupee for calculation, because selling price வந்து is in today terms, cost price is in 10-year back terms na, it will not be matching with each other. Hence to bring the cost price to today terms we have to do indexation. Okay va? ஒவ்வொரு அசெட்டுக்கு வந்து ஆக்சுவலி பார்த்தா இன்ஃப்ளேஷன் வேற மாதிரி சேஞ்ச் ஆகும், ஃபேர் மார்க்கெட் வேல்யூ வேற மாதிரி சேஞ்ச் ஆகும். Hence the income tax act has given a standard index called cost inflation index. இந்த index base பண்ணி தான் எந்த asset இருந்தாலும் சரி you have to index. All the assets you have to index based on the same method, that is cost inflation index. This cost inflation index nokana, it starts from 2001 2002. Okay, 2001 2002 la the value of index is kept as rupees 100. 100 is the base value, 100 la irundhu aarambikudhu. And now in 2022 2023 the value is 331. So government through income tax act, what are they trying to tell? They are telling that the cost, if I paid 100 rupees in 2001 to today, if I purchase the same asset, I am going to pay how much? 331 rupees. Okay, so we have to do indexation based on these index numbers. Now let us see how to do indexation. First and foremost, indexation is done only for long term capital asset. Only for long term capital asset, because long term capital asset only held for a longer period of time. Short term ku vandu indexation kadiyadu. Okay, so long term capital asset, the cost of acquisition and cost of improvement both should be indexed. Now indexation vandu ennadu? See here, indexed cost of acquisition ICOA is equal to cost of acquisition multiplied by cost inflation index in the year of transfer divided by cost inflation index. இதுதான் இங்க எழுதி இருக்க, but here இது ஒரே லைன்ல இருக்கறனால அவ்வளோக்கா புரியாது, சோ அதனால தெளிவா எழுதிடலாம். Cost inflation index in the year first held or cost inflation index of 2001 2002, whichever is later. Please write this down quickly. This also you write up. ICOI, index cost of improvement, is equal to cost of improvement multiplied by cost inflation index in the year of transfer divided by cost inflation index in the year of improvement. Cost inflation index in year of transfer divided by cost inflation index in the year of improvement. Then okay, so now see kana, a confusion arises. Confusion arises. Enna confusion na? Sir, what if I had purchased an asset before 2001 2002? 2001 2002 க்கு முன்னாடி purchase பண்ணா then cost inflation எப்படி கண்டுபிடிக்கிறது? In such case, no, it is through this cost inflation index, it is not possible to find out indexation. Here it is possible to find out indexation only if the asset value you have from 1/4/2001 onwards. 1/4/2001 லந்து வேல்யூ தெரிஞ்சாதான் நீங்க இன்ஃப்ளேஷன் பண்ணலாம், இல்லனா பண்ண முடியாது. So government என்ன சொல்ல வராங்க, if you have purchased an asset before 1/4/2001, then I will give you an advantage. என்ன advantage na? You can take either your purchase price or the value as on 1/4/2001, whichever is higher. Enna value? Fair market value. Fair market value as on 1/4/2001. So for example, ஒரு asset இருக்கு. Let's say we will take an example of building itself. There is a building. Fine. This building was purchased in 1996. Building purchase பண்ணும்போது its price was 40 lakhs. Fine. Then as on 1/4/2001, you have to see what is the fair market value of the building. அந்த டைம்ல 1/4/2001ல வந்து அதோட price என்ன இருந்துச்சு? At that time the fair market value, let's suppose it was 60 lakhs. In such case, you take the value as 60 lakhs and 60 lakhs la you start doing indexation. புரியுதா? அதனால தான் என்ன சொல்லிருக்காங்க, they have told cost inflation index in the year first held. First held na என்ன? வாங்குன வருஷம். எந்த வருஷத்துல வாங்கி இருக்கீங்க அந்த வருஷம், or cost inflation index of 2001 2002, whichever is later. So cost inflation index of 2001 2002 you will take if you are taking cost of acquisition as fair market value on 1/4/2001. புரியுதா? so என்ன சொல்ல வராங்க, listen here. இது புரிஞ்சிருச்சுனா everything will be very simple. 1996ல 40 lakhs க்கு வீடு வாங்கி இருக்கேன். 1/4/2001ல வந்து அதோட வேல்யூ 60 lakhs. ஓகேவா? so I am having the benefit to choose between this 40 lakhs and 60 lakhs. I will obviously choose the higher value because higher value means more cost. More cost means less profit. Less profit means less tax. Okay, tax கம்மி ஆயிரும். அதனால I will choose 60 lakhs. Since I choose 60 lakhs, now I can start calculation of inflation from 1/4/2001 onwards. Sir, what if in the வீடோட value வந்து fair market value as on 1/4/2001 was only 30 lakhs. 30 lakhs இருந்துச்சுன்னா என்ன பண்றது? 30 lakhs இருந்துச்சுன்னா நீங்க 40 lakhs எடுத்துக்கோங்க. 40 lakhs எடுத்துக்கோங்க and you start inflation from 1/4/2001. So it means what? 40 lakhs divided by 40 lakhs divided by 100 multiplied by 331. Okay, like this you have to find the index. Suppose 40 and 60 இருந்துச்சுன்னா you will take 60. 60 divided by 100 multiplied by 331 because value as on 2001 2002 is taken as 100, 22 23 taken as 331. Sir, மற்ற வருஷத்துக்கும் வேல்யூ இருக்கும்ல? Answer is yes, வேல்யூ இருக்கும். பட் அது நீங்க மனப்பாடம் பண்றதுக்கு அவசியம் இல்லை. If at all value is required, it will be given in the question. For example, let's say there is an improvement in 2017-18. 17-18 அப்போ வந்து value was 272. So 272 வந்து உங்களுக்கு questionலயே கொடுத்துருவாங்க. Fine. Then next, cost of indexed cost of improvement. Indexed cost of improvement na enna? Cost of improvement. What is cost of improvement? Capital expenditure that is done. Capital expenditure that is done is called cost of improvement, multiplied by cost inflation index in the year of transfer divided by cost inflation index in the year of improvement. Sir, here you have not given cost inflation index in the year 2001 2002 whichever is later. இது வந்து improvement caseல கொடுக்கல. ஏன் கொடுக்கல? ஏன்னா if an improvement is done before 1/4/2001 you ignore that improvement. ஏன்னா 1/4/2001 அன்னைக்கு when you are calculating the fair market value நோக்கனா fair market value of the entire property only you will calculate. No, it would have included the improvement. For example, see here, ஒரு building இருக்கு, ஓகேவா? அந்த building வந்து it is constructed in 1996. Let us assume that the cost is 50 lakh rupees. Then let's say in 1999 one more floor was built on this building. இன்னொரு floor கட்டிட்டாங்க. அந்த building அந்த floor கட்டுறதுக்கு வந்து இன்னொரு 15 lakhs செலவு பண்ணாங்க. 15 lakhs. Now as on 1/4/2001 when you calculate the fair market value, இந்த fair market value வந்து full building காக தான் நீங்க கண்டுபிடிப்பீங்க. புரியுதா? full building காக. Let us assume that this fair market value is 75 lakhs. 75 lakhs. So this 75 lakhs is there, no? இது வந்து இதுல 50 lakhsம் include ஆயிருச்சு, 15 lakhsம் include ஆயிருச்சு. That is why since you are taking fair market value as on 1/4/2001, that is why if there is any improvement before 1/4/2001, ignore it because it is already included in fair market value. Okay va? Only if there is any improvement after 1/4/2001, suppose 2005 la இன்னொரு floor கட்டியிருக்காங்க for 45 lakhs rupees, then you do indexation for improvement. 45 lakh rupees divided by cost inflation index in 2005-2006 multiplied by 331. இந்த மாதிரி நீங்க indexation பண்ணுங்க. That's why it is given COI multiplied by cost inflation index in year of transfer divided by cost inflation index in the year of improvement. Okay sir? ஆமா இந்த 75 சொல்றீங்களா? 50 lakhs ஓட கம்மியா இருந்துச்சுன்னா let's say here it is 45, then also take 45, ignore 50 and ignore no, here you can take 50 here, but here you can take only 50. அது ignore தான் பண்ணணும். Cost of improvement you should ignore. Cost of improvement வந்து காஸ்ட்லயும் சேர்த்த கூடாது. Comparison பண்ணும்போது it should only be cost of acquisition with the fair market value as on 1/4/2001. Whichever is higher you can take. Okay va? But 99.99% cases la this will only be higher. Okay, next indexed cost of improvement. Idu paathachu. Cost of improvement before 1/4/2001 should be ignored. Now one special point. Enna special point na, in case of land or building or both, fair market value as on 1/4/2001 shall not exceed the stamp duty value. Stamp duty value as on 1/4/2001. So enna solla varanga, listen here. In the example irukla, here let us assume it as 75 itself. Okay for now. So நீங்க என்ன எடுப்பீங்க? 75 lakhs எடுப்பீங்க. However, the government feels afraid that on 1/4/2001 ஒரு பில்டிங்க்கு வந்து there will be many sources. யாரோ fair market value வந்து 75 னு சொல்லுவாங்க, யாரோ ஒருத்தங்க வந்து 1 கோடின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க, யாரோ ஒருத்தங்க வந்து 60 னு சொல்லுவாங்க. So you cannot depend on the value, and since immovable property, that is land or building or both, will have a very huge value, that is why the government wants to safeguard itself, because people will obviously try taking the highest value ஏன்னா காஸ்ட் கம்மி ஆகும். ஸோ அந்த fraudulent activity-யை ஸ்டாப் பண்றதுக்காக என்ன சொல்றாங்கன்னா, government will release stamp duty value for all the area. You will get stamp duty value for any period of time. இந்தியால வந்து உங்களுக்கு ஈஸிலி கிடைச்சிடும். So 1/4/2001 let's say the stamp duty value was only 70 lakhs. 70 lakhs தான் stamp duty value இருக்கு. So it means you have to take 70 lakhs only. அதுக்கு மேல இருந்தா நீங்க எடுக்க கூடாது, அது கீழே இருந்தா எடுத்துக்கலாம். புரியுதா? The government wants to stop the assessee from taking a very high value as a fair market value. That is why it is restricting the assessee and telling that the fair market value as on 1/4/2001 should not exceed the stamp duty value. Stamp duty value விட அதிகமா இருக்க கூடாது. புரியுதா? Are you able to understand everything? புரியுதுல? கண்டிப்பா சம் போட்டா உங்களுக்கு புரியும். Before 1/4/2001.
After that, for example, 1/4/2005, the stamp duty value is exceeding.
That you need not even consider. Just to take the cost price. Cost price வந்து உங்ககிட்ட ப்ரூஃப் ஆயிருக்கும். நீங்க இவ்வளவுதான் பணம் கட்டிட்டு அந்த பில்டிங் வாங்கியிருக்கீங்க. அதனால you can easily rely on the cost price. ஆனா fair market value இருக்குல்லக்கனா, it is a notional figure. இது வந்து 3 people will be there who will be determining fair market value. You will obviously take from the highest person. Government wants you to take from the lowest person. அதுக்காக the government is telling you leave all that aside. You take the most reliable source, that is stamp duty value. Ana if your fair market value is lower than stamp duty value, then take that itself, because government ku adula da benefit. Okay va? Government என்ன சொல்றாங்க, maximum stamp duty value வரைக்கும் இருக்கணும், அதுக்கு மேல போக கூடாது. So one more time, let me just sum up what did I tell about cost of indexation. Okay, very very important to know conceptually. இது புரிஞ்சிருச்சுனா everything is very very simple, and முன்னாடி இருக்கிற special cases also what we are going to see, no, அதுவும் easily புரிய ஆரம்பிச்சிரும். So stamp duty value, இப்போ let us assume, திருப்பி ஒரே ஒரு தடவை சீக்கிரமா explain பண்ணிடுறேன். There is a building. Okay, it is a capital asset. This building was constructed in, let's say, 1990. It was constructed in 1990. Now the government is telling that since the building is constructed in 1990, and let us assume it is sold in 22-23. Okay va? Sale பண்ணும்போது நம்ம அந்த பில்டிங் கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ட் பண்ணியிருப்போம் 20 lakhsக்காக. இன்னைக்கு வந்து 5 crores-க்கு சேல் பண்றோம். 5 crores-ல 20 lakhs நாங்க ரெடியூஸ் பண்ணா it is foolish, because அன்னைக்கு நாங்க கட்டின 20 lakhs-ஓட வேல்யூ இன்னைக்கு it will be a much higher value. That is why the government gives a benefit of indexation for a long term capital asset. Ipo how to find out the indexation? For that the government has given a index table. Okay va? Cost inflation index table. The cost inflation index table starts from 2001-2002, that is from 1/4/2001 onwards. Cost inflation index of 2001-2002 is taken as a base, that is 100. Cost inflation index of 22-23 is 331. However, since the building is purchased before 2001, you cannot take the cost inflation index in that year, because appo index e kadiyadu. Adanala you have to bring the building value to the 1/4/2001 so that you can start doing cost inflation. To bring the building to 1/4/2001, you have to find out what is the value of the building on 1/4/2001. Let's say the value of building on 1/4/2001 is 1 crore. 1 crore. Hence, take 1 crore as the base, divided by 100, multiplied by 331. You will get the indexed cost of building. Indexed cost. In the indexed cost da, so how much will it become? 3.31 crores. Correct? This you have to reduce. Suppose you sold the house for how much? 5 crores. So FVOC, full value of consideration, is equal to 5 crores. Indexed cost of acquisition is equal to 3.31 crores. So balance, what is the amount is called long term capital gain. Long term capital gain. Now you have to calculate capital gain. Ipo idhula da, now let me also introduce improvement. Now let's say an improvement was done on 1995 for rupees 10 lakhs. Okay, where a floor was built. Then another improvement was done on 2021-2022, that is just 1 year back. Okay, and it was done for 20 lakhs. Not 20 lakhs. 2021 la 21-22 la cost inflation index was 317. Now listen, இப்போ ரெண்டு இம்ப்ரூவ்மெண்ட் இருக்கு. ஒன்று வந்து 1/4/2001க்கு முன்னாடி, இன்னொன்று வந்து 1/4/2001க்கு அப்புறம். In such case what you have to do, before 1/4/2001 whatever improvement is there that you ignore. ஏன் இக்னோர் பண்ணணும்? ஏன்னா this 1 crore also includes the value of this one flat. Okay, that is number one. Now what about this 20 lakhs? Since it's a long term capital asset, even though the improvement was just before 1 year, still you have to do indexation. எப்படி indexation பண்ணணும்? 20 lakhs இங்கே பண்ணலாம். ICOI, indexed cost of improvement. இப்படி 20 lakhs divided by 317 multiplied by 331. Okay வா? So is equal to whatever value you are getting. எவ்வளவு வருது? $20 lakhs divided by 317 divided by so 0.209 னு வெச்சுக்கலாம். 0.209 crores. This is the value of improvement. இதுவும் நீங்க மைனஸ் பண்ணணும். And whatever is the balance will be called long term capital gain. Fine. இப்போ இதுல last but not the least, what did I tell? Only for land or building or both. Only for land or building or both. இந்த 1/4/2001ல 1 கோடி எடுத்திருக்கோம்ல, this 1 crore should be maximum stamp duty value. Maximum எவ்வளவு இருக்கணும்? Stamp duty value. If stamp duty value is equal to 80 lakhs, then you should not take 1 crore, take only 80 lakhs. If stamp duty value is 150 lakhs, 1.5 crores, then you can take 1 crore itself. Okay. So I hope you are clear with this indexation calculation. இது புரிஞ்சிச்சுனா capital gain calculation very simple. So indexation, indexed cost of improvement, indexed cost of acquisition, both of them we have seen. Now let us see 4 cases where indexation will not apply. Case number 1, section 112A, and the section padikumbodhu I will discuss. Next, bonds or debentures other than capital indexation bond, sovereign gold bond. Capital indexation bond, sovereign gold bond, indexation is applicable. Indexation is applicable. Other than these two, எந்த bond இருந்தாலும் சரி, debenture இருந்தாலும் சரி, indexation not applicable. Okay வா? ஏன் not applicable? Because bond மேல interest கிடைக்கும், வருஷமா interest கிடைக்கும். And the interest is only the increase in the value of bond. Hence, since you are receiving the interest again and again, the value of bond remains the same year on year. Because அதோட value எவ்வளவு increase ஆகுதோ அது உங்க பாக்கெட்ல வந்துட்டே இருக்கு. புரியுதா? அதனால value does not increase. However, capital indexation bond and sovereign gold bond, அந்த bondோட நேச்சரே indexation ரிவார்ட் பண்றது. அதுல இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் கொடுக்க மாட்டாங்க. வேல்யூ எவ்வளவு இன்க்ரீஸ் ஆகுதோ அது பேசிஸ் பண்ணி தான் ரிட்டர்ன் கொடுப்பாங்க. கோல்டோட வேல்யூ எவ்வளவு இன்க்ரீஸ் ஆகுது, ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி ரிட்டர்ன் கொடுப்பாங்க. தட் இஸ் வை ஃபார் தீஸ் டூ இண்டெக்ஸேஷன் இஸ் அலவுட். நெக்ஸ்ட், if a non-resident is purchasing and selling the Indian shares or Indian debentures in foreign currency, okay, purchase and sale of Indian shares, Indian debenture in foreign currency. Why? For this case there is no indexation, because the transaction is done in foreign currency then converted to Indian currency. இங்க பாருங்க next pageல, if shares or debentures of Indian company was acquired in foreign currency, then calculate the capital gain in foreign currency, convert the capital gain to Indian currency. என்ன சொல்ல வராங்க? See, listen here. For example, Reliance shares, let's say a non-resident bought Reliance shares for $100. Okay, at that time the value was 40 rupees per dollar. Then this year 22-23 la he sold Reliance shares he has sold in the market for $200. At this time the rupee value was 80 rupees per dollar. Okay, now என்ன சொல்ல வராங்க, ஒரு நான் ரெசிடென்ட் இந்தியன் கம்பெனியோட ஷேர் ஆர் டிபென்ச்சர் இருக்குல்ல, இது ஃபாரின் கரன்சில வாங்கி ஃபாரின் கரன்சில வித்திருக்காங்கன்னா நீங்க கேபிட்டல் கெயின் ஃபாரின் கரன்சில கண்டுபிடிச்சிருங்க. கேபிட்டல் கெயின் இஸ் how much? 100 crores. Convert it into Indian currency in today's rate. ஓகேவா? So 80,000. இந்த transaction பண்ணும்போது since entire calculation is done in foreign currency, automatically அதுலயே indexation include ஆயிருச்சுன்னு அர்த்தம். ஓகேவா, அதுலயே include ஆயிருச்சுன்னு அர்த்தம். Because see here, இந்த calculation பண்ணும்போது $100 இருக்குல்ல, இதுக்கு என்ன ரேட் போயிருக்கும்? $80 தான் போயிருக்கும். Okay, if you are understanding, it's okay. If you are not understanding also, if you know till here, it is totally fine. Exam point of view avlo relevant kadiyadu. If you know this much, it is enough that Indian company oda shares or debenture foreign currency la vaangi foreign currency la vittirukanga, foreign currency liye capital gain kandupudinga, capital gain kandupidichu Indian la convert pannirunga, indexation panna venda. Okay, next section 50B slum sale. 50B slum sale, அது அந்த செக்ஷன் பார்ப்போம். you will be able to understand. இது வந்து திருப்பி ரிப்பீட் தான் பண்ணியிருக்கேன், so you can cut it. yes, கொஸ்டின்ல வரும். நீங்க அதான் டாலர் ரூபி எல்லாம் உங்களுக்கு தெரிஞ்சிருக்க வேண்டாம், அது ஃபைனல் லெவல்ல இருந்தாலும் கொஸ்டின்ல தான் வரும். ஓகே, now let's come to cost of acquisition. We have learned what is full value of consideration, we have learned period of holding, we have learned what is indexation, but cost of acquisition தானே index பண்ணனும். Now what is this cost of acquisition? Let us see one by one. Okay, firstly let us see cost of acquisition for some special cases. Generally cost of acquisition means what? Purchase price is cost of acquisition. Now we are seeing special cases of cost of acquisition one by one. Firstly, goodwill of business, trademark. So now we are seeing all intangible assets, goodwill of business or profession, trademark, right to manufacture, produce or process any article or thing, which is nothing but patent or copyright, right to carry on any business or profession, which is nothing but license, tenancy rights, the right to give something on rent, that is tenancy rights, stage carriage permit. For example, a truck is there, it will get all India permit, தெரியுமா? So எந்த ஸ்டேட்ல வேணா அந்த ட்ரக் போய்க்கலாம் without any restriction. So that permit is also having a value. பணம் கொடுத்து தான் அந்த permit வாங்கலாம். Okay, which truck is having that permit? It can only move to different states freely without any restriction. Then loomars னா என்ன? handloom இருக்குல்ல, handloom machine, அது வந்து பழைய காலத்துல என்ன பண்ணுவாங்கன்னா, handloom machine everyone cannot buy, but everyone wants to manufacture cloth. அதனால ஒவ்வொரு அவர் ஸ்லாட்டுக்கு அந்த லூம் வந்து வாங்கிடுவாங்க. For example, 9 o'clock ல இருந்து 11 o'clock வரைக்கும் this handloom will be given to one person. From 12 o'clock to 2 o'clock it will given to another person. It is called loom hours. Means for that many hours the person is having the right to use the handloom. This is also an intangible asset. Okay, so loom hours. For all these type of asset, if the asset is acquired இந்த அசெட்ல இருக்குல்ல intangible asset, இது வந்து நீங்க acquire பண்ணிருக்கீங்கன்னா then take it as a purchase cost. எவ்வளவு ரூபாய்க்கு வாங்குனீங்களோ அவ்வளோ. Then if it is other than purchase, for example யாரோ உங்களுக்கு gift கொடுத்தாங்க, in such case take the cost of the previous owner as the cost. previous owner எவ்வளவுக்கு வாங்கியிருக்காங்களோ அதுவும் இல்லைன்னா, if it is self generated, then take the cost as 0. நீங்க தான் அந்த intangible asset உருவாக்கி இருக்கீங்கன்னா take the cost as 0. Fine. So this is the value of intangible asset. However, few special points I want you to know. Number 1, goodwill, I told you in depreciable assets discuss பண்ணும்போது goodwill is not a depreciable asset. ஆனா it was not the case till year 1920. Previous year 1920 வரைக்கும் it was considered as depreciable asset. Okay, 1/4/2020 ல இருந்து தான் remove பண்ணிட்டாங்க. Hence, whenever you are taking cost of goodwill, in such case goodwill was treated, please write, treated as depreciable asset. Till previous year 1920. Hence, cost of acquisition of goodwill is equal to WDV as on 1/4/2020. WDV as on 1/4/2020, or you can also say total purchase price minus depreciation allowed till 1920 எப்படி வேணா சொல்லலாம். WDV as on 1/4/2020. fine. So goodwill caseல மட்டும் purchase cost எடுக்காம என்ன எடுக்கணும், WDV as on 1/4/2020 எடுக்கணும். fine. So now all the above cases, okay, first and foremost, for all the above cases no benefit of fair market value as on 1/4/2001. see, self generator இருந்தாலே என்ன சொல்லிருக்காங்க, cost should be taken as 0. intangible assets க்கு value கண்டுபிடிக்கிறது ரொம்ப ரொம்ப கஷ்டம். it is not possible. that is why government is telling we will not give you the benefit, even though if you are having before 1/4/2001 and the fair market benefit எல்லாம் கொடுக்க மாட்டோம். ஓகேவா? then for all the others BC Srinivasa Shetty case will apply. BC Srinivasa Shetty case will apply. BC Srinivasa Shetty was a person, okay, who fought the income tax department in Supreme Court. அவங்க வந்து actually goodwill வச்சிருந்தாங்க. he sold this goodwill. அந்த டைம்ல இந்த செக்ஷன் கிடையாது. this section has come only now because of this case only இந்த செக்ஷனே கொண்டு வந்திருக்காங்க. அந்த டைம்ல goodwillக்கு வந்து இந்த மாதிரி செக்ஷன் கிடையாது. purchase cost other than purchase இருந்தா இப்படி கண்டுபிடிக்கணும், self generator இருந்தா 0, அந்த மாதிரி செக்ஷன் கிடையாது. so what he did, you know, he sold goodwill for 5 crores. he sold goodwill for 5 crores and he did not pay any tax on this 5 crore. The income tax department wanted him to pay the tax. The department told that goodwill is a capital asset, hence you have to pay the tax since it is covered within the capital asset meaning. Then the department also told that it is a transfer, since it is covered in the transfer meaning you have sold this goodwill and you have received an amount of 5 crores, hence it is transfer. Since capital asset is transferred, you pay the capital gain. Okay, then this person is telling how to pay the capital gain. In the computation section you have not given how to compute value in case of transfer of goodwill. நீங்க வந்து வேல்யூ எப்படி கண்டுபிடிக்கிறது capital gain நே கொடுக்கல. The department was telling you pay tax on entire 5 crores. okay, he was telling நான் அப்படி எப்படி tax pay பண்றது, full value of consideration எனக்கு தெரியும் 5 crores, cost of acquisition எனக்கு கண்டுபிடிச்சு சொல்லுங்க, சொன்னாதான் நான் tax கட்டுவேன், இல்லனா கட்ட மாட்டேன். This case went to Supreme Court and Supreme Court also acknowledged the fact that there is no mention in the Income Tax Act how to find out the cost of acquisition of goodwill. ஓகேவா? அந்த டைம்ல இந்த செக்ஷன் கிடையாது. இதுக்கு முன்னாடி cost of acquisition எப்படி கண்டுபிடிக்கிறதுன்னு தெரியல. சும்மா நீங்க சொன்னா 0 போட்டுடலான்னு அப்படியெல்லாம் போட முடியாது, ஆக்ட்ல கொடுத்தாதான் 0 போட முடியும். ஓகேவா? That is why BC Srinivasa Shetty won the case and he did not pay any tax on this transaction. After this case only the Income Tax Act brought section number 55 where it told that for these type of intangible asset the cost, if it is a purchased asset, it should be taken as purchased cost, illana take it as 0. இதுக்கு முன்னாடி அந்த 0 ஓட கான்செப்டே கிடையாது, hence he escaped from income tax. அதனால if at all there is any other income intangible asset which is not covered in this section, in such case அதோட cost also cannot be determined. Since it cannot be determined, computation section fails and capital gain cannot be calculated. புரியுதா? அதுக்கு தான் சொல்றேன், for all other cases BC Srinivasa Shetty case will apply, hence capital gain cannot be computed. Okay, now let us see special cases. Special cases வந்து when you go in depth அது வந்து ரொம்ப லென்த்தியாவும் இருக்கு, very difficult to understand. ஒவ்வொரு கேஸ் மனப்பாடம் பண்ண போனீங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு வந்து ரொம்ப இதாயிரும், வெக்ஸ் ஆயிருவீங்க. அதுக்கு வந்து நான் என்ன பண்ணியிருக்கேன்னா I have drafted 4 concepts. அந்த 4 கான்செப்ட் உங்களுக்கு தெரிஞ்சிருச்சுன்னா ஈஸிலி எந்த கேஸ்ல வேணா நீங்க அப்ளை பண்ணிட்டு அதோட ஸ்பெஷல் கேஸ்ல இருந்தாலும் காஸ்ட் கண்டுபிடிச்சிடலாம். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கான்செப்ட், if an asset is an asset received free of cost and assessee pays no tax for it, then cost of acquisition is equal to cost from previous owner, period of holding also from previous owner. Okay, listen, there is a capital asset Okay, it is purchased by Mr. A, capital asset, and it is gifted to Mr. A's son. Gifted to Mr. A's son. Now Mr. A's son sold it in 22-23. Let's say இது வந்து 2009, இது வந்து 2015, 2022-23 ல வந்து வித்துட்டாங்க, அசெட்டை வித்துட்டாங்க. In such case, when Mr. A is gifting to his son, இது வந்து gift கொடுக்கிறது. So there is no consideration involved and it is a transaction not regarded as transfer, giving a gift, correct? So இங்க இந்த transaction நடக்கும்போது வந்து income tax கண்ணு மூடிடுவாங்க. Why I told கண்ணு மூடிடுவாங்கனோ, it is because income tax act will see this only as a transaction. இதுதான் ஒரு transaction-ஆ பார்ப்பாங்க, புரியுதா? Hence the cost should be taken as cost of previous owner. Period of holding, that is period from purchase till sale னு சொன்னேன்ல, it should be taken from previous owner onwards. Take period of holding from previous owner onwards. Fine. So 2015 income tax act consider பண்ணாது, என்ன consider பண்ணும்? From 2009 to 2023. ஆனா there is a problem. என்ன ப்ராப்ளம்னா, indexation கண்டுபிடிக்கும்போது indexationோட செக்ஷன்ல சொல்லியிருக்கு that from the year in which the asset is first held by the assessee, correct? The asset is actually first held by assessee. Assessee யாரு? Mr. A's son, ஏன்னா அவங்க தான் வித்திருக்காங்க. When is it first held by Mr. A's son? 2015. So என்ன சொல்றாங்க, period of holding பார்க்கும்போது நீங்க 2009 பாருங்க, ஓகே, காஸ்ட் பார்க்கும்போது 2009 பாருங்க. ஆனா அந்த 2009 ஓட காஸ்ட்டை வச்சு இண்டெக்ஸேஷன் 2015 இருந்து தான் நீங்க ஆரம்பிக்கணும், புரியுதா? It is illogical, but the wordings of the section says like that only. That take cost from previous owner, take period of holding from previous owner, but take the indexation from current owner. It will not make sense because the 2009 order cost வந்து indexation you are starting from 2015. 2009 to 2015 வந்து value ஏறவே இல்லை, புரியுதா? It is illogical. That is why there is another person, Manjula J. Shah. She brought this case to Bombay High Court and she won the case. அவங்க என்ன சொன்னாங்க, இன்கம் டாக்ஸ் ஆக்ட்லயே தப்பா கொடுத்திருக்கு, அதுல மீனிங்லெஸ்ஸா இருக்கு. Actually the income tax act should try to convey that it should be indexation also should be from previous owner. நீங்க இங்க இருந்து காஸ்ட் எடுக்கிறீங்க, 2009 ல இருந்து காஸ்ட் எடுக்கிறீங்க, 2009 ல இருந்து தான் பீரியட் ஆஃப் ஹோல்டிங் எடுக்கிறீங்கன்னா indexation also should be 2009 and she won the case. But she won the case in Bombay High Court. She did not go to Supreme Court. Hence her case is applicable only to Maharashtra, not applicable to rest of India. Hence Maharashtra la வந்து you can take indexation from 2009 onwards, but outside Maharashtra you have to take indexation from 2015 onwards. Hence ஒரே questionக்கு if it comes in examination there are two possible answers. It is your responsibility, நீங்க ஏதோ ஒரு ஆன்சர் போட்டுக்கலாம், ஓகேவா? ஆனா இன்னொரு மெத்தட் இருக்குன்னு நீங்க நோட்ல கொடுக்கணும். For example, let's say you followed the method as per the Income Tax Act, that is take cost as per 2009, indexation from 2015. But you have to write alternatively, as per Manjula J. Shah case in Bombay High Court, indexation can also be taken from the previous owner itself. Fine. If you want, you can also calculate as per Manjula J. Shah and you write alternatively, indexation as per the Income Tax Act should be taken from the current owner. இது மென்ஷன் பண்ணணும், ஓகேவா? கான்செப்ட் புரியுதுல? Because first time reading la வந்து it is very difficult to grasp என்ன கொடுத்திருக்கு, okay? When we visualize and see only we will be able to understand. Hence indexation should be taken from previous owner as per Manjula J. Shah, from current owner as per Income Tax Act. If asset is received free of cost and asset வாங்கும்போது tax pay பண்ணலனா, see listen here, when Mr. A is giving asset to Mr. A's son, Mr. A's son is a relative. Hence gift order section la வந்து we will see Mr. A need not pay any tax while receiving the gift also. அதனால என்னாச்சு, Mr. A வந்து tax கட்டல, That is why only you are taking from previous owner. Tax கட்டியாச்சுனா it will be a different case. Sir, ஒரு holding company 100% Indian subsidiary companyக்கு asset கொடுத்தாங்க, அதுல இது apply ஆகுமா? Answer is yes. Previous owner 100% that holding company is the previous owner, அவங்களோட cost, அவங்களோட period of holding, indexation as the case may be. புரியுதா? So this case is applicable to partition of HUF la in the case apply agum, gift la in the case apply agum, will, inheritance, distribution which is done on liquidation, transfer to irrevocable trust, revocable irrevocable enna trust, holding to Indian 100% Indian subsidiary, subsidiary to 100% Indian holding, amalgamating to amalgamated, demerged to resulting, conversion by individual of his separate property to HUF property. So even if individual is converting his property to HUF property, okay, so HUF is getting the property, individual is giving the property to HUF. In between, since it is given free of cost, gift mari irukku, adanala it is not regarded as transfer. Previous owner vandu yaru individual, current owner vandu yaru HUF. Transfer பண்ணும்போது previous owner ல இருந்து take the cost, previous owner ல இருந்து take the period of holding, indexation as the case may be. இதெல்லாம் வந்து நீங்க ஒவ்வொரு இது படிச்சிருப்பீங்கன்னா பயங்கரமா கன்ஃபியூஸ் ஆயிருப்பீங்க, because all these transactions are given separate in your study material. புரியுதா? எல்லாத்துல ஆனா ஒரே கான்செப்ட் புரிஞ்சிச்சுன்னா if you apply it, you will be able to apply it in all the cases. Second concept, if assess's old asset is converted into new asset and the conversion was not regarded as transfer. So for example, let's say amalgamating to amalgamated, shares வந்து amalgamating Inox ஓட shares வாங்கி new PVR shares கொடுத்துட்டாங்க. இந்த transaction நடக்கும்போது I told you income tax act will close its eyes. Hence what will happen, the previous share என்ன வச்சிருந்தீங்களோ அதோட cost எடுத்துக்கோங்க, previous share ஓட period of holding எடுத்துக்கோங்க, indexation also previous share ஓட தான் எடுத்துக்கோங்க, because previous share no assessee only was holding, correct? So here that confusion will not come. And the Inox share inga previous owner concept e kadiyadu, Inox share yaar vechirundanga, assessee dhaan vechirundanga, adu cut aayittu PVR share kadichiruchu. Now PVR share sell பண்ணும்போது take cost of Inox, okay, POH period of holding from Inox, and இன்னொன்று வந்து என்ன indexation also from Inox, because it is held by assessee. Inox ஓட shares வந்து held by assessee himself. நான் என்ன சொன்னேன், indexation calculate பண்ணும்போது first held by assessee, ஓகேவா? so assessee வச்சிருந்தாங்க Inox ஓட shares, hence you can take it from that time itself. இங்க வந்து அந்த indexation confusion கிடையாது. cost of acquisition, cost of old asset, period of holding and indexation from the old asset itself. Okay, so எதுக்கெல்லாம் இது அப்ளை ஆகும் பாருங்க. shares of amalgamating converted to amalgamated, conversion of bonds, debenture stock, deposit certificate to shares or debentures, அந்த conversion அப்ளை ஆகும். conversion of equity share to preference shares, or conversion of resulting company to demerged company to resulting company shares. Fine. So இது எல்லாத்துக்கும் the same concept will apply. Then see இது வந்து அவ்வளோ இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் இல்லை, you just leave it. டைம் இருந்திருந்தா டீட்டெயிலாக எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணியிருக்கலாம், விட்டுடலாம். if assessee has paid tax while receiving the asset, இப்போ என்ன transaction பார்க்குறோன்னா, asset வாங்கும்போது assessee has paid the tax. I will give you two examples. First example வந்து, let us take an example of sweat equity shares. sweat equity shares அப்போ salary ல perquisite ல tax ஆகும், கரெக்டா? see here, there is a person Mr. A. Mr. A received ESOP, okay, he paid only 100 rupees for ESOP, but exercise date anege value was 5000. exercise anniki value was 5000. So what is the difference? 4900. 4900 was added to his perquisite. Correct? Perquisite la add பண்ணியாச்சு. Now இதே Mr. A, let's say now he is selling the shares. Okay, sell பண்ணும்போது selling price, let's say it is 6000. 6000 க்கு shares வித்துட்டாங்க. Cost price என்ன எடுக்கணும்? Cost should be taken as 5000. Actually எவ்வளவு கொடுத்திருக்காங்க? 100 ரூபாய் தான் கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. ஆனா இங்க if you tell him to reduce only 100 rupees, அது அநியாயம். ஏனா double tax ஆகும். Correct. 4900 மேல ஏற்கனவே perquisite consider பண்ணி tax pay பண்ணிட்டாங்க. And இங்க cost benefitum கொடுக்க மாட்டீங்கன்னா he will also pay the tax on the same 4900 as capital gain. Hence, to relieve the taxpayer, what is done? If at all, while receiving the asset, you have paid the tax, then while paying the tax, what is considered as the value of that asset, that you can take it as the cost of the asset. புரியுதா? அது வந்து காஸ்டா எடுத்துக்கலாம். So in the perquisite calculate பண்ணும்போது this 5000 was considered as the value of shares and tax was paid. Hence take this 5000 as the cost of acquisition. Same concept also applies in case of gift. Gift வாங்கும்போது உங்களுக்கு இலவசமா தான் கிடைக்குது. ஆனா இன்கம் டாக்ஸ் ஆக்ட்ல வந்து டாக்ஸ் வாங்கிட்டாங்கன்னா எவ்வளவு ரூபா gift value கன்சிடர் பண்ணி நீங்க டாக்ஸ் கொடுத்திருக்கீங்களோ that much amount will become cost of that gift. And from that date onwards, start calculating period of holding, start calculating indexation. என்னைக்கு gift கிடைச்சிருக்கோ அன்னைக்குல இருந்து. So let's say on the same example which I took no, that Mr. A gave to Mr. A's son. இதுவே Mr. A's son இல்லாம Mr. A ஓட friend இருந்திருக்கும்னா என்ன ஆயிருக்கும் தெரியுமா? Mr. A friend. In such case, the friend would have to pay the tax while receiving the gift. Since he paid the tax, let's say the gift value was considered as 1 crore and he paid the tax on considering the value of gift as 1 crore, he paid the tax. Hence, cost of acquisition will be 1 crore. Period of holding வந்து gift என்னைக்கு வாங்கினாலோ அன்னைக்குல இருந்து ஆரம்பிக்கணும். Indexation கூட அன்னைக்குல இருந்து தான் ஆரம்பிக்கணும். Fine. This is covered in joint development agreement also. அது வந்து பார்க்கும்போது we will see when we are learning that section. So sweat equity shares or ESOP, property tax under 56(2)(10), that is gift, project under joint development agreement, and also listen here, inventory converted into capital asset. உங்களுக்கு I told you in PGBP, no, when stock is converted to capital asset, on the fair market value minus cost price, you have to pay tax under PGBP. This fair market value will become cost in capital gain. புரியுதா? Next. So previous owner gift கிடைச்சிருக்கானா previous owner யாருன்னு கண்டுபிடிக்க முடியாதுன்னா then என்னைக்கு கிடைச்சிருக்கோ அன்னைக்கு fair market value பார்த்து that will be the cost. அன்னைக்குல இருந்து start calculating indexation period of holding. Cost of acquisition is equal to fair market value on the date on which the asset became the property of the assessee, period of holding and indexation from the above date itself. Fine. So இதுதான் cost calculate பண்றதுக்கு additional points, special points. Now basics of capital gain we have completed. Basics complete பண்ணியாச்சு. இந்த question மட்டும் quickly you solve and then we will move to the special concepts. We will take a break and then start. First in the question solve பண்ணிக்கலாம், then break எடுத்துக்கலாம். Calculate the capital gain on capital asset purchased on 1/7/1996 for 5 lakhs. Improvement. Format வந்து அந்த பேஜ்ல பாருங்க. அதே format போடுங்க. First, full value of consideration. Don't put selling price and all. என்ன wordings actல கொடுத்திருக்கோ அந்த wordings தான் நீங்க யூஸ் பண்ணணும். Full value of consideration minus transfer expense equal to net consideration. Then cost of acquisition or indexed cost of acquisition, cost of improvement or indexed cost of improvement. Suppose indexation இருந்தா you can either do the indexation there itself or you can put a working note below and do the indexation, your wish. What is cost inflation index? 331. Okay, that you have to by heart. It is only the format we are going to calculate. இங்க தான் என்ன ஃபிகர் போடுறது டிஃபரண்ட் சிச்சுவேஷன்ல எப்படி மாறும் அது வந்து உங்களுக்கு கான்செப்சுவலி புரிஞ்சா you not even memorize anything. The 330 வந்து memorize everything conceptual. What is full value of consideration? 3 crores. Transfer expense 1 lakh. Net consideration 2 crores 99 lakhs. Then indexed cost of acquisition. So capital gain was purchased on 1/7/1996 for 5 lakhs, and as on 1/4/2001 the value is 70 lakhs. 70 lakhs. So you have to find indexed cost of acquisition. Inga vanda I'll put working note number 1. So working note number 1, ICOA is equal to cost in 70 lakhs. 70 lakhs multiplied by, so divided by 100 multiplied by 331 is equal to 2 crore 31 lakhs. 2 crore 31 lakhs 70,000. Then ICOI working note number 2. There is a cost of improvement on 1/8/1999. This you should ignore that improvement. Improvement on 1/9/2017 you have to take. So ICOI is equal to 5 lakhs divided by 272 multiplied by 331 is equal to 608456. So 608456. You have to reduce this, you have to reduce this. What is the answer?
1225.
544. 544.
6121.
6121 544. Long term capital gain. எல்லாத்துக்கும் புரியுதா இது கால்குலேஷன்? மெயின் இதுதான் கேபிட்டல் கெயின்ல இது. இஃப் யூஆர் பேஸ், இஃப் யூஆர் ஏபிள் டு அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட், எவ்ரி திங் இஸ் ஈஸி. பேலன்ஸ் எல்லாமே ஈஸி. பேலன்ஸ் எல்லாம் ஒவ்வொரு கேஸில் ஜாயிண்ட் டெவலப்மெண்ட் அக்ரிமெண்ட்டில் என்ன பண்ணுறது, ஒரு போனஸ் ஷேர் இருந்தால் என்ன பண்ணுறது, ரைட் ஷேர் இருந்தால் என்ன பண்ணுறது, லிஸ்டட் ஷேர் இருந்தால் என்ன பண்ணுறது, லிக்விடேஷன் இருந்தால் என்ன பண்ணுறது, ஒவ்வொரு கேஸில் என்ன பண்ணணும், கேஸ் பை கேஸ் we were going to see. அவ்வளோதான். அதே கேஸில் சின்ஸ் இட் இஸ் a ஸ்பெஷல் கான்செப்ட், அது வந்து அந்த கேஸ் இதே ஃபார்மேட்ல எப்படி அப்ளை பண்ண போகிறோம் அதுதான் கேள்வி. So now we will take a break and we will start by 11:30. 11:25 11:25 வந்துருங்க. check. Okay, we'll start. So basics of capital gain we have completed. Now we are coming into special concepts. In the special concepts, the first aspect that we are going to learn in capital gain is exception to the charging section. Exception to charging section. The charging section tells that a capital gain arises when there is a transfer of a capital asset and it is taxable in the year of transfer. However, in these exception cases, transfer of capital asset only, adala change edume kadiyadu. However, it is not taxed in the year of transfer, it is taxed in some other year. எந்த வருஷத்துல transfer ஆயிடுச்சு அந்த வருஷத்துல tax கிடையாது, வேற ஒரு வருஷத்துல தான் capital gain மேல tax. Let us see those cases one by one. Oh, இது pending இருக்கா? Wait one second. First we will complete these special aspects. Financial asset complete பண்ணிக்கலாம். Financial asset caseல financial asset are what? Financial instruments or securities, bonds, debentures, shares, securities, deposit certificate. இதுக்கு எல்லாமே value எப்படி கண்டுபிடிக்கிறது? If it is a original security, for how much amount the security is purchased, purchase price is only cost of acquisition. When it comes to right shares, how to determine cost? Let us see. So right shares வந்து என்ன? Whenever there is a company which is already listed, அதுக்கு வந்து further shares issue பண்ணனும்னா டைரக்டா பப்ளிக் கிட்ட போக மாட்டாங்க. First they have to give the right of purchasing new shares to the existing shareholders. Okay va? This is called right shares. For example, Infosys. Okay, Infosys irukka, it is a company, it wants to further issue shares. Further issue பண்றதுக்கு வந்து it will give right to its shareholders. For example, Infosys ஓட shares வந்து it will give the right to Mr. A that you can only purchase the price of Infosys shares and generally it will be at a lower price than it is in the market. Marketல போய் Infosys shares வாங்கினா அது higher price இருக்கும், rights கொடுக்கும்போது வந்து கொஞ்சம் lower price. Suppose 1000 rupees is the Infosys price shares na Mr. A க்கு rights கொடுப்பாங்க that you can buy the shares for just 600 rupees. 600 rupees வாங்கிக்கலாம். This is right. Now Mr. A can do one of three things. Okay va? First is he can exercise his right, he will pay 600 and he will buy the extra shares. Okay, second option is he is not having the money, 600 கூட அவங்க கிட்ட இல்ல இப்போ செலவு பண்றதுக்கு, அதனால என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க, அந்த ரைட் இக்னோர் பண்ணிடுவாங்க, it will expire. But generally no one does this. யாருமே ரைட் சும்மா விட மாட்டாங்க, because ரைட்ஸ்க்கு ஒரு வேல்யூ இருக்கு and rights are transferable. Means what? என்கிட்ட ரைட் இருக்கு Infosys shares வாங்குறதுக்கு, ஓகேவா, I can give this right to some other person also. This is called renouncing the right. There is, let's say there is another person called Mr. B. நான் வந்து Mr. A வந்து என்ன பண்ணாங்கன்னா இந்த ரைட் Mr. B க்கு கொடுத்துட்டாங்க. Let's say he sold his rights to Mr. B for rupees 200. So Mr. B purchased the rights for 200. Now Mr. B got the rights, he will pay 600 to the company and he will get Infosys company shares. Transaction purida, right shares. Okay, so Infosys gave right to Mr. A. Mr. A can either exercise his right, he will give 600 and get the shares, illana he will sell his rights to some other person. Using that rights, that other person will pay 600 and get the shares. That is transaction. Now in all the cases, how to value the cost? Number one, if rights are exercised, Mr. A exercised the rights. In such case, cost of acquisition is the amount paid to the company, that is 600. Okay va? Period of holding should be taken from date of allotment. என்னைக்கு அந்த புது shares கிடைச்சதோ அன்னிலிருந்து you have to start period of holding indexation ரெண்டுமே. Now right renounced, right exercise பண்ணல, right வந்து renounce பண்ணியாச்சு. It means what? A gave the rights to B. In such case, cost of acquisition will be taken as 0. Okay, so Mr. A க்கு வந்து when he sold his rights, இந்த ரைட்ஸ் வாங்குறதுக்கு ஏதோ கொடுத்தாங்களா? எதுவுமே கொடுக்கல. So hence it is 0. But selling price will be what? Full value of consideration will be 200. Correct? Cost will be 0. So capital gain will be 200. நம்ம பார்த்த கேஸ்ல. Fine. What will be the period of holding? Period of holding will be from the date of offer till the date of renouncing the right. எனக்கு ரைட் எப்போ கிடைச்சதோ அன்னிலேருந்து ரைட் நான் எப்போ வித்துட்டேனோ அன்னி வரைக்கும், till that date. Next, right acquired. Now we are talking about Mr. B who has purchased the rights. For him the cost of this share, new share, will be amount paid to the right seller plus cost to the company. So he has paid 200 to Mr. A and 600 to company. So total his cost is 800. Okay. So his period of holding also will start from date of allotment, indexation from date of allotment. Now let's come to bonus shares. Bonus shares are the shares given free of cost. Okay va? Extra shares kudukuradhu. If bonus shares are given before 1/4/2001, then take the fair market value as on 1/4/2001 as the cost. Okay va? ஏன் fair market value எடுக்கிறோம்? ஏன்னா see, let's say one company's value is 1000 crores. Okay va? அவங்க ஏற்கனவே ஒரு 100 crore share வச்சிருந்தாங்க. So share per share price is how much? 10 rupees. ஒரு ஷேரோட price வந்து 10 rupees. Then they announced a bonus of 1:1. So எல்லா ஷேர் ஹோல்டர்ஸ்க்கு ஒவ்வொரு ஷேர் ஃப்ரீயா கிடைச்சிருச்சு. ஓகேவா? ஒரு ஷேருக்கு பதிலா ஒரு ஷேர் ஃப்ரீயா கிடைச்சிருச்சு. So now how many shares are there? 200 crores. So now what is value per share? It is 5 rupee per share. First it was how much? 10 rupee per share. ஏன்னா போனஸ் கொடுத்தா மேஜிக்கலா கம்பெனியோட வேல்யூ டபுள் ஆகாது. கம்பெனியோட வேல்யூ will be the same. The share only will increase. Number of shares will increase. Hence marketல வந்து share price is going to come down. That is why this 10 rupee share automatically will become 5 rupee shares when 1:1 bonus is announced. அதனால as on 1/4/2001 நம்ம என்ன எடுப்போம்? fair market value எடுப்போம். கரெக்டா? fair market value எடுக்கும்போது இதுக்கும் நாங்க fair market value எடுக்கணும், bonus sharesக்கும் fair market value எடுக்கணும். என்ன சொல்ல வராங்க? Take the fair market value of original shares also as on 1/4/2001, bonus shares also as on 1/4/2001. ரெண்டுக்குமே எடுக்கும்போது you will get as 5 rupee per share as the fair market value. Original share ஓட பிரைஸும் கம்மி ஆயிருச்சு, bonus shares ஓடது இன்க்ரீஸ் ஆயிருச்சு. 0ல இருந்து 5 ஆயிருச்சு. Overall value will be the same. புரியுதா? So before 1/4/2001 na bonus share oda value take it as fair market value as on 1/4/2001. On or after 1/4/2001 na bonus share value is 0. Then any other capital asset. If it is a normal capital asset acquired on or before 1/4/2001, take cost of acquisition as original cost of acquisition or fair market value as on 1/4/2001, whichever is higher. On or after 1/4/2001 na just directly take cost of acquisition. முன்னாடியே பார்த்தாச்சு. ஓகே, செக்ஷன் 49 இது எல்லாமே ஆல்ரெடி டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ணியாச்சு. அந்த கான்செப்ட் சொல்லும்போது அதே திருப்பி மென்ஷன் பண்ணியிருப்பேன், இக்னோர். தென் காஸ்ட் ஆஃப் இம்ப்ரூவ்மெண்ட். காஸ்ட் ஆஃப் இம்ப்ரூவ்மெண்ட் ஆல்சோ வி saw. If improvement is before 1/4/2001, take cost as nil. If it is on or after 1/4/2001, the capital expenditure will be called as cost of improvement. Period of holding we have completed. Manjula Jesha we have completed. BC Srinivasa Shetty completed. Now exceptions to charging section. First case வந்து என்ன? Insurance claim for damage or destruction. See kanna, extinguishment of any right or extinguishment of any asset is also capital transfer. It is also regarded as transfer. It means what? Suppose I am having a building. ஒரு earthquake வந்துருச்சு, building full demolish ஆயிருச்சு earthquakeனால. This is extinguishment. Hence, even if the building is destroyed, this is also considered as transfer. I have to pay capital gain. What will be the full value of consideration? It will be the value of insurance claim that is received. the cost of acquisition will be the cost to purchase or construct the building, as the case may be. You will get capital gain. Now the transfer arises in the year in which there is destruction. Okay va? Hence capital gain generally should arise in the year of destruction. Ana destruction year la vande we will not be having the money to pay the taxes. Hence you have to wait till you actually receive the insurance claim. எந்த வருஷத்துல claim receive ஆச்சோ அந்த வருஷத்துல தான் you have to pay the tax. எந்த வருஷத்துல destroy ஆனது அந்த வருஷத்துல no need to pay. Wait till the year in which you get the claim. Sir, what if I did not receive the claim at all? No need to pay the tax, since there is no full value of consideration. புரியுதா? So if any capital asset is destroyed due to fire, flood, earthquake, tsunami, riot, civil disturbance, enemy attack or any other natural calamity and insurance claim is received, then it is taxable in the year in which the claim is received, not in the year of transfer, in the year of receiving the claim. If no claim received, no capital gain. Okay va? So calculation of capital gain also as usual. And the format la full value of consideration badla enna poduvinga? Fair market value of asset received in insurance claim, so or money received in insurance claim. Money kudutangana money will be fair market value. Sometimes insurance company might give a new house, so the value of the house will be full value of consideration and remaining as usual. Okay, next the ULIP vande தூக்கிட்டாங்க because procedure is still not brought by the government. Next, section 45 subsection 2, conversion of capital asset into stock in trade. Conversion of capital asset into stock in trade. So this also almost we have already seen. What will happen when capital asset is converted into stock in trade? It is considered as if I have sold the capital asset to myself. Hence capital gain will arise. However, the capital gain is taxable only in the year in which the stock is sold. The stock is sold. For example, one building is there. This building is a capital asset and the person using the building is a builder. Okay va? In this case, let's say in 2021-22 he converted this building to stock. Capital asset la irundhu stock மாத்திட்டாங்க 21-22 ல. Then 22-23 ல வந்து இந்த building sale பண்ணிட்டாங்க. Hence capital gain will generally arise in the year of transfer. Correct? So calculate பண்ணும்போது you have to do the entire calculation in 21-22 itself. Ana when should you tax that capital gain? In 22-23 when the building is actually sold. Actually in the stock sale பண்ணும்போது. Hence இங்க பாருங்க, see here, how to calculate capital gain. On the date of conversion, see what is the fair market value that you treat it as full value of consideration minus cost of acquisition, index cost, cost of improvement, index cost, as usual. Find out the short term or long term capital gain. Okay va? Now let's say next year வந்து அந்த stock sale பண்ணிட்டாங்க. Stock sale பண்ணும்போது PGBP. Hence see here, selling price of the stock should be taken in PGBP minus cost price. Cost price பதிலா என்ன எடுக்க போறீங்க? Fair market value on date of conversion. In the fair market value will become cost in PGBP chapter. So you will get PGBP income. புரியுதா? Capital gain வந்து, and listen here, both of them are taxable. Both capital gain, both are taxable in year of sale of stock. Both are taxable in the year of sale of stock. Now I also want you to write below what will happen if stock is converted into capital asset. ரெண்டுமே சேர்ந்து படிக்கலாம். Stock is converted to capital asset. So there are two types of income, PGBP income, capital gain income. PGBP ல வந்து selling price is equal to fair market value on date of conversion minus cost is equal to PGBP. Then capital gain la full value of consideration will be taken minus cost of acquisition FMV on date of conversion. Please write this also quickly. Stock converted into capital asset. Done. Okay. So same type of treatment only. Capital assets converted to stock, stock converted to capital asset. So first வந்து நாங்க என்ன பார்த்தோம், PGBP ல பார்த்தோம், stock is converted to capital asset. In that case, what will be the PGBP income? Selling price will be taken as fair market value on date of conversion minus cost price is equal to PGBP. In the year of conversion itself, you have to pay PGBP tax. Difference வந்து ஒரே ஒரு difference தான். PGBP கேஸ்ல நீங்க அந்தந்த வருஷத்துல tax கட்டணும். ஆனா capital gain கேஸ்ல ரெண்டுமே tax வந்து நீங்க ஒரே வருஷத்துல கட்டினா போதும். The year in which finally that stock is sold. That is the only major difference. Capital gain PGBP கேஸ்ல when stock is converted to capital asset, capital gain கேஸ்ல வந்து full value of consideration is the sale price minus cost of acquisition. It will be taken as fair market value on date of conversion. This we already studied. So it will result in capital gain. இதே மாதிரி now coming to capital asset converted to stock. When capital asset converted to stock, full value of consideration will be taken as fair market value on conversion date. Then cost of acquisition, indexed cost ella normal calculation, you will find out the capital gain. இந்த capital gain க்கு அந்த வருஷத்துல tax பண்ண வேண்டாம், கண்டுபிடிச்சு வெச்சுக்கோங்க. You just find out and keep, don't tax it. When should you tax it? You should wait till the year in which that stock is sold. So when the stock is sold, PGBP also will be taxed, capital gain also will be taxed in the same year. Sir, what if ஒரு பில்டிங் இருக்கு, அதுல ரெண்டு ஃப்ளோர் வந்து இருக்கு, அது கேபிட்டல் அசெட்டா ஸ்டாக் மாத்திட்டோம். ஒரு வருஷத்துல வந்து ஒரே ஒரு ஃப்ளோர் தான் சேல் பண்ணோம், இன்னொரு ஃப்ளோர் சேல் பண்ணல. In such case what to do? Proportionate capital gain you tax in the year, in that year. ஒரு ஃப்ளோர் சேல் பண்ண வருஷத்துல வந்து அந்த ஒரு ஃப்ளோரோட கேபிட்டல் கெயினுக்கு டாக்ஸ் போடுங்க. அடுத்த வருஷத்துல அடுத்த ஃப்ளோர் சேல் பண்ணும்போது அடுத்த ஃப்ளோருக்கு கேபிட்டல் கெயின்ல டாக்ஸ் போடும். Proportionately tax it. Hence, only if the part of a stock is sold, then only part capital gain shall arise in the year in which such part is sold. Right? That you do proportionate calculation. Next. இது வந்து நாங்க this we will discuss when we will discuss the exemptions. Okay. Next case, இப்போ third case பார்க்கிறோம், compensation on compulsory acquisition. We discussed in the meaning of transfer that compulsory acquisition also is included in transfer. Hence, when the government is coming and compulsory acquiring the immovable property of the assessee, then whatever compensation the government is giving is subject to capital gain tax. Okay. Hence, capital gain should be calculated. full value of consideration will be the compensation received from the government. Cost of acquisition, indexed cost of acquisition as usual. However, transfer, when does it takes place? When it is compulsory acquired. But the capital gain is only taxable in the year in which you receive the compensation. Okay va? Suppose இன்னைக்கு acquire பண்ணியாச்சு 3 வருஷம் கழிச்சு தான் government பணம் தராங்கன்னா 3 வருஷம் கழிச்சு தான் நீங்க capital gainல tax கட்டினா போதும். Okay? Compensation is taxable in the year in which the compensation is, capital gain is taxable in the year in which the compensation is received. Now, firstly, let us discuss exemption under section 10 clause 37. Exemption on compulsory acquisition of immovable property. When will exemption arise? Compensation received on urban agricultural land is exempt for individual or HUF if three conditions are satisfied. Number 1, the assessee should be individual or HUF. Number 2, agricultural land shall be used at least for 2 years before the date of transfer by the assessee or assessee's parents or the HUF for agriculture. Here you please write for agriculture. அது 2 years எதுக்கு யூஸ் பண்ணணும்? agriculture பண்றதுக்கு யூஸ் பண்ணணும். And the consideration should be determined and approved by the RBI or central government. என்ன சொல்ல வராங்க? சார் ஒரு அர்பன் அக்ரிகல்ச்சரல் லேண்ட் இருக்கு, அதுக்கு எக்ஸம்ஷன் எப்போ கிடைக்கும்? ரூரல் அக்ரிகல்ச்சரல் லேண்ட் ஏன் இங்க போடல? ஏன்னா அது டாக்ஸபிளே கிடையாது. ஓகேவா? எக்ஸம் அது எப்படியோ எக்ஸம்ட். ஹென்ஸ் அர்பன் அக்ரிகல்ச்சரல் லேண்ட் கேஸ்ல இண்டிவிஜுவல் HUF can claim exemption if it is individual HUF. Number 2, it should be used at least for 2 years for agriculture by himself, parents or by the HUF. And number 3, consideration is determined by RBI or central government. Okay, then so this is the exemption 10 clause 37. Next, if compensation is received due to any specific act which exempts it from tax, then it is exempt. Sometimes என்ன தெரியுமா ஆகும்? compulsorily acquire பண்ணிட்டு இருப்பாங்க government, so government will be paying compensation. The people will tell that we will give you our property only if you assure that we should not pay any income tax. Okay va? So kudukumbodhu the government will draft a special act where they will tell that whenever we are compulsorily acquiring the property from this village, they need not pay any income tax. In such case and the act la எழுதிருக்கிறனால tax கட்ட வேண்டாம். Okay va? Hence if compensation is received due to any specific act which exempts it from tax, then it is exempt. Now there are two types of compensation. என்னது? Initial compensation, enhanced compensation. Initial compensation means the compensation which is determined and given by the government. Government தான் அவங்க அந்த compensation decide பண்ணி கொடுத்துருவாங்க. But many times the assessee will not be happy with the compensation. He will tell that the value of my property is more, hence I should receive more compensation. So he will go to the court and fight with the government in the court. The court may or may not increase the compensation. If it is not increase the compensation, then ignore everything as usual. However, if court increases the compensation, this extra compensation is called enhanced compensation. Okay va? கோர்ட் வந்து காம்பன்சேஷன் ஏத்திட்டா அந்த எக்ஸ்ட்ரா காம்பன்சேஷனுக்கு தான் என்ன சொல்லுவாங்க? enhanced compensation. Initial compensation is taxable in the year in which the first installment is received. Sometimes என்ன தெரியுமா ஆகும்? government compulsory acquire பண்ணிட்டு they will decide that we are going to give you 5 crore rupees as compensation. 2 crores first yearல கொடுப்போம், 2 crores second yearல கொடுப்போம், balance 1 crore வந்து third yearல கொடுப்போம் சொல்றாங்க. ஓகேவா? In such case, entire 5 crores will be taxable in the first year itself. புரியுதா? Entire 5 crores first yearலயே taxable. Hence, even if installment receive ஆனாலும் சரி, it is taxable in the year in which the first installment is received. Initial compensation case. ஆனா enhanced compensation case, which is court நால கிடைக்குது அந்த பணம், it is taxable only as and when it is received. Okay? Even if it is received in installment, எந்த வருஷத்துல கிடைச்சாலோ அந்த வருஷத்துல தான் taxable, because நம்ப முடியாது இன்னைக்கு வந்து கோர்ட் சொல்றாங்க that you have to give enhanced compensation of 5 crores. ஓகேவா? கவர்மெண்ட் லெட்ஸ் சே 1 கோடி கொடுத்துட்டாங்க. now government will be like இல்ல அதுக்கு மேல நாங்க கொடுக்க முடியாது, now we will fight you in higher court. So there is no guarantee whether the money will come or not. That is why as and when it is received, that time you tax. Taxable as and when it is received. Now listen, if it is received due to interim order, then it is taxable in the year in which final order is passed. Sometimes என்ன ஆகும்னா கோர்ட் கிட்ட போவாங்க that எனக்கு வந்து எக்ஸ்ட்ரா காம்பன்சேஷன் வேணும் என்னோட ப்ராப்பர்ட்டிக்காக. the court will be like அது ஸ்டடி பண்ணிட்டு கோர்ட்டுக்கு தெரியும் it will take at least 2 to 3 years இந்த கோர்ட் கேஸ் வந்து போயிட்டே இருக்கும் 2-3 வருஷமா. பட் இந்த அசஸிக்கு வந்து இப்போ ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்கு. and by seeing the facts of the case itself, the assessee is asking for 5 crores extra, but court is telling 5 கோடி பத்தி தெரியாது, but at least 2 crores he should be getting. Hence they will give an interim order to the government that okay, court case is going on, but we order the government to pay 2 crores to him immediately. Okay, but we will decide the entire amount when the case is closed. கேஸ் வந்து எப்போ முடியுமோ அப்பதான் ஃபைனலா டிட்டர்மைன் பண்ணும். இப்போதைக்கு நீங்க 2 கோடியாவது கொடுங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. this is called interim order. interim orderல வந்து 2 crores கிடைச்சிருக்குன்னா it will not be taxable. it will only be taxable in the year in which final order is passed. because sometimes என்ன ஆகும், final order pass பண்ணும்போது they might feel, the court will feel that the assessee has cheated, facts எல்லாம் ஒழுங்கா காட்டல, அந்த 2 கோடியும் கொடுத்திருக்க கூடாது. ஸோ கவர்மெண்ட்க்கு என்ன சொல்லுவாங்க, இந்த 2 கோடி கொடுத்துருக்கீங்களா திருப்பி வாங்கிக்கோங்க அப்படி கூட சொல்லலாம். ஸோ there is no conformity that this 2 crores is going to stay or not stay. Hence if amount is received due to interim order, wait till the final order. when the final order comes, that time you tax. okay, so திருப்பி இது வந்து ரிப்பீட் பண்ற compulsory acquisition. compulsory acquisition means what? Government compulsory acquires the property. it is taxable only in the year in which the compensation is received. if initial compensation is received in installments, then first installment liye full amount is taxable. if enhanced compensation received, as and when it is received, it will be taxable. if compensation received due to interim order, it will be taxed in the year in which the final order has been passed. fine. so ipo calculation of capital gain. full value of consideration என்னது? initial compensation. cost of acquisition, index cost of acquisition. cost of improvement, indexed cost of improvement. you will find the long term or short term capital gain. that is normal tax. then let's say there is enhanced compensation. enhanced compensation la full value of consideration will be enhanced compensation. then transfer expense la vandu you can put litigation expense, that is lawyer ku kudukra fees, then court fees, all this you can reduce, lawyer fees, court fees, etc. all this you can reduce as transfer expenses. ஆனா காஸ்ட் ரெடியூஸ் பண்ணுவீங்களா? பண்ணக்கூடாது. ஏன் பண்ணக்கூடாது? ஏன்னா இனிஷியல் காம்பன்சேஷன் கால்குலேஷன்ல ஏற்கனவே காஸ்ட் ரெடியூஸ் பண்ணியாச்சு. ஸோ என்ஹான்ஸ்டு காம்பன்சேஷன் வரும்போது காஸ்ட் ரெடியூஸ் பண்ணக்கூடாது. ஓகேவா? ஹென்ஸ் ஃபுல் வேல்யூ ஆஃப் கன்சிடரேஷன் will be the enhanced compensation minus litigation expenses, you will get the capital gain. okay, then enhanced compensation கொடுத்தா interest கூட கொடுப்பாங்க because it will be late, correct? this interest is taxable in income from other sources chapter. IFOS la it is taxable. then so this is over. next section 45 5A, capital gain in case of specified agreement. Specified agreement means joint development agreement. It means joint development agreement. Joint development agreement. So nowadays joint development agreement is very very common. Joint development agreement na enna? For example, there is an old man. And the old man வந்து he is having 2 sons and he want to give a good house to both of his sons. ஒரு modern house கொடுக்கணும்னு விரும்புறாங்க. பட் அவங்க கிட்ட இருக்கிற சொத்து வந்து என்னது? வீடு மட்டும்தான். வீடு and land that he is having. So he will go to a builder and he will enter into an agreement called joint development agreement. he will tell that you take my land, என்னோட land எடுத்து you build many flats on this land. For example 5 flats நீங்க கட்டுங்க, 5 flatல இருந்து எனக்கு 2 கொடுத்துருங்க, 3 நீங்க வெச்சுக்கோ. So he will do the construction, land will be given by this person, correct? Flats will be constructed by builder. So for giving the land he will get 2 flats, and for doing the construction the builder will get 3 flats. This is called joint development agreement. Okay, so now joint development agreement is equal to agreement in which the person owning land or building or both allows another person to develop real estate on such land or building or both. Consideration is a share being land or building or both after the real estate is developed. Some consideration can also be in cash. That builder will give 2 flats, along with that he will give 20 lakhs extra. அப்படி கூட இருக்கலாம், பணமாவும் கொடுக்கலாம் கொஞ்சம் amount. ஓகேவா? It is applicable only to individual or HUF. Only to individual or HUF. So in the section joint development agreement, in the benefit is applicable to individual or HUF. AOP, BOI, AJP company எல்லாமே normal provisions will apply. Normal provision. So what is the year of transfer? When the possession is transferred. Transfer definition பார்க்கும்போது what did we learn? Possession is also called as transfer. Okay va? Hence when this old person is giving his land to the builder, it is transfer. But அந்த லேண்டுக்கு வந்து old person கிட்ட பில்டிங் கட்டுறதுக்கு பணமே கிடையாது. அதனால தானே அவங்க பில்டர் கிட்டே போயிட்டு சொல்லியிருக்காங்க சரி எனக்கு ஃபிளாட் கட்டி கொடுங்கன்னு சொல்லி. இப்போ இந்த ஓல்ட் பர்சன் பில்டருக்கு லேண்ட் கொடுக்கும்போது எங்கிருந்து டாக்ஸ் கட்டுறது? Hence the government is telling that okay, we will postpone your tax. You need not pay the tax when you are giving this land to the builder, but you have to pay the tax when you are getting that flat from the builder. அது வரைக்கும் நாங்க வெயிட் பண்ணுவோம். அந்த flat உங்களுக்கு எப்போ கிடைக்குமோ அப்போ வந்து you have to pay the tax. When will the flat be received? When the completion certificate is issued. CC, completion certificate for that flat will be issued. So the year of transfer is the year in which possession is given. Year of taxability is the year in which completion certificate for whole or part of the project is issued by the authority. It can be for part of the project also. Okay va? Full value of consideration in sir. Full value of consideration should be stamp duty value as on the date of completion certificate plus consideration received in cash. So see here, land is given to builder, correct? So how to calculate capital gain? Capital gain calculate பண்ணும்போது full value of consideration is equal to value of 2 flats that the builder is giving, stamp duty value of the 2 flats that builder is giving plus cash if any. Builder cash கொடுத்தாலும் அந்த cash சேர்த்திக்கோங்க. That will be full value of consideration minus cost of acquisition will be what? Purchase cost of house or purchase cost of land. என்னவெல்லாம் இருக்கலாம். You will find capital gain. புரியுதா? இந்த capital gain value மேல tax கட்டணும். Full value of consideration will be stamp duty value of the 2 flats plus cash received. Cost of acquisition will be purchase cost of land. And one point about cost of acquisition which we left out. உங்களுக்கு என்ன சொன்ன concept? If any capital asset வாங்கும்போது அந்த transaction மேல tax pay பண்ணியாச்சுன்னா tax calculate பண்ணும்போது அதோட value எவ்வளவு எடுத்தோமோ that is only cost. Hence in this transaction he is getting this 2 flats, correct? Hence the value cost of acquisition of these 2 flats will be the stamp duty value on date of CC, completion certificate. So in the flats வந்து futureல sale பண்ணும்போது அதோட cost என்ன எடுப்பீங்க? In the stamp duty value, because that only was considered for tax calculation. புரியுதா? Hence அதுதான் cost of acquisition of the share received in joint development agreement is equal to இது வேண்டாம், here you write stamp duty value on date of completion certificate. because amount of full value consideration also includes cash. So இது எழுதாம better you write stamp duty value on date of completion certificate. Joint development agreementல எவ்வளோ ஷேர் கிடைச்சிருக்கு, அந்த ஷேரோட காஸ்ட் என்ன, காஸ்ட் இஸ் த ஸ்டாம்ப் டியூட்டி வேல்யூ, பிகாஸ் அது மேலே தான் டேக்ஸ் கட்டியிருக்கும். This section does not apply if capital asset is transferred on or before the date of completion certificate. Completion certificate வாங்குறதுக்கு முன்னாடியே நீங்க அந்த 2 ஃபிளாட் சேல் பண்ணிட்டீங்க, ஓகேவா? In such case this entire section will fail, normal provisions will apply. Okay, normal provisionsல காம்ப்ளிகேஷன் நிறைய இருக்கு, அது பத்தி இப்போதைக்கு யோசிக்க வேண்டாம். எக்ஸாம்ல வந்தா இந்த கேஸ் மட்டும் தான் வரும், நார்மல் கேஸ் வராது. Fine. Hence, in such case, capital gain is taxable in the year of transfer, that is when the possession was transferred. So, 4 cases we have seen, exception to charging section. Now, we are going to see one by one special cases. Special cases. First, we are going to see demat account. Demat account. Section 45 subsection 2a talks about transfer of securities in demat account. Demat account na enna? Dematerialized account. In that account our shares and securities are stored in electronic form. Generally enna agona demat account la shares irukumla, it will be in the name of broker. Zerodha da vaangi vechirupanga, namalukku badala vechirupanga. They will be having on behalf of us. Hence we are the beneficial owner. On paper they will be the owner because they are only having the security in their hand. Certificate security avanga kaiyila irukum. On paper they will be the owner, but beneficial owner vandu namma dhaan. That is why they are telling capital gain is applicable in the hands of beneficial owner, which is nothing but shareholder. Shareholder, not the broker. Okay va? Then share certificate irukumbodhu, when in older times share certificate were in paper form, certificate கொடுப்பாங்க. அந்த டைம்ல வந்து if you are having 10 certificates, for example you have purchased some shares 10 year back and you also purchased some share 1 year back. 1 year back இருக்கிற shares கூட நீங்க இப்போ சேல் பண்ணலாம். 10 years முன்னாடி இருக்கிறது அந்த certificate அப்படியே வச்சுக்கலாம். So அது பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் தான் you have to calculate capital gain. புரியுதா? Suppose 1 year முன்னாடி ஒரு ஷேர் வாங்கியிருக்கீங்க, அதோட சர்டிபிகேட் இருக்கு, அது நீங்க வித்துட்டீங்கன்னா, ஸோ அந்த 1 இயர்க்கு முன்னாடி என்ன வேல்யூ இருக்குமோ தட் இஸ் ஓன்லி காஸ்ட் ஆஃப் அக்விசிஷன் அண்ட் செல்லிங் பிரைஸ் அக்கார்டிங்லி எவ்வளோக்கு நீங்க சேல் பண்ணீங்க. பட் டிமேட்ல அந்த கான்செப்ட் கிடையாது, பிகாஸ் டிமேட்ல வந்து தெர் இஸ் நோ பிசிக்கல் செக்யூரிட்டி. ஹென்ஸ் ஆல் த ஷேர்ஸ் வில் கெட் மிக்ஸ்ட் அப். யூ டோன்ட் நோ விச் ஷேர் யூ பாட் 10 years பேக், விச் ஷேர் யூ பாட் 2 years பேக். தட் இஸ் வை ஆல்வேஸ் யூ ஹாவ் டு ஃபாலோ FIFO மெத்தட், ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இன் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் அவுட் மெத்தட். நீங்க என்ன ஷேர் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வாங்குனீங்களோ அந்த ஷேர் தான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் விற்கிறீங்க. தட் இஸ் த கான்செப்ட். காஸ்டிங்ல இந்த மெத்தட் இருக்குல்ல, சேம். ஹென்ஸ் காஸ்ட் ஆஃப் அக்விசிஷன் அண்ட் பீரியட் ஆஃப் ஹோல்டிங் both should be determined on FIFO method. FIFO method only applies to demat security. It does not apply to physical security. Fine. In case of multiple demat account, FIFO applies account wise, not on aggregate amount. For example, நீங்க ஜெரோதால ஒரு அக்கவுண்ட் வச்சிருக்கீங்க, மோதிலால் ஓஸ்வால்ல ஒரு அக்கவுண்ட் வச்சிருக்கீங்க, ரெண்டு broker கிட்ட. So Zerodha and Motilal Oswal, they don't know how much you are having in each other's account. Okay va? அதனால individual account wise தான் you can calculate FIFO basis. Okay va? Not for all the put together. Zerodha and Motilal add பண்ணிட்டு FIFO கண்டுபிடிக்க முடியாது. Individual account wise only you can find out. Next. Capital asset transferred from a partner to a partnership firm or a member to AOP or BOI. In such case, who is the transferor? Partner. Hence, capital gain will arise in the hands of partner. Full value of consideration should be taken as amount recorded in the books of accounts of partnership firm. So, எவ்வளோ amount வருது அது பார்க்க கூடாது. Partnership firm accounts ஓட booksல வந்து எவ்வளோ போட்டிருக்காங்களோ அந்த amount பார்க்கணும். Okay. Suppose for example, ஒரு partner வந்து he has given his car to partnership firm for business purpose. Okay va? இந்த காருக்கு வந்து partner did not take any money, but in the partnership firm oda books he wrote capital introduced on behalf of car is equal to 10 lakhs. அப்படி போடுவாங்க. Practically this will only happen. he will not take any money, but he will tell capital introduce 10 lakhs and bracket la car entry போட்டுருவாங்க. Hence this 10 lakhs should be taken as full value of consideration minus cost is equal to capital gain. Okay. Then if immovable property is transferred and stamp duty value is more than the amount recorded in books, then stamp duty value only should be taken as full value of consideration. இதே same case, partner வந்து immovable property partnership firm க்கு கொடுத்திருக்காங்க and value of books or stamp duty value whichever is lower you have to take. Means maximum எவ்வளவு எடுக்கலாம் stamp duty value, அதுக்கு மேல you should not take as full value of consideration. Next, sorry, whichever is higher ஏன்னா higher எடுத்தா தானே டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்க்கு benefit, so higher value you have to take as full value of consideration. Then capital asset transferred from firm AOP or BOI to a partner or member. Reverse case, இப்போ firm வந்து பார்ட்னருக்கு கொடுக்குது. In such case capital gain is taxable in the hands of firm because firm is the transferor. Full value of consideration should be the fair market value on date of transfer. Okay va, because price easily partner and partnership firm இருந்தா price easily manipulate பண்ணலாம், என்ன வேணா price fix பண்ணலாம், அதனால fair market value consider பண்ணணும். Next, distribution of assets by company in liquidation. Liquidation na என்ன, company close ஆகுது, close ஆயிட்டு அதுக்கு இருக்கிற assets வந்து எல்லாமே shareholder கிட்ட distribute பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க. In such case, in the hands of company, distribution is a transaction that is not regarded as transfer, so no capital gain tax liability. Company வந்து tax கட்ட வேண்டாம், ஏன்னா it is a transaction not regarded as transfer. Now let us see point of view of shareholder. ஓகேவா, shareholder வந்து அந்த assets வாங்குறாங்கல, at that time those assets up to the accumulated profits will be considered as deemed dividend under section 222E. Income from other sources la படிக்க போறோம் concept of deemed dividend. என்னது, when the company is distributing its assets to its shareholder on liquidation, then up to the accumulated profits, ஏன்னா profit க்கு மேல dividend கொடுக்க முடியாது, profit வரைக்கும் தானே dividend கொடுக்கலாம், so profit வரைக்கும் எவ்வளவு assets கொடுத்திருக்காங்களோ அவ்வளோ asset will be considered as dividend in the hands of shareholder. Shareholder has to pay the tax. Okay. Next, இப்போ company வந்து close down ஆகுது, company அவங்களோட asset கொடுத்துட்டு இருக்காங்க, shareholder is also giving his shares back no to the company. Since company is getting closed, the shareholder's shares will lapse, extinguishment of asset. In such case what is happening, it is a transfer in the hands of shareholder also, and the shares வந்து போகுது. Listen, see, there is a company ABC Limited, this is going into liquidation. Okay, there is a shareholder Mr. A. Mr. A is getting the asset. Okay, in the asset வந்து asset up to accumulated profit. If an asset is from accumulated profit, it is deemed dividend, taxable in IFOS, income from other sources. Now see here, this A is having share no, now this share is getting lapsed, this share is getting extinguished. In such case what will happen, it is transfer, extinguishment is transfer. Hence full value of consideration என்ன எடுக்கிறது, full value of consideration will be taken as whatever asset and money is given by the company, because அந்த share போறனால அதானே வந்திருக்கு, minus deemed dividend. So company எவ்வளவு asset money என்ன கொடுக்கறாங்களோ minus deemed dividend, ஏன்னா deemed dividend is taxed in IFOS, so அது டச் பண்ண வேண்டாம், ரெண்டு தடவை same amount tax பண்ண வேண்டாம், so minus deemed dividend. So full value of consideration அதுக்கு தான் I wrote money received plus fair market value of asset distributed minus deemed dividend under section 222E will be taken as full value of consideration for the purpose of section 48. Okay va? Then balance. Cost of acquisition will be taken as purchase price of shares. Balance amount, net amount is capital gain or capital loss as the case may be. புரிஞ்சிச்சா? So shareholder கையில IFOS லியும் tax வரும், capital gain லியும் tax வரும். IFOS ல what is the tax? The asset received up to the accumulated profit is taxable in IFOS. Balance whatever money received or asset received will be taken as full value of consideration minus cost of acquisition is equal to capital gain. Right? This is the treatment in case of liquidation. Period of holding will be taken from the date of acquisition till the date of extinguishment of shares. என்னைக்கு ஷேர் பர்ச்சேஸ் பண்ணாலும் அன்னையிலேருந்து எப்போ ஷேர்ஸ் லேப்ஸ் ஆயிடுச்சோ இன்னைக்கு வரைக்கும். செக்ஷன் 46A இது கட் பண்ணிடுங்க, உங்களுக்கு ரெலவெண்ட் கிடையாது. யூ சி ஒன்லி ஃபார் த டிரான்சாக்ஷன் ஆஃப்டர் 5/7/2019. Now we are talking about buyback of shares. Buyback of shares. So if a company is buying back its own shares, then how to treat it? So என்ன ஆகுது? ABC Limited is a company. A is a shareholder. He is having share of ABC Limited. He is giving this share to ABC Limited and ABC Limited is giving him consideration. Share திருப்பி கொடுத்துறாங்க, பணம் வாங்கிக்கிறாங்க, buyback. ஓகேவா? In such case how to treat? In case of listed and unlisted shares of domestic company, listed and unlisted share of domestic company, shareholder need not pay any tax. It is exempt under section 10 clause 34A. There is a section 10 clause 34A which is exempting the capital gain on buyback. Inga who is the transferor? A is only transferor, the shareholder. He is giving the shares, he is getting the money. So he should pay capital gain, correct? Ana and the capital gain exempt. Tax katta vendam. Then who will pay the tax? Company will pay the tax. It is a special tax called buyback tax. Buyback tax. As buyback tax enna rate? 20% tax, 12% fixed surcharge. Means 1 ரூபா tax இருந்தாலும் 12% surcharge வரும். ஓகேவா? And 4% health and education cess. So totally 23.296% is the buyback tax. எந்த amount மேல buyback tax? Buyback price minus issue price. எவ்வளோ price issue பண்ணியிருக்காங்க minus எவ்வளோ priceக்கு buyback பண்றாங்க. The difference மேல it should be paid, buyback tax should be paid within 14 days from the date of buyback. They have to pay to the government. Okay va? Tax on buyback shall be on buyback price minus issue price and it shall be paid within 14 days from the date of buyback. Okay, this is only applicable for domestic company shares. Other than domestic company ஆயிருந்தா as usual company எதுவுமே கட்ட மாட்டாங்க, shareholder வந்து capital gain pay பண்ணணும். Capital gain எப்படி கண்டுபிடிப்பாங்க? Full value of consideration will be the amount received from company. Cost will be as usual cost of purchase, you will get the capital gain. And also in case of specified security, that is ESOP etc, adhe same, company will not pay any tax, shareholder has to pay tax under capital gain. Then so buyback also we have seen. Now slump sale we will see. We will also work out a question on slump sale, one of the most important questions in capital gain, because இதுல இருந்து ஒரு பெரிய क्वेश्चन கேட்கிறதுக்கு ஈஸியா வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு. 8 marks 10 marks question, and if you know the concept easily you will be able to solve. Fine. Slump sale na enna kanna? Slump sale means ஒரு undertaking அப்படியே entirely sale பண்ணிடுறாங்க. It is called slump sale. அந்த undertakingல எவ்வளவு asset இருக்கு, எவ்வளவு liability இருக்கு, அதுக்கு வேல்யூ தனித்தனியா கண்டுபிடிக்காம full undertaking ஓட ஒரே ஒரு வேல்யூ கண்டுபிடிச்சு அதை அப்படியே சேல் பண்ணிடுறாங்க. We can take an example. Let's say Titan is there, no? It is having a brand Tanishq. Okay, let's say it sold Tanishq. We are only assuming it sold this Tanishq brand as an undertaking to Joya Lucas. Joya Lucas को sale பண்ணிட்டாங்க. In such case, this sale and they have received 1000 crores from Joya Lucas. for sale of Tanishq. This type of sale is called slump sale. Slump sale na enna, ஒரு undertaking அப்படியே sale பண்ணிடுறது without determining the cost of individual asset of the undertaking, just fixing one price and selling the entire undertaking. So slump sale means assessee transfer the entire undertaking or division for a lump sum consideration without assigning the value of individual asset. In such case, how to determine capital gain? Number 1, full value of consideration. Full value of consideration vande, this you please cut, and here you write FMV1 or FMV2, whichever is higher, as per rule 11 UAE. FMV1 or FMV2, fair market value 1, fair market value 2, whichever is higher, you have to take as full value of consideration. Okay, what is this FMV1? FMV1 is fair market value of capital assets transferred. FMV2 is fair market value of consideration received. See here, they received 1000 crores, no? Now let us also assume that when Titan gave to Joya Lucas, the capital asset which was there in Tanishq, adoda value was 1200 crores. Capital asset oda value. In such case, what you should take as full value of consideration? Answer is 1200 crores. So what is the fair market value of asset transferred? What is fair market value of consideration received? Rendleo, whichever is higher will be taken as full value of consideration. Then minus transfer expense, you will get net consideration. Then cost of acquisition. Cost of acquisition vande, you cannot find out for so many assets separately, hence you have to find out net worth of the undertaking. So Tanishq oda net worth enna kandupidikano. Net worth kandupidikkiradhukku there are certain rules. Enna rules? There will be assets, there will be liabilities in the balance sheet. Net worth vande eppadi kandupidipom? Asset minus liability is equal to net worth. Okay, so in case of asset, depreciable asset irunda, take the WDV as per Income Tax Act. Opening WDV as per the Income Tax Act you have to take. Balance sheet oda value edukka kodadu, Income Tax Act oda opening WDV you have to take. Then other assets, take the book value. If at all there is any revaluation na, revaluation consider panna kodadu. ஒரு பில்டிங் வந்து 10 crore வாங்கியிருந்தாங்க, ஆனா ரீவேல்யூ பண்ணி 30 கோடின்னு போட்டிருக்காங்க பேலன்ஸ் ஷீட்ல. You have to take what? 10 crores. Fine. Then liabilities also take it as book value. So asset minus liability, you will get net worth. So இதுதான் full value of consideration என்ன? FMV1 or FMV2, whichever is higher, minus transfer expense, you will get net consideration. Net consideration வந்து you have to reduce net worth of undertaking. அதான் cost of acquisition, that is net worth of undertaking. You will get short term or long term capital gain. If the undertaking was held for at least 3 years, okay, 3 years ku mela vechirunda, it is long term capital gain. Up to 3 years na short term capital gain. Ana it is practically not possible to do indexation, adanal indexation kadiyadu. Long term capital gain, short term capital gain irukku, indexation kadiyadu. Okay, so in the net worth irukla, idu find பண்ணிட்டு இதை இண்டெக்ஸ் பண்ணக்கூடாது, டைரக்டா இதுதான் யூஸ் பண்ணணும். ஃபைன், because it is the balance sheet value as on today. However, even though we are taking at book value, it is not possible to do indexation. That is why no indexation is allowed. If net worth is negative, sometimes liabilities will be more than asset. If net worth is negative, cost of acquisition should be taken as 0. Don't take minus as cost of acquisition. If asset on which 35 AD deduction was claimed, its value should be taken as 0. Undertaking was held for less than up to 3 years na LTC, more than 3 years na LTCG, up to 3 years na STCG. Report of a chartered accountant is compulsory, indicating and certifying the computation of net worth. So net worth calculation வந்து ஒரு chartered accountant certify பண்ணணும். That is given. Now let us solve question. Question number Question number 10. Question number 10. Mr. A is a proprietor of Akash Enterprises having 2 units. He transferred on 1/4/2022 his unit 1 by way of slump sale for a total consideration of 25 lakhs. Fair market value of unit was 30 lakhs. Unit 1 was started in 2005-2006. The expense incurred for his transfer are 28,000. His balance sheet is given as under. Liability வந்து full companyக்கு கொடுத்திருக்கு, asset வந்து unit wise கொடுத்திருக்கு. Okay. Other information: revaluation reserve is created by revising upward the value of building of unit 1. No individual value of any asset is considered in transfer deed. Other assets, இது ஏன் கொடுக்கறாங்க? No individual value of any asset is considered to prove that it is a slump sale. ஓகேவா? இதுக்கு வேற ஏதோ பர்பஸ் கிடையாது. Other assets of unit 1 includes patent acquired on 1/7/2020 for 50,000 in which no depreciation has been charged. அவங்க வந்து ஏதோ தப்பு பண்ணா நீங்க கரெக்டா பண்ணணும், புரியுதா? இப்போ என்ன கொடுத்திருக்காங்க? அதர் அசெட்ஸ் இருக்குல்ல, இதுல வந்து ஒரு பேட்டன்ட் இருக்கு. Patent is an intangible asset. It is a depreciable asset. 25% depreciation கிடைக்கும். So 1/7/2020 ல இருந்து 25% depreciation கண்டுபிடிச்சு you have to find out the opening balance that you have to consider in asset calculation. Okay va? This you try to solve on your own and then we will discuss the answer. Format is very simple. Presentation you have to figure out how to do the presentation. Then when we will discuss, you will be clear. is period of 31st August வரைக்கும் எல்லாமே முடிஞ்சிடும். எல்லா அப்ளிகேஷன் ரைட் சேல் எல்லாமே முடிஞ்சிடும். One time you will get the shares. அது நம்ம data பண்ணலாம். period of the two shares Infosys shares. இது வந்து அக்செப்ட் பண்ணி கொடுத்தா அப்படின்னா data நம்ம இவ்வளவு எடுத்துக்கூடாது. இவ்வளவு எடுத்துக்கூடாது. இவ்வளவு எடுத்துக்கூடாது. வெளியிலேருந்து ஷேர்ஸ் வாங்கினாங்க, அன்னையிலேருந்து தானே period of Okay. So Mr. A is a proprietor of Akash Enterprises having 2 units. He transferred on 1/4/2022 his unit 1 by way of slump sale for a total consideration of 25 lakhs. Fair market value of the unit was 30 lakhs. So 25 lakhs, 30 lakhs. What should we take? We should take 30 lakhs, whichever is higher. Unit 1 was started in 2005-06. So is this unit short term or long term? Answer is long term capital asset. Expenses incurred for transfer is 28,000. So hence capital gain on slump sale of unit 1 இதுக்கு வந்து first full value of consideration is equal to as per rule 11 UAE. If you write this then also okay, not write also okay. FMV1 or FMV2, whichever is higher. So you have to take 25 lakhs or 30 lakhs, whichever is higher. So it will be taken as 30 lakhs. Then minus transfer expense. So how much? இது வந்து இதிலே போட்டிருக்கு 30 lakhs 28,000. So you will get how much? 29,72,000 net consideration minus net worth of 100 unit 1. You have to put working note number 1. So finally you will get another long term capital gain or loss அது வந்து அப்புறமே எழுதலாம். Now கொஞ்சம் 2-3 lines space விட்டுட்டு you can start working note number 1. Net worth, calculation of net worth of unit 1. இதில் வந்து first take the assets minus liability பண்ணுறோம்ல. So first asset 1 by 1 எடுத்துக்கலாம். asset வந்து என்னது? First building's value for unit 1 is 12 lakhs. ஆனா ஒரு இது இருக்கு note, revaluation reserve is creating by revising upward the value of building of unit 1. So revaluation reserve for unit 1 is 3 lakhs. Hence value of building should be taken as 12 lakhs minus 3 lakhs. Revaluation effect வந்து remove பண்ணணும். So how much? 9 lakhs. Then second asset is machinery வந்து என்ன வேல்யூ கொடுத்திருக்கு? 3 lakhs and no adjustment is given, so directly you can take it as 3 lakhs. Now listen, the question never specifies whether this 12 lakh and 3 lakh is the opening WDV of the asset. You should only take opening WDV as per Income Tax Act, correct? Hence it is necessary to put an assumption that it is assumed that the value of building and value of machinery above are the opening WDV as per Income Tax Act. Okay va? Hence இதுவும் போடணும். அப்படியே சேர்ந்து assumption இங்க வேணா போடலாம், or you can put it here also, or you can put it after the working also, your wish. Assumption the value of building and machinery above is assumed to be the opening WDV as per the Income Tax Act. okay, this is very necessary. இந்த லைனுக்கே 1 mark இருக்கும் and example. Then next building ஆயிடுச்சு, machinery ஆயிடுச்சு. Next asset is debtors. So debtors வந்து எவ்வளோ? unit 1 lakh. Next asset is other assets. Other assets la you know that other assets contain 50,000 worth patent. So what you are going to write first? 1,50,000 minus 50,000. How much is this coming? 1 lakh. Then you have to write patent. Patent க்கு வந்து நீங்க ஸ்பேஸ் விட்டு இன்னொரு வர்க்கிங் போடலாம், இல்லனா வேல்யூ இங்க கூட கண்டுபிடிக்கலாம், your wish. I am finding out here itself patent. So WDV as on 1/4/2022 is equal to, first என்ன cost 50,000 minus 25% la 25% is how much? 12500. 25% of 50,000, 37500 minus how much? 9375. You are getting how much? 28125. So closing WDV is 28125. So here you have to take how much? 28125. Assets over அவ்வளவுதானே. ஸோ இங்கே வந்து அசட்ஸ்க்கு வேணால் ஒரு டோட்டல் போட்டுடலாம். அவுட்டர் காலமில் இன்னர் காலம் ஒன்று வச்சுக்கலாம், அவுட்டர் காலம் வச்சுக்கலாம், இங்கே கூட போட்டுக்கலாம், நோ ப்ராப்ளம். வாட் இஸ் த டோட்டல்? 9,312 14,28,125. Now let's come to liabilities. Liabilities la number 1, own capital you leave, revaluation you leave, because that and all is not a part of liability. You have to come to only to the liabilities, that is loans and current liability, etc. Bank loan. Bank loan வந்து 70% belongs to unit 1, it is 1,40,000. Then trade creditors 25%, and you have to put the working 2 lakhs multiplied by 70%, very very important, okay va? Then trade creditors இது வந்து 1 lakh multiplied by 25%, coming to how much? 150, no sorry, not 1 lakh, 1,50,000, 1,37,500. அவ்வளவுதானா? okay, this is coming to how much? So net worth is இது வந்து மேலே போடணும் 1,250,625. how much? 375. okay, we will ஒரு தடவை செக் பண்ணிக்கலாம். 4.399. இதான் வந்துருச்சா? 1,250,625 and 1,721,375. கரெக்டா? 21 na, but all the other things are different, correct? No, 1,721,375. okay, so inga vandu only few things that you have to make sure that number 1, since in the question information is not given about opening WDV, you have to put assumption about opening WDV. Carefully you have to take the higher value of FMV1 and FMV2 and putting long term capital gain. Inga long elduradhukku you will get marks, okay va? So that you have to make sure. If you have time, you also put a note that undertaking is held for more than 3 years, hence it is long term அப்படினு போட்டுருங்க. So you will get the marks. So now next concept வந்து I think it is 50C, so it will take a lot of time to complete. அதுக்கு முன்னாடி we can break for lunch. So we will break for lunch and 1 hour இந்த 12:50 ஆச்சு 1:50 1 hourல we will start. There are two types of muscles. அதனால தான் confusion. There are two types of muscles. Then right use and share the effort. This is given only for share. A denounce the rights to be paid. B received the rights. B only provided fund. He can either sell the right or exercise the right. So, if he sold the right, the right is going to period of holding is equal to 1/7/2020 date of sale. Indexation வராது ஏன்னா short term always it will be short term. அதுக்கப்புறம் FPOC is equal to sale price. Let's say he sold it for 2,000. Cost of acquisition is equal to 400. Short term capital gain is equal to. Now in our example, he exercised. இதுதான் இது நான் கொடுக்கிறேன் ஏன்னா அது இது கன்ஃபியூஷன் ஆகும் மிடில் லெவல்ல இருக்க மாட்டாங்க அதனால அது வந்து எதுவும் உங்களுக்கு கிடைக்காது பட் இட் கேன் பி அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் எக்ஸசைஸ் பண்ணிட்டாங்கன்னா in that case cost of acquisition charge exercise நாலே we will give 600 to company 600 okay another exercise it may not be shallow யாருக்கு water நம்ம share so cost of acquisition is equal to 600 plus 200 and then இது வந்து date of allotment period of holding is equal to date of allotment இந்த புது ஷேர்ஸ் கிடைக்கும்ல 110 date of sale of shares imposition இது புது ஷேர்ஸ் உங்களுக்கு இது கன்ஃபியூஷன் ஆகுதுன்னா நான் இது எழுதி வச்சிருக்கேன் you are trying to fit it here that is why confusion is okay. But these are two transactions. If you see it separate, you will understand. Ready? So let us discuss the remaining chapters in capital gain. Finish capital gain. Firstly, section 50C. This is also one of the most important sections in capital gain. And இதே same section வந்து replica, it is there in PGBP also. It is there in PGBP also. PGBP la இந்த செக்ஷனுக்கு பேரு 43CA. Section 43CA. Capital gain la வந்து it is 50C. Stamp duty value shall be treated as full value of consideration. Now, in case of immovable property, that is land or building or both, if it is held as a capital asset, then if sale consideration is less than stamp duty value, then stamp duty value shall be full value of consideration. However, where stamp duty value is up to 110% of sale consideration, then sale consideration shall be full value of consideration. So generally what happens is, in case of sale of immovable property, that is land or building or both, there is a high component of black money that is involved. Okay va, ஒரு amount வந்து whiteல கொடுப்பாங்க, ஒரு பெரிய lump sum வந்து blackல கொடுப்பாங்க. Why blackல கொடுக்கிறது? For example, there is a house which A wants to sell B. Value of the house is 2 crore. Then what will happen? A will sell it in white for 20 lakhs, 80 lakhs, and black la vandu 1.2 crore. So on paper A is receiving only 80 lakhs. Idhukku enna benefit na? The benefit is that full value of consideration in income tax purpose will be treated as 80 lakhs. Then for paying the taxes to the stamp duty authorities also, the value will be considered as 80 lakhs. And black money of 1.2 crores will be used up also by this particular person who is paying. So avangaloda black money ella poirum. Ipo black money kali, so avanga tension e edukka vendam. So this is the advantage from both sides of doing a transaction in black. Hence it is very difficult to catch hold of these transactions. Red handed pudichachina, then it is very difficult for these persons to escape and they will heavily be punished. However, red handed pudika mudiyalana kandupudika mudiyadhu. In the black money, that is 1.2 crores, maybe through cash, maybe through precious metal, eppadi vena transfer பண்ணிடுவாங்க. Catch பண்ணியாச்சுனா well and good, பண்ணலனா எதுவுமே பண்ண முடியாது. And this is happening very frequently. இது வந்து கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்கும் தெரியும். Hence the government brought a solution that is in between. They told that whatever stamp duty value we are fixing for this particular house, minimum ivlo value ஆது you have to show it as full value of consideration. அதுக்கு மேல இருந்தா மேல இருக்கிற வேல்யூ, but minimum stamp duty value you have to show. However, in the recent past என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா கொஞ்சம் flexibility கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. என்ன flexibilityனா, let's say the stamp duty value is 85 lakhs. Okay, actual consideration coming to 80 lakhs, stamp duty value is 85 lakhs. Then what generally, if you see, you have to take stamp duty value as full value of consideration. However, you take 110% of 80 lakhs. 80 lakhs multiplied by 110% is equal to how much? 88 lakhs. Correct? 88 lakhs. இப்போ என்ன சொல்ல வராங்களா, stamp duty value is only a market value for that property according to the government. கொஞ்சம் முன்ன பின்ன இருக்கலாம். எவ்வளவு முன்ன பின்ன இருக்கலாம்? ஒரு 10% இருக்கலாம். That is why if they are telling that actual consideration oda 110% போடுங்க, and the value வருதுல, if the stamp duty value is within that limit, then you take actual consideration itself. இல்லனா you have to take stamp duty value. If it is suppose 85 க்கு பதிலா 90 இருந்துச்சுன்னு வெச்சுக்கோங்க, then you have to take 90 as the full value of consideration. So what are they trying to tell? Very simple. If stamp duty value is up to 110%, within 110% of sale consideration, then take sale consideration. If stamp duty value is more than 110 percentage, take stamp duty value, fine, as full value of consideration, and cost of acquisition, index cost of acquisition, everything as usual. However, sometimes let us assume that sale consideration is 80 lakhs, stamp duty value is 2 crores. Okay, stamp duty value is 2 crores. இப்போ இந்த black white எல்லாம் பார்க்க வேண்டாம். Stamp duty value is 2 crores. In this case, let us assume that market value is itself somewhere 80-90 only. ஆனா stamp duty value வந்து எக்கச்சக்கமா 2 crores போட்டு வச்சிருக்காங்க. So இது வந்து assessee கூட அநியாயம். Assessee is telling, I am not doing any black money transaction. I am genuinely selling only for 80 lakhs because market value of that property is 80 lakhs. Hence, he will go to the assessing officer and he will tell that please refer my matter to the valuation officer. Income tax department la assessing officer kitta poitu he will tell please refer the matter to the valuation officer. On his request, assessing officer may refer to the valuation officer. Okay va? Then valuation officer is also an income tax officer only. He is an expert in valuation. Now he will find out the value of the property. Fine. Let's say matter is referred to valuation officer. Valuation idu vandu stamp duty value. So now as per calculation, what should be the full value of consideration? 2 crores. 2 crores. Actual vandu 80 lakhs, stamp duty value vandu 2 crores. Since it is more than 110 percentage, you have to take 2 crores as full value of consideration. Now matter went to VO, valuation officer. Valuation officer can do one of 3 things. Number 1, he will tell 2 crores is correct. 2 crores stamp duty value correct, aduna market price. Appadi valuation officer sonna, then nothing can be done. Take this 2 crore as full value of consideration, pay the capital gain tax. Second, valuation officer will tell it is 3 crores. 2 crore kuda illa, it is 3 crores. Valuation officer will tell 2 crores is a lesser value. I predict that the value is 3 crores. In such case, already assessee is feeling very terrible. Hence, if valuation officer is increasing the value, then you ignore the valuation officer. If it is not beneficial for you, you ignore it. But let's say valuation officer told that it is 1 crore. Okay va? 1 crore is beneficial. Seri, 80 lakhs obviously illa, but 1 crore is way better than 2 crores, no? So assessee will happily accept this 1 crore and value determined by valuation officer now will become full value of consideration. Purida? Hence, if assessee claims that the stamp duty value is more than the fair market value, then assessing officer may refer the matter to the valuation officer. If value ascertained by valuation officer is more than the stamp duty value, then no need to change anything. Full value of consideration will remain stamp duty value. If valuation officer ascertains the value less than stamp duty value, then take the full value of consideration as value ascertained by valuation officer. Officer evlo solrangalo adu eduthuko. You get my point? Simple. Then sir, stamp duty value on what date we have to take? Government might keep on revising the stamp duty value of a property from time to time. In such case, should we take registration date or agreement date? Registration date is the date on which it is registered with the stamp duty authority. Agreement date is the date on which the buyer and seller come to an agreement. Okay, agreement podrathu. Now, generally registration date is taken. However, if on or before the agreement date, if full or part of the consideration is received through account pay check, account pay bank draft, electronic clearing system or any other prescribed mode, then you take agreement date. Okay va? So generally ennadhu registration date da edukanum, ana agreement date ku munnadi if any amount has been received through prescribed mode, then take the agreement date. Stamp duty value as on agreement date. Stamp duty value as on agreement date. So this is the concept of 50C. So what are they trying to tell? To remove the black money transaction, to remove or to tax the black money also, the government has brought in this section. black money எவ்வளோன்னு கண்டுபிடிக்க முடியாது, ரொம்ப ரொம்ப கஷ்டம். பிடிச்சிட்டா well and good, பிடிக்க முடியலன்னா என்ன பண்றது? Hence this section has been brought. Okay, so இதுல வந்து என்ன பண்றாங்க, 110% of actual consideration, that is sale consideration, அது வரைக்கும் stamp duty value இருந்தா escape, no problem, treat it as usual and solve the question. If the stamp duty value is more than 110%, then stamp duty value is full value of consideration. But assessee feels that it is wrong, hence he might go to assessing officer. Assessing officer will refer to valuation officer. If valuation officer further increases, ignore the valuation officer. If valuation officer reduces, take the advantage. Take the advantage. Okay, then stamp duty value to be taken on registration date or agreement date. Generally registration date. However, if full or part of the consideration is received through prescribed mode on or before agreement date, then take the agreement date as full value, agreement date as stamp duty date. Okay, now 43CA. 43CA is the same section for stock. Okay, ipo let's say I am having a house as a capital asset. So for the capital asset 50C will apply. Let's say there is a builder is having a building as a stock. Avangalukku vande in PGBP 43CA will apply. So stock sell பண்ணும்போது they have to see whether the sale value of the stock அதோட 110% குள்ளார SDV இருக்கா இல்லையா. If it is within 110%, ignore. More than that, na, take it as the full value of consideration. Okay, so applies to immovable property, land or building or both held as stock in trade. This amendment by financial year 2021 வந்து was only applicable for 12th November to 30th June. ஒரு தடவை வேணா go through பண்ணுங்க, அவ்வளோ இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் கிடையாது. Because அதோட டேட் எல்லாம் பீரியட் முடிஞ்சு போச்சு, கொஸ்டின் கேட்கறதுக்கு சான்ஸ் வெரி வெரி லெஸ், because it does not come in previous year 22-23. Section 50CA, let us discuss. Full value of consideration in case of unquoted shares. Unquoted shares means unlisted shares or listed but rarely traded shares. If unlisted shares are sold, then what to take as full value of consideration? Answer is, if unquoted shares of a company are held as a capital asset, the sale consideration is less than fair market value. Now take fair market value as, take full value of consideration as fair market value. அதே same concept 50C ல படிச்சோம்ல stamp duty value, அதே same concept எதுக்கு apply பண்றோம்? Unlisted shares or unquoted shares. If there is any unquoted shares or unlisted shares and selling price is less than fair market value, then take the full value of consideration as fair market value. Fine. Next, 50D. If sale consideration cannot be determined, then fair market value of the asset on date of transfer to be taken as full value of consideration. Sir, sale consideration எவ்வளோ வந்திருக்குன்னு determine பண்ண முடியல. For example, I sold my house, okay, to one auntie. I sold my house and I told that auntie, for my lifetime you give me food. On behalf of that house, for my lifetime you give me food. In such case, how to determine value of full value of consideration? Hence, don't take full value of consideration as sale consideration since it is not present. Instead, you take fair market value of the asset transferred. Okay, va? Example எழுதணும்னா எழுதிக்கலாம். Example, assessee sells house and asks buyer to give him lifetime food. Fair market value of house should be taken as full value of consideration. Assessee is selling his house and asking the buyer to give him lifetime food. Fair market value of the house should be taken as full value of consideration. Okay. Next, section 51, advance money forfeited. Advance money forfeited na enna, ஏதோ பொருள் வாங்குறதுக்காக நான் அட்வான்ஸ் கொடுத்தேன், ஆனா நான் அந்த பொருள் வாங்கல, ஸோ அந்த அட்வான்ஸ் அவங்களே வச்சுக்கிட்டாங்க. This is advance money forfeited. So for example, if I am having a capital asset, let's say I am having a plant and machinery, it is a capital asset with me, plant and machinery. This I want to sell. Since I want to sell PB, I want to sell to Mr. T. Since I want to sell this plant and machinery, Mr. T gave me advance of 1 lakh, okay, for this plant and machinery. Later on, Mr. T told, I don't want to buy the plant and machinery. Hence, I kept this advance with myself. This is called advance money forfeited. This is an income, correct? Now, there are two types of treatment for advance money forfeited. You have to see whether it was forfeited before 1/4/2014 or on or after 1/4/2014. If it is forfeited before 1/4/2014, then reduce it from the cost. Okay, va? In the plant and machinery irukla, let's say its cost is 10 lakh rupees, and reduce 1 lakh from 10 lakhs, 9 lakh rupees will be the cost. Fine. If it is forfeited on or after 1/4/2014, entire amount is taxable in income from other sources. Okay, change பண்ணிட்டாங்க taxability. Taxed in the year of transfer of capital gain. So since you reduce from the cost, so அதனால till this machine is finally sold, it will not be taxed. இந்த machine இருக்குல்ல, now let's say நீங்க advance வாங்கிட்டீங்க, advance forfeit ஆயிடுச்சு, இது உங்களுக்கு கிடைச்சிருச்சு. Now இப்போ இன்னும் 2 வருஷத்துக்கு வந்து நீங்க செல்லே பண்ணல அந்த plant and machinery, so no tax will come on this 1 lakh. Finally, let's say after 2 years you are selling, then after 2 years you reduce it from the cost 9 lakhs. 9 lakhs மேல நீங்க indexation போடணும், automatically it will be taxed after 2 years. But because of this, the government had to wait for a long period of time to tax this advance money. அதனால 2014 ல என்ன சொன்னாங்க, காஸ்ட்ல இருந்து ரெடியூஸ் பண்ண வேண்டாம், டைரக்டா full amount added to income under income from other sources, and we will tax it there. So 56(2)(9 ஒரு செக்ஷன் கொண்டு வந்தாங்க, where they told advance money forfeited will be taxable under income from other sources from 1/4/2014 onwards. Fine. இது அவ்வளோ இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் இல்லை, only for present owner. ரொம்ப deep, you can ignore, no problem. Next, when should you deduct? You should deduct before the indexation. So 10 lakhs minus 1 lakh equal to 9 lakhs. 9 lakhs கண்டுபிடிச்சதுக்கு அப்புறம் தான் indexation கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். Then if fair market value is chosen, then reduce it from the fair market value. If depreciable asset na, reduce the amount from WDV of the asset. Then reference to valuation officer also not that important, we will skip this, you just have a reading. 2 அது you show me that question, we will solve in class. Now we will see capital gain taxed at special rates. இது வந்து assessing officer can himself also go to valuation officer. First வந்து என்ன பார்த்தோம், assessee will request பண்ணிட்டு தான் போவாங்க. இது assessing officer can himself go. In what situation he can go, it is given that you have a reading. Theory wise it can come, but practical question is not possible. adlende. Now we will come to capital gain taxing at special rates. See, capital gains ku vandu special rate of tax irukku. 3 sections are there: 111A, 112 and 112A. First we will learn 111A and 112A. இந்த ரெண்டு செக்ஷன் பார்த்துக்கலாம். அதுக்கு முன்னாடி general point என்ன, chapter 6A deduction are not allowed against these sections. இந்த special rate of tax against வந்து 6A deduction claim பண்ண முடியாது. Normal tax rate இருந்தா மட்டும்தான் 6A deduction claim பண்ண முடியும். Okay, when we are seeing the deduction and solving total income question, அப்போ நீங்க easily relate பண்ணலாம். Next, basic exemption limit can be adjusted only by resident individual or HUF. Resident individual or HUF. So அந்த 2,50,000 benefit இருக்குல்ல, let's say capital gain under section 112 is coming to 3 lakhs. Okay, if it is a resident individual or HUF, he can do like this: minus 2,50,000. So So 50,000 multiplied by whatever tax rate அவங்க வந்து basic exemption limit கழிச்சுக்கலாம். Okay, but resident individual HUF இல்லனா for example AOP, BOI, AJP etc. or non-resident individual அந்த கேஸ்ல 2.5 lakhs minus பண்ண முடியாது. Entire 3 lakhs மேல they have to pay the tax. புரிஞ்சுச்சா? Then sir normal taxும் இருக்கு special taxும் இருக்கு, எது basic exemption limit கூட கழிச்சுக்கிறது, அது ஒரு கேள்வி வரும். Answer is whatever there is higher tax rate that is only beneficial, no, so that you adjust with basic exemption limit first. So generally இதுதான் பண்ணுவாங்க. This 3 lakh rupees இதுக்கு மேல 20% tax வரும், 20% tax வரும், whereas 2.5 lakh rupees to 5 lakh வரைக்கும் 5% தான் tax. So அதனால first இது கழிச்சுக்கலாம் and then மத்த normal income மேல normal tax ratesல tax கட்டலாம், so that tax burden can be reduced. Then against 112A income that we are going to study, 87A rebate is not allowed. அங்க வந்து suppose income is 4 lakhs, 4 lakhs நாலும் even if it is resident individual earning income up to 5 lakhs, they still have to pay the tax. For என்னது 112A, 112A. First let us study 111A. 111A talks about short term capital gain. Generally short term capital gain is taxed at normal tax rates, that is slab rate. ஆனா 111A ல cover ஆகிற short term capital gain மட்டும் taxed at a rate of 15%. Taxed at 15%. What and all covered here? Let us see. Number 1, short term capital gain in case of equity shares of a company, units of equity oriented fund, units of business trust. Equity shares of company, units of equity oriented fund, units of business trust on whom STT has been paid on transfer. STT is security transaction tax in case of transfer. Generally STT is paid on stock exchange transaction, hence 99% of these transactions are listed company or equity shares, listed equity oriented fund, listed business trust unit. Business trust unit வந்து செக்ஷன்ல படிக்கிறதுக்காக படிச்சுக்கோங்க, ஃபைனல் லெவல்ல தான் இது கவர் ஆகும். Just for reading theory sake you read this, meaning and all will be discussed in final level. Equity shares of company, unit of equity oriented fund, unit of business trust on whom STT is paid on transfer. It means what? Listed shares. Okay va? However, in case of IFSC, STT need not be paid. ஏன் தெரியுமா? IFSC is International Financial Service Center. It is like a stock exchange, but to promote it, government is not charging STT on the transaction. அதுக்காக தான் இங்க எழுதி இருக்கு, அந்த டிரான்சாக்ஷன்ல STT வேண்டியதில்லை. Fine. Tax rate is 15%. So in the மூணு கேஸ்ல on the short term capital gain you have to pay 15% tax. All the other short term capital gain normal tax rate. Next, coming to 112A. 112A also similar to 111A. Okay va? Long term capital gain in case of equity shares of a company, units of business trust, unit of equity oriented fund on whom STT is paid on transfer. And in case of equity share of company, no, STT should have been paid on acquisition also. ஒரே ஒரு change. STT should have been paid on acquisition also. It means what? அந்த equity share வாங்கும்போது லிஸ்டடா இருந்திருக்கணும், விற்கும்போதும் லிஸ்டடா இருந்திருக்கணும். ஓகேவா? ஷார்ட் டேர்ம் கேபிட்டல் கெயின் கேஸ்ல ஒன்லி ஆன் டிரான்ஸ்ஃபர், சேல் பண்ணும்போது மட்டும் லிஸ்டட் இருந்தா போதும். ஆனா லாங் டேர்ம் கேபிட்டல் கெயின் கேஸ்ல ஒன்லி வித் ரெஸ்பெக்ட் டு ஈக்விட்டி ஷேர்ஸ், வாங்கும்போது கூட இட் ஷுட் பி லிஸ்டட். ஓகே, இன் தட் கேஸ் capital gain is taxed at 10% in excess of 1 lakh rupees. 10% in excess of 1 lakh rupees. It means what? First 1 lakh rupee இருக்குல, அது exempt. 1 lakh rupee க்கு மேல என்ன amount போச்சோ அதுதான் taxable. For example, 3 lakh rupees you are getting as capital gain. It means what? 2 lakh rupee multiplied by 10% equal to 20,000 rupee tax. புரிஞ்சுச்சா? And no benefit of indexation. ஏன்னா டாக்ஸ் ரேட் ரொம்ப கம்மியா வச்சிருக்காங்க, அதனால இண்டெக்ஸேஷன் பெனிஃபிட் கொடுக்கல. ஓகே, now let me tell you about grandfathering clause. Grandfathering clause. grandfathering na enna sir kana earlier in the 112A section irundhuchla before 2018 in the section la enna koduthinduchna this entire transaction will be fully exempt. Tax e kadiyadu, 10% tax ipoda kondu vandirukanga, munnadi vande tax kadiyadu. It used to be fully exempt. One fine day when on 31/1/2018 grandfathering date equal to 31/1/2018. One fine day 1st of February 2018 budget anike Nirmala Sitharaman came to parliament and she announced that inime the shares, that is equity shares of company, units of equity oriented fund, units of business trust, they are going to be taxed at 10% in excess of 1 lakh rupees. Okay, so now this was like a cheating done to the public. Public had invested in the shares just because they can earn long term capital gain and the entire long term capital gain will be exempt. Okay, now all of a sudden you are telling that it will be taxable. Hence the government also told that we will consider this 31/1/2018, that is the day before the budget, as a grandfathering date. Grandfathering date enna, நீங்க 31/1/2018 வரைக்கும் எவ்வளோ ப்ராஃபிட் சம்பாதிச்சிருக்கீங்களோ அது மேல we won't collect tax, because அதுக்கு முன்னாடி நாங்க இந்த செக்ஷனே கொண்டு வரல. Hence இது வரைக்கும் நீங்க என்ன சம்பாதிச்சிருக்கீங்களோ we won't collect tax. You might sell it in 2023 also, but till 2018 what and all profit you earned, we will not tax it. That is why for this section there is a different method to calculate cost of acquisition. Okay va, cost of acquisition. This cost of acquisition vande you have to include grandfathering inside the cost. See here, cost of acquisition, if it is acquired on or after 1/2/2018, take the actual cost, normal. And before 1/2/2018 na, you have to take fair market value on 31/1/2018 or full value, whichever is lower or actual cost, whichever is higher. We will take an example quickly. For example, I bought shares of Reliance on 1/5/2015 for 1000 rupees. Okay va, on 31/1/2018 the value was 2000 rupees and on 30 June 2022 I sold it for 2500 rupees. 2500 rupees வந்து நான் சேல் பண்ணிட்டேன். ஸோ இப்போ என்ன சொல்ல வராங்க, 31/1/2018 வரைக்கும் எவ்வளோ ப்ராஃபிட் சம்பாதிச்சிருக்கீங்களோ அது மேலே டேக்ஸ் போட மாட்டோம். ஸோ வாட் ஷுட் ஹேப்பன், actual profit is coming to how much, 1500. Selling price minus cost price, a full value of consideration minus cost of acquisition. Ana, I have earned profit of 1000 rupees up to 31/1, correct, and balance 500 rupees after 31/1. Hence I should be taxed how much, only on 500. So now let us see how to calculate the cost. Cost enna kuduthirukanga, FMV as on 31/1 on full value of consideration whichever is lower. So it means what, FMV as on 31/1 2000 or full value 2500 whichever is lower வந்து என்ன 2000. Then take whichever is lower or actual cost whichever is higher. Whichever is lower or actual cost 1000, whichever is higher. So 2000 will become cost of acquisition. Hence full value of consideration is equal to 2500, cost of acquisition is equal to 2000 and long term capital gain will come to 500. புரியுதா, long term capital gain will come to 500. உங்களுக்கு இது ஞாபகம் இல்லைனா கூட if you understand the logic you will be able to answer. நீங்களே ஒரு ரஃப் ஷீட்ல டயக்ராம் மாதிரி போடுங்க, உங்களுக்கு வந்து காஸ்ட் ஈஸிலி கண்டுபிடிச்சிடலாம். இது கன்ஃபியூஷன் ஆகுதுன்னா. ஓகே, ஸோ fair market value on 31/1 or full value of consideration whichever is lower or actual cost whichever is higher will be considered as cost of acquisition. Okay va, This cost of acquisition only you should use in the calculation purpose. Now coming to fair market value. Sir, what is this fair market value? Okay, fair market value is highest price quoted on 31/1/2018 on recognized stock exchange. If no trading took place, then take the highest price on the preceding date. Highest price on the preceding date. Sir, what about units? Equity oriented units, units of business test kuda irukla. In such case, take the NAV of the unit as on 31/1/2018. NAV as on 31/1/2018. And lastly, ஒரு very rare case, this most probably would not even have happened. Suppose வாங்கும் போது listed sir, விற்கும் போது listed sir, நடுவுல 31/1/2018 அன்னைக்கு மட்டும் unlisted, delist ஆயிருச்சு, திருப்பி list பண்ணிட்டாங்க. Okay, in such case this section is applicable, correct? And on 31/1/2018 it was unlisted. In that case, find out the fair market value using indexation. Okay, cost of acquisition multiplied by cost inflation index of 1718, that is 272, divided by first held or 2001 to whichever is later. இது நீங்க படிக்கலனா கூட பரவாயில்லை, very not that important. இது நீங்க தெரிஞ்சா போதும். Fair market value is the highest price quoted on 31/1/2018 in recognized stock exchange. Trading, if it did not take place, take the highest price in the previous trading date and find out the answer. So this is 111A and 112A. ரெண்டுமே பார்த்தாச்சு. Now 112, tax on long term capital gain. 112 வந்து என்னன்னா, listen here, 112A தவிர மீதி எல்லா capital gainum taxable under 112. Generally, short term capital gain is taxed at normal tax rates, but generally long term capital gain will be taxed in 112. Okay, what is the rate? Let us see. For resident individual or HUF, basic exemption limit can be adjusted. 20% is the tax rate. Other than resident individual or HUF, basic exemption limit cannot be adjusted. 20% is the tax rate. So tax rate enna 20% for long term capital gain. ஒரு சில special casesல மட்டும் it is 10% without indexation or 20% with indexation. If you go through, not that important. நீங்க ஒரு தடவை பார்த்துக்கோங்க, அது போதும். So என்ன சொல்ல வரேன், 112ல வந்து tax rate is how much? 20%. Resident individual இருந்தா basic exemption limit benefit எடுத்துக்கலாம். Next, section 54 series exemption. All the special cases in capital gain over. Now let us see the last stage in capital gain. 54 series la eppadi exemption claim பண்றது. So ஒரே ஒரு section if I am going to take properly, இது வந்து உங்களுக்கு புரிஞ்சிருச்சுனா மத்த எல்லா செக்ஷனுமே டக்குன்னு முடிச்சிடலாம். ஒரே ஷாட்ல easily we will be able to finish. So first one, listen very carefully. Okay, section 54, capital gain on sale of residential property and used for residential purpose. Now when is this applicable? Number 1, it is applicable only for individual and HUF in the exemption, மத்தவங்களுக்கு கிடையாது. Second, the asset should be a long term capital asset, being residential house property, being building and land appurtenant thereto. Okay, so இந்த செக்ஷன் தெரியுமா யாருக்கு applicable? யாரு வந்து ஒரு வீடை வித்துட்டு இன்னொரு வீடு வாங்குறாங்க அவங்களுக்கு மட்டும்தான் இந்த செக்ஷன். Okay, that house also should be long term. ஒரு லாங் டர்ம் வீடை வித்துட்டு இன்னொரு வீடு வாங்குறாங்க அவங்களுக்கு மட்டும்தான் இந்த செக்ஷன். Because the government does not want to burden a person who is just selling his house and moving into new house. ஓகேவா, அந்த பணமை யூஸ் பண்ணி என்ன பண்றாங்க, புது வீடுக்காக தானே யூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க. ஸோ அதுல கிடைக்கிற கெயின் மேல டாக்ஸ் போட வேண்டாம்னு சொல்றாங்க. That is why they are giving exemption. New asset should be, see, ரெண்டு வீடு கூட வாங்கலாம், ஒரு வீடு கூட வாங்கலாம். புது வீடு வாங்கணும்ல, அது ஒரு வீடு கூட வாங்கலாம், ரெண்டு வீடு கூட வாங்கலாம். If the capital gain is up to 2 crores, assessee can buy up to 2 residential house property. இது வந்து ரீசெண்டா தான் வந்திருக்கு, ஒரு 4-5 years back. Why, people started telling, because there were so many cases inside the country where a person will sell his bungalow and he will buy 2 flats for his children. Okay va, rendu flat vaanguvaanga, very very common. Hence they started telling that oru flat ku dhaan neenga enakku benefit tharinga, innoru flat ku benefit tharala, exemption, whereas na vandu rendu flat vaanga. So government sonnanga okay, no problem, 2 crores varikkum if it is your capital gain, then you can spend it in 2 flats also. We will give you exemption for both. Okay, we will consider both for the purpose of calculation. Ana this is once in a lifetime. Once in a lifetime. ஒரு வீடு வித்துட்டு இன்னொரு வீடு வாங்குறது எவ்வளவு தடவை வேணா பண்ணிக்கலாம், அது பிரச்சனை இல்லை. ஆனா ஒரு வீடு வித்துட்டு 2 வீடு வாங்குறது, that you can do only once in a lifetime. Okay, up to 2 residential house property in India, and if capital gain is above 2 crores na, then however only one you can purchase. Now time limit வந்து -1 plus 2 plus 3, -1 plus 2 plus 3. -1 na enna, the purchase should be either within 1 year before or 2 years after the date of transfer. Construction should be completed within 3 years after the date of transfer. Purchase ஆயிருந்தா should be either within 1 year before or 2 years after. சார் ஏன் 1 year before னு சொல்லியிருக்காங்க? ஏன்னா ஜென்ரலி ஒரு வீடு வித்துட்டு இன்னொரு வீடு வாங்குவாங்கன்னா செகண்ட் வீடு ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வாங்குவாங்க, அப்போதான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வீடை வைக்குவாங்க. ஓகேவா, பிகாஸ் வீடு வித்துட்டு they will be homeless, then where to find the second house? Generally people will buy the second house first, then only they will sell their old house so that they can directly move into the new house. அதனால தான் within 1 year before or 2 years after you have to buy the new house. That is the rule. If you are constructing the house, the construction எப்போ வேணா ஆரம்பிக்கலாம், பிரச்சனை இல்லை. ஆனா டிரான்ஸ்ஃபர்ல இருந்து 3 years குள்ளார it should get complete. Within 3 years from the date of transfer it should be complete. அதுதான் நான் சொன்னேன், -1 plus 2 plus 3. -1 plus 2 is for purchase, plus 3 is for construction. Okay va? Then deposit scheme. See, listen here. Now let's say old house, fine, cost of acquisition is equal to 1 crore. Then full value of consideration, is equal to 3 crores. So how much is the capital gain? 2 crores is the capital gain. Full value of consideration minus cost of acquisition, 2 crores is capital gain. இந்த 2 crores வந்து இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணணும் புது வீடுல, கரெக்ட்? எவ்வளோ டைம் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க? -1 plus 2 plus 3. Now let's say this is during the previous year 22-23. The transfer took place on 30th June 2022. So எவ்வளோ டைம் இருக்கு பர்ச்சேஸ் பண்றதுக்கு? You have time till 30th June 2024. Construction முடிக்கிறதுக்கு you have time till 30th June 2025. அதுக்குள்ள முடிக்கும். இல்லை 30th June 2024 குள்ளார புது வீடு. Now when will you file the return of income? You will file the return of income on 31st July 2023 within the due date. Sir, return of income file பண்ணும்போது capital gain calculate பண்ணணும். அப்போ வந்து அது வரைக்கும் வீடு வாங்கலைன்னா என்ன பண்றது? You did not purchase the house till the due date to file return of income. Are you still having time? Answer is yes, you are having time. So the government cannot tax you till you have time. But to not be taxed, you have to do one particular thing. என்ன பண்ணணும்னா, if you have spent this money to buy the new house within the due date, well and good, no problem. Calculate the capital gain as usual. Exemption calculate பண்ணிருங்க. tax கட்டணும்னா கட்டுங்க, கட்ட வரலன்னா கட்டாதீங்க. ஓகேவா? ஆனா வீடு வாங்க முடியல or construction பண்ண முடியலனா, then whatever amount you did not spend, that much amount you have to deposit in a separate bank account called CGAS account. It is called capital gain account scheme. Capital gain account scheme, CGAS account. In the CGAS account la deposit பண்ணனும் that money. Then if you are depositing it in the CGAS account, எல்லா பேங்க்ல அந்த ஃபெசிலிட்டி இருக்கும். ஸ்டேட் பேங்க், சென்ட்ரல் பேங்க் எங்க போனாலும் ஃபெசிலிட்டி இருக்கும். I want to deposit in capital gain account சொன்னாலே they will deposit the money. After depositing it, I should give the details in the return of income that நான் இந்த பணம் வந்து I have deposited in the capital gain account scheme and I am going to use it to buy the new asset in future. So the government will trust you and give you the exemption. Fine. Hence deposit scheme is applicable in this transaction since it is -1 + 2 + 3. Next, what is the exemption, sir? Exemption is capital gain or cost of new asset or deposit amount whichever is lower. Okay va? Capital gain, cost of new asset or deposit amount whichever is lower. So எவ்வளோ amount use பண்ணிட்டீங்களோ or the actual capital gain whichever lower will be allowed as exemption. Balance amount taxable. 2 crores ல நீங்க 1 crore 50 lakhs தான் யூஸ் பண்ண முடியும்னா 50 lakhs taxable. Okay. Transfer of new asset. New asset if it is transferred within 3 years from date of purchase. இப்போ என்ன சொல்ல வராங்க, இந்த அசெட் வித்து நீங்க புது அசெட் வாங்குறீங்க, புது வீடு வாங்குறீங்க, கரெக்டா? அந்த புது வீடு வந்து அட்லீஸ்ட் 3 years வரைக்கும் you have to keep it with you. You cannot sell this new house within 3 years. If you sell it within 3 years, we will take the effect back. Take the effect of exemption back. எப்படி எடுப்பாங்க? Then the cost of acquisition of new asset will be reduced by the exempted capital gain. Will be reduced by exempted capital gain. So in the example, let's say I purchased new house on 1/7/2024. Now I have to keep this house till when? 1/7/27 வரைக்கும் I have to keep this house. 1/7/2027 வரைக்கும் இந்த வீடு வைக்கணும். Let's say on 31 May 2026 இந்த புது ஹவுஸும் நான் சேல் பண்ணியாச்சு. In such case, this capital gain earlier, no, this 2 crores which was exempt earlier, now என்ன பண்ணணும், இந்த புது ஹவுஸ் செல் பண்ணும்போது புது ஹவுஸோட சேல் வேல்யூ I have to take as full value of consideration. Let's say it is 5 crores னு வெச்சுக்கலாம். Full value of consideration is equal to 5 crores. Okay. Cost of acquisition, let us assume it is 3 crores. 3 crores. From this cost of acquisition, you have to reduce exempt capital gain. Okay va? Hence, cost of acquisition 3 crores னு எழுத முடியாது. Cost of acquisition will be 3 crores minus 2 crores is equal to 1 crore. புரிஞ்சுச்சா? It means what? Indirectly they are making it your income. Indirectly they are making it your income. Sir, deposit scheme la வந்து பணம் வச்சிருந்தாங்க and deposit scheme ஓட டைம் முடிஞ்சு போச்சு. In that case, what to do? That entire amount which is unused will be treated as income. Okay, under capital gain head. So deposit scheme லயும் நீங்க பணம் வச்சிருந்தீங்க, அது யூஸ் பண்ண முடியல, -1 + 2 + 3 வரைக்கும். எந்த வருஷத்துல அந்த டைம் முடிஞ்சு போச்சோ அந்த வருஷத்துல it will be added back to the capital gain income. Fine. This one section, are you clear? Clear-ஆ? மத்த செக்ஷன் வந்து then டக்குன்னு முடிச்சிடலாம். Okay. Section 54B. Capital gain on sale of urban agricultural land used to purchase another agricultural land. யாருக்கு applicable? Individual HUF. இந்த செக்ஷன் வந்து is applicable to short term also, long term also. Then what is the asset transferred? Agricultural land used by individual or his parents for agriculture purpose during 2 years before transfer. இது எந்த மாதிரி? கம்பல்சரி அக்விசிஷன்ல வந்து ஒரு எக்ஸம்ஷன் பார்த்தோம்ல, அதே மாதிரி கண்டிஷன். என்னது? இண்டிவிஜுவல் HUF வந்து அட்லீஸ்ட் 2 வருஷத்துக்காக யூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கணும் அக்ரிகல்ச்சர் பர்பஸ்க்காக. ஓகேவா? In such case, what they have to purchase? A new agricultural land. Sell பண்ண agricultural land இருக்குல்ல, it can be urban or rural. It should be urban only. ஓகேவா? ரூரலா இருந்தா கேபிட்டல் கெயினே கிடையாது, நோ கொஸ்டின். செல் பண்ண லேண்ட் ஷுட் பி அர்பன். அந்த புது லேண்ட் வாங்குறாங்கல்ல, அது அர்பனாவும் வாங்கலாம், ரூரலும் வாங்கலாம், எனி அக்ரிகல்ச்சரல் லேண்ட். ஸோ த நியூ அசெட் ஷுட் பி a new agricultural land in urban or rural area, does not matter. இது வந்து +2, ஏன்னா லேண்ட் வாங்குறாங்க. கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் இஸ் நாட் அ மேட்டர் இட் செல்ஃப், hence it is only +2. Purchase within 2 years after the date of transfer. Then is deposit scheme applicable? Answer is yes, it is applicable. ஏன்னா 2 years time limit கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. ஓகேவா? எக்ஸம்ஷன் எவ்வளோ? அதே சேம் தான். Capital gain, cost of new asset, deposit amount whichever is lower. Then நியூ அசெட் வந்து இதுவும் 3 வருஷம் வரைக்கும் டிரான்ஸ்ஃபர் பண்ணக்கூடாது. பண்ணியாச்சுன்னா exempt capital gain will be reduced from the cost of new asset. Then next one, quickly we will complete next one also. Section 54D, compulsory acquisition of industrial land and building. Industrial land and building compulsory acquire பண்ணியாச்சுன்னா என்னது? It is applicable only to all the persons. So it is applicable to all the persons. Individual HUF மட்டும் கிடையாது, கம்பெனிக்கும் applicable. ஷார்ட் டேர்ம் கேபிட்டல் அசெட்டாகவும் இருக்கலாம், லாங் டேர்மாகவும் இருக்கலாம். வாட் இஸ் த அசெட் டிரான்ஸ்ஃபர்ட்? கம்பல்சரி அக்விசிஷன் ஆஃப் லேண்ட் ஆர் பில்டிங் தட் வாஸ் யூஸ்டு பை அசஸி இன் த பிசினஸ் ஆஃப் இண்டஸ்ட்ரியல் அண்டர்டேக்கிங் டியூரிங் 2 years prior to the date of transfer. ஸோ அதே மாதிரி 2 வருஷம் வரைக்கும் வந்து இண்டஸ்ட்ரியல் அண்டர்டேக்கிங்கா அந்த பில்டிங்கை யூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கணும். தட் இஸ் த ரூல். தென் கம்பல்சரி அக்வயர் பண்ணிட்டு when you get that money, use that money to purchase new land or building for industrial undertaking. Okay, and here the date is +3. Okay, +3. However, 3 years from the date of receipt of compensation, not from the date of transfer. அந்த பணம் கவர்மெண்ட் எப்போ தராங்களோ அன்னிலிருந்து 3 வருஷம் வரைக்கும் you have to purchase new industrial land or building. Next, deposit scheme applicable? Answer is yes. What is the amount of exemption? Capital gain or cost of new asset or deposit amount, whichever is lower. Then இதுவும் new undertaking should not be transferred within 3 years. If it is transferred, exempt capital gain will be reduced from the cost of capital asset, new capital asset. Next, section 54 EC, investment in bonds. This is very easy and very important also. Investment in certain bond. Assessee வந்து யாரு? Any person. So individual, HUF, AOP, BOI, company, AJP எல்லாத்துக்கும் படிக்கும். Nature of asset only for long term capital asset. என்ன transfer ஆயிருக்கணும்? Land or building or both. Land or building or both. New asset is a bond redeemable after 5 years. So 5 years bond வாங்கணும். ஓகேவா? என்ன விற்கணும்? Land or building or both. So sell your land or building and buy bond. Buy bond. What bond? NHAI, National Highway Authority of India, RECL, Rural Electrification Corporation Limited, PFCL, Power Finance Corporation Limited, and RFCL, Indian Railway Finance Corporation Limited. NHAI, RECL, PFCL, RFCL, இந்த 4 கம்பெனி இருக்கு. 4ல இருந்து ஏதாவது ஒரு கம்பெனியோட பாண்ட் வாங்கிக்கோங்க. பாண்ட் வாங்கணும். Till when should the bond? Okay, maximum exemption 50 lakhs. Maximum exemption 50 lakhs. So if capital gain is 35 lakhs na 35 lakhs வரைக்கும் bond வாங்கினா போதும். capital gain 1 crore na maximum 50 lakhs க்கு தான் bond வாங்கிட்டு exemption claim பண்ணலாம். bond 60 lakhs க்கும் வாங்கலாம், exemption வந்து 50 lakhs தான் maximum. Okay, இந்த bondல வந்து என்ன? there is a lock in period of 5 years. இந்த bondல பணம் போட்டாச்சுன்னா 5 years வரைக்கும் you cannot take the money back. Okay, that is the condition. Time limit is what? Within 6 months from the date of transfer. 6 months from date of transfer. Here is deposit scheme applicable? Not applicable. Not applicable. ஏன்னா 6 months தானே time limit. Sir, even if I listen here, 31/3/2023 க்கு வந்து I have sold the property. So this is only date of transfer. Now 6 months time I have. It means what? Till 39/2023. Sir, what if the due date is 31/7/2023? In such case, you buy it before 31/7 itself and declare it in the income tax return. Deposit scheme la kadiyadu. Income tax return sir 4 மாசம் கழிச்சே ஃபைல் ஆகணும், இல்ல 3 மாசம் கழிச்சே ஃபைல் பண்ண வேண்டியது இருக்குன்னா 3 மாசத்துக்குள்ளாரியே பாண்ட் வாங்கு and income tax returnல காட்டுங்க. Fine. 31/7/2023 குள்ளாரியே you have to buy. And see, building caseல தான் நீங்க போய் ஒரு வீடு தேடணும், அதுக்கெல்லாம் டைம் ஆகும். பாண்ட்ல என்ன, tomorrow you can go and invest in the bond. So the government is telling, even if it is due date is coming within that 6-month period, I am not giving you deposit scheme and all. Within the due date itself, you buy the bond. Okay. Next, amount of exemption, capital gain or cost of the new asset, whichever is lower. Then transfer of new asset. இது என்ன சொன்ன, 5 years வரைக்கும் lock in period. So 5 years குள்ளார பணம் வெளியே எடுக்க கூடாது. இந்த பாண்டுக்கு against லோனும் வாங்க கூடாது. You should not get even loan against this bond. If it is transferred, then exempt capital gain will be taxable in the year of conversion. எந்த வருஷத்துல அது transfer பண்ணாங்களோ or loan வாங்கிட்டாங்களோ அந்த வருஷத்துல exempt capital gain திருப்பி இன்கம்ல போட்டுருங்க, திருப்பி இன்கம்ல போட்டுருங்க. Okay. Next, section 54F. This is also important and at the same time கொஞ்சம் different. Let us see why it is different. Capital gain on sale of long-term capital asset not to be charged in case of investment in residential house. Section 54 பார்த்தோம், வீடை வித்துட்டு வீடை வாங்குறது. இந்த கேஸ் வந்து என்ன, வீடை தவிர வேற எந்த லாங் டேர்ம் கேபிட்டல் அசெட் இருந்தாலும் சரி அதை வித்துட்டு வீடு வாங்குறது. Selling a long-term capital asset, buying a house. So individual HUF is applicable. Long-term capital asset, any capital asset not being a residential property, house property, and you should buy one residential house, that is land and building and land appurtenant. And here also time limit is what, -1 +2 +3, are they same? Then is deposit of scheme applicable? Answer is yes. ஆனா இதுல ஒரே ஒரு catch என்னதுன்னா, all the other sections ask you to invest the capital gain amount. 54F is the only section which is asking you to invest the entire full value of consideration. Another full value of consideration fullave invest பண்ணனும். See, listen, full value of consideration is equal to of a long term capital asset, full value of consideration is 5 crores. Cost of acquisition is equal to 3 crores. Capital gain is equal to 2 crores. Capital gain is 2 crores. In all the other section, what did we see? This 2 crores we have to invest in the new asset. But in this section they are telling you have to invest this entire 5 crores. This 5 crores you have to invest. Okay va? Let's say புது asset வந்து நான் வாங்கியிருக்கேன், அது 4 crores தான் வாங்கினேன், 4 crores வாங்கினேன். In such case, what will be the exemption? Answer is you have to calculate proportionate exemption. Proportionate exemption. See, 2 crores exemption வாங்குறதுக்கு நீங்க 5 crores invest பண்ணிருக்கணும். So 4 crores invest பண்ணா எவ்வளோ? Calculate. 8 crores divided by 1.6 crores is the exemption. Purida, calculation purida. To get 2 crore exemption, you should invest 5 crores. If you invest 4 crores, then how much exemption you will get? Answer is 1.6. So this is the calculation. Proportionate calculation you have to do. Hence, cost of new house multiplied by capital gain divided by net consideration. And listen here, inga vandu full value of consideration illa, idu vandu net consideration. Net consideration. Net consideration da invest panna podum. Full value of consideration minus transfer expense equal to net consideration irukla, adu you have to invest. Adu you have to invest in that new house. And that new house also you cannot transfer within 3 years. Ana idla rule is a little different. If you transfer it within 3 years, then you treat the exempt capital gain as income. Don't reduce it from the cost, you treat it as income directly. Exempt capital gain taxable in the previous year of new asset transfer. Okay. Next, Section 54EE investment in units of funds notified by central government. இது அவ்வளோ இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் இல்லை, ஏன்னா கவர்மெண்ட் இன்னும் ஃபண்ட்ஸை நோட்டிஃபை பண்ணலை. ஸ்டில் சீக்கிரமாக கோ த்ரூ பண்ணிக்கலாம். applicable to any person on long term capital asset. Long term capital asset can be any long term capital asset, and you have to purchase unit of fund notified by central government within 6 months. Adanala deposit scheme not applicable. Maximum 50 lakhs is the limit. 54EC mari capital gain or cost of new asset whichever is lower, and if new asset is transferred within 3 years, then treat the exempt capital gain back as taxable in the year of transfer. 54EE double avlo important illa, first 5 very very important. Adiliyum I would say the repeated vandu eduna section number 54, then 54EC and 54F. 54EC and 54F very very important. 54EC இருக்குல, அது வந்து 1 mark இல்ல 2 mark கூட கேட்கலாம் ஈஸியா. அவங்க ஒரு கேபிட்டல் கெயின் இருந்துச்சு, லாங் டர்மா இருந்துச்சு, பாண்ட்ல வந்து ஒரு 40 lakhs போட்டாங்க, ஸோ எப்படி ட்ரீட் பண்ணணும்? They can ask for 1 mark also. So 54EC also you be thorough. Now let us see some special point. Deposit scheme na enna? Amount shall be deposited in capital gain account scheme within the due date of filing return of income. Amount so deposited shall be used within specified time. If it is not used, taxable as capital gain in which the time expires. Next, 54EC and 54EE. If loan or advance is taken on this security before time limit, then also capital gain will be taxable. 54F additional condition. Okay, 54F la vandu enna sonna, any other capital asset other than house you have to sell and buy a new house, correct? Adukku vandu some additional conditions are there. Assessee shall not own more than one residential house. It means what? அந்த புது வீடு வாங்கும்போது அசஸி கிட்ட மேக்ஸிமம் இன்னும் ஒரு வீடு இருக்கலாம், ஓகேவா? மீன்ஸ் அந்த புது வீடு வந்து ரெண்டாவது வீடா இருக்கலாம், பட் அதுக்கு மேல வீடு இருக்கக்கூடாது. செகண்ட், assessee shall not purchase any residential house within the prescribed time other than new asset. If this is not satisfied, exempted capital gain will be taxable in the year of purchase or construction of such other house. And the time limit to purchase new asset இருக்குல்ல, அதுக்குள்ளார ஒரு வீடு தான் வாங்கணும், ஒரு வீடுக்கு மேல வாங்கக்கூடாது. ஒரு வீடுக்கு மேல வாங்கியாச்சுன்னா fully taxable. In case of compulsory acquisition, time limit for new asset or capital gain account scheme shall be counted from the date of receipt of consideration. See, எல்லா அந்த செக்ஷன்ஸ் எல்லாம் இருக்குல்ல, insurance claim will be received, அப்புறம் இது compulsory acquisition, compensation received. So in such cases and special cases, you yourself apply the logic. You should calculate that 6 months or whatever time limit from the date of receipt of consideration. எப்போ பணம் கிடைக்குதோ அன்னிலிருந்து டேட் ஆரம்பிச்சு. Now last concept in capital gain, that is capital gain on depreciable assets. Very very simple. Depreciable assets, there are two types of depreciation, WDV method, straight line method. First WDV method பார்க்கலாம், very very easy. In case of WDV method, capital gain or capital loss is always short term. See, asset வந்து long term ஆ இருக்கலாம், ஆனா depreciable asset கேஸ்ல வந்து capital gain is always called short term. ஏன்? Because it is very difficult to determine. ஏன்னா பிளாக்கா இருக்குல்ல, எவ்வளோ அசெட் லாங் டேர்ம் எவ்வளோ அசெட் ஷார்ட் டேர்ம் அது கண்டுபிடிக்கிறது கஷ்டம். அதனால எல்லாத்துமே ஷார்ட் டேர்ம்னு சொல்லிருங்க, அவ்வளவுதான். ஷார்ட் டேர்ம் ஆர் லாங் டேர்ம் கேபிட்டல் லாஸ் கேன் ஒன்லி அரைஸ் இன் 2 cases. Number 1, selling price is greater than WDV of entire block. In such case, there will be only gain and no loss, and when all the assets in the block are transferred. Listen here, I'll give you an example. For example, opening WDV is equal to 1 crore or 100 lakhs in podla, 100 lakhs, then plus purchases inside the block, ella purchase சேர்ந்து it is coming to 50 lakhs. Okay, so total எவ்வளவு ஆச்சு? 150 lakhs minus sale. Now let us assume that this 150 lakhs consists of 5 assets. 5 assets. Let us assume இதுல இருந்து ஒரே ஒரு asset was sold for 200 lakhs. அந்த 150 lakhsல எவ்வளவு asset இருக்கு? 5. 5ல இருந்து ஒரே ஒரு asset வந்து 200 lakhs sale பண்ணியாச்சு. In such case what you should do, reduce 200 lakhs, correct? 200 lakhs reduce பண்ணா negative figure வரும். Hence no need to calculate depreciation, directly calculate capital gain. 50 lakhs will be the capital gain. 50 lakhs will be the capital gain. This is always short term capital gain. புரியுதா? It means what? Selling price is more than the WDV of the entire block. Sir, ஒரு asset தானே சேல் ஆச்சு, மீதி 4 asset என்ன பண்றது? It is assumed in income tax act that all the 4 assets are fully depreciated and over. ஓகேவா? ஸோ இனிமே அதுக்கு டிப்ரிஷியேஷன் எதுவுமே கிடையாது. சார் அந்த 4 அசெட்ல இருந்து ஏதாவது ஒரு அசெட் லேட்டர் ஆன் சேல் ஆச்சுன்னா என்ன பண்றது? என்டையர் சேல் வேல்யூ வில் பி ஷார்ட் டர்ம் கேபிட்டல் கெயின். புரியுதா? யூ கெட் மை பாயிண்ட்? நெக்ஸ்ட் இன்னொரு எக்ஸாம்பிள் எடுக்கலாம். ஓப்பனிங் WDV இஸ் 100 lakhs. ஓகே, பர்ச்சேஸ் இஸ் 50 lakhs. ஸோ டோட்டல் 150 lakhs. This consists of 5 assets. 5 assets. Now all the 5 assets are sold for 125 lakhs. All the 5 assets are sold for 125 lakhs. So balance எவ்வளவு வருது? 25. இந்த 25 மேல depreciation போடுவீங்களா? இல்ல, போடக்கூடாது. ஏன்னா அசெட்டே இல்ல. Since all the assets of the block are gone, hence treat this 25 lakhs as a short term capital loss. Get my point? Okay. So if selling price is more than the WDV of the entire block, treat the difference as short term capital gain. Matter finished. If selling price is less than the WDV but all the assets are transferred, then it is short term capital loss. Okay, இந்த ரெண்டு கேஸ் தான் பாசிபிள். அதான் கொடுத்திருக்கேன். selling price is greater than WDV of entire block, case number 1. Number 2, all the assets of block are transferred. Fine. Though the capital gain is always short term, if the asset was held for long term, assessee can take the benefit of section 54 series exemption. See, 54 series exemption is applicable for capital asset. Capital asset also includes depreciable asset. Hence, if a depreciable asset was sold, the capital gain is called short term capital gain. Ana if the asset was held for long term, you can still take the benefit of section 54 EC exemption, that bond for 5 years. Adala benefit எடுத்துக்கலாம். Okay, now let's come to straight line method. Straight line method la வந்து you have to see if the selling price is less than WDV. Selling price is less than WDV, then it is called, difference is called terminal depreciation. See, listen, straight line method la there can never be loss, there can only be gain. Straight line method la loss ஏ வராது. Loss வந்துருச்சுனா அது பேர் terminal depreciation. Go and put deduction in PGBP head of income. Capital gain ke varading. Terminal depreciation is allowed as a deduction in PGBP. Now, sir, selling price is greater than WDV, but it is less than cost price. Okay, WDV ku adhigama irukku, cost price ku kammiya irukku. In such case, the profit amount is there, no? Selling price minus WDV. It is called balancing charge. Balancing charge. It is treated as income under PGBP. Section 41 la படிச்சோம். I told I will explain later on. அதேதான். Sir, selling price is more than the cost price itself. Cost price விட அதிகம். In such case, WDV வரைக்கும் balancing charge, WDV க்கு மேல up to cost price will be called as capital gain. Capital gain. Up to selling price. Sorry. Cost price to WDV will be called as balancing charge. Selling price to cost price will be, cost price to selling price will be called as capital gain. இங்க ஒரு question, you please note down this question, then we will solve. So you will be able to understand very easily. இது ரொம்ப simple. Question பார்த்தா you will be able to Check. Okay. Calculate the capital gain of machinery used by a power generation unit. So power generation unit it is allowed that it can choose SLM method, on which depreciation is calculated on SLM method. Which of the following with the following information? Cost வந்து 60 lakhs, depreciation rate 8.24%. It will be given in the question itself. Period of holding is 2 years. Selling price 3 case கொடுத்திருக்கு, 36 lakhs, 55 lakhs, 62 lakhs. In each of the 3 cases, how will you calculate? So first வந்து let us calculate the WDV. Let us calculate WDV. Depreciation is equal to how much? 60 lakhs multiplied by 8.24%, which is how much? 494400. WDV வந்து 2 years வந்து period of holding ஆயிருச்சு. Hence WDV is equal to 60 lakhs minus 494400 multiplied by 2 is equal to how much? So 5011200 is the WDV. Now let us find out in all the 3 situations what will happen. First case வந்து selling price is 36 lakhs, correct தானே? 5011200 36 lakhs. Second case selling price வந்து 55 lakhs and third case it is 62 lakhs. Fine. Now first 36 lakhs பார்க்கலாம். 36 lakhs ல you have to find out selling price minus WDV is equal to 36 lakhs minus 5011200. It is coming in negative, correct? அதனால what is the amount? 1411200. It is nothing but terminal depreciation. Deduction in PGBP. Terminal depreciation deduction in PGBP. Okay. Next 55 lakhs. 55 lakhs. Selling price minus WDV. Selling price minus WDV is equal to 55 lakhs minus 5011200 is equal to 48800. This is called balancing charge. Balancing charge. This is income in PGBP. Income in PGBP. Next 62 lakhs. In this case it is more than the cost itself. More than the cost itself. In such case you have to find out 2 things. Cost price minus WDV is equal to 60 lakhs minus 5011200. 98800 will be called balancing charge. Ade income in PGBP. And selling price minus cost price is equal to 62 lakhs minus 60 lakhs, which is 2 lakhs, will be called capital gain. Capital gain. Capital gain. புரிஞ்சதா இப்போ? Up to, so see here 36 lakhs WDV கம்மியா இருந்துச்சுன்னா லாஸ் வரும். லாஸ் வந்து இதுல கான்செப்டே கிடையாது. SLM கேஸ்ல லாஸ் வந்துச்சுன்னா entire loss should be terminal depreciation deduction in PGBP. WDVக்கு மேல இருக்கு ஆனா காஸ்ட்க்கு கம்மியா இருக்கு. In such case the amount will be called balancing charge. Basically என்ன சொல்ல வராங்க, WDV ல இருந்து காஸ்ட் பிரைஸ் வரைக்கும் balancing charge, காஸ்ட் பிரைஸ்க்கு மேல தாண்டிடுச்சுனா capital gain. Capital gain. That is the concept for straight line method. With this, capital gain is over. Questions we will do day after tomorrow when the time persists. Extra questions. Now we will jump to income from other sources. Income from other sources. Income from other sources, last head of income that we are going to study. Okay. இதுலயும் charging section இருக்கு, computation இருக்கு. Charging section 56, computation section 57. 56, 57. இதுல ரெண்டு கான்செப்ட் தான் ஆர் மேஜர் கான்செப்ட். ஒன் இஸ் 56 to 10 taxation of gift. ரெண்டாவது வந்து dividend. ரெண்டு கான்செப்ட் தான் மேஜர், மீதி எல்லாம் மைனர் பாயிண்ட்ஸ் சீக்கிரமா முடிச்சிடலாம். 1.5 ஹவர்ஸ்ல இந்த சாப்டரே முடிச்சிடலாம் ஈஸிலி. ஸோ செக்ஷன் 56 to 10 taxation of gift. இந்த taxation of gift வந்து நான் மட்டும் தான் எழுதியிருக்கேன். இன்கம் டாக்ஸ் ஆக்ட்ல கிஃப்ட்னு சொல்லி வேர்டிங்ஸ் எதுவுமே கிடையாது. இன்கம் டாக்ஸ்ல என்ன சொல்லுவாங்க, without consideration or for inadequate consideration அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. So refer this section only for gift other than those covered in salary and PGBP. Salary PGBP இருந்துச்சுன்னா see that head of income, don't see here. Other than salary PGBP, suppose capital asset இருந்தா இந்த section பாருங்க. Okay, applicable to all the assessees. Fine. Now the asset received can be cash, immovable property or movable property. Cash, immovable or movable. First let us discuss what to do when cash is received. What to do when cash is received. If cash is received, cash means in the verum paper cash illa, cash means money received in bank account is also cash. Okay va. What if cash received? Cash, if the aggregate amount of cash received during the previous year is more than 50,000, entire amount is taxable. Okay, aggregate amount more than 50,000, then entire amount taxable. Ana there are certain exceptions to this section. Okay, so and the exceptions paakalam. So adukaprom it will be easier for us to understand for whom and all it will be taxable. Exception to gift. See, already this is a very important section. Adukku mela amendment irukku, so it is very important section from exam perspective. So thoroughly you learn. இதுல இருந்து 1 மார்க் வரலாம், 2 மார்க், 4 மார்க், 8 மார்க், 10 மார்க் எப்படி வேணா இந்த செக்ஷன்ல இருந்து கேட்கலாம். That much question answer asking potential is there. So first one, if no gift is taxable if received from section 47, இங்க வந்து transaction இல்ல, certain transaction னு போடுங்க. Certain transaction not regarded as transfer. See Kanna, if holding is giving to subsidiary company, not transfer. Subsidiary is giving to holding, not transfer. Conversion of amalgamating to amalgamated, not transfer. HUF, partial partition of HUF, it is not transfer. All these will also not be taxable here in the section of gift. Inga taxable kadayadu. But gift irrevocable trust, adu not transfer, ana here it is taxable. Fine. Other transactions are there, no, those won't be taxable. Then if gift is received from relative, it will not be taxable. Gift is received from relatives. Relatives yaru? Here relative meaning is different and the biggest relative meaning in income tax act. Ennadu? For an individual, okay va? Inga self vena thookirla, idu summa da na kuduthirken. Self side, spouse side nu solradhukku. So if I am an individual, my relative will be my wife. Correct? Spouse is a relative. Then brother and sister are relative. Brother and sister of wife are relative. Brother and sister of spouse. Lineal ascendant, lineal descendant. Ascendant na enna? My parents, my grandparents, my great grandparents. Lineal descendant, children, grandchildren, great grandchildren. All of them are relative. And lineal ascendant of spouse. Spouse oda parents, grandparents, great grandparents. So என்னோட wife oda தாத்தா எனக்கு gift கொடுத்தா என் கையில அது exempt. புரியுதா? lineal descendant obviously எனக்கும் என்னோட ஸ்பௌஸ்க்கும் சேம் தான் இருக்கும் most cases. Then brother or sister of either of parents of individual, என்னோட parents ஓட brothers and sisters, ஓகேவா? சித்தப்பா, பெரியப்பா, so all those, mama and everyone, brother sister of either of parents of individual but not spouse. Okay, spouse ஓட lineal ascendant are there. என்னோட wife ஓட சித்தப்பா எனக்கு gift கொடுத்தா taxable, புரியுதா? So that is not covered in case of spouse. Hence who are relatives? Spouse, brother or sister of individual, brother or sister of spouse, lineal ascendant, lineal descendant of individual, lineal ascendant, lineal descendant of spouse, brother or sister of either of parents of individual, and spouses of all the above. Okay, spouses of all the above. So all these are relatives. If a relative is giving a gift to a person, then it is completely tax free. No need to tax under section 56(2)(10). Cash irundhalum seri, movable property irundhalum seri, immovable property irundhalum seri. That is why before I told you, if Mr. A is giving to his son, in the hands of his son it will not be taxable. That is why we will take cost of previous owner. Purida? Now in income tax it is peculiar that relationship does not mean vice versa. Okay, if someone is my relative, it is not necessary that I am also their relative. Okay va? For example, என்னோட சித்தப்பா வந்து எனக்கு relative. If my chittappa is giving me a gift, it is not taxable for me. But if I am giving him a gift, brother or a son, is it mentioned in relative definition? Answer is no. So for him it will be taxable. He is giving me a gift, it is exempt. I am giving him a gift, now it will be taxable in his hands. Purida? Hence in income tax act, relationship does not mean vice versa. Someone can be my relative but I might not be their relative. It is very much possible, that you have to be careful. Next, for a HUF, relative is their members. Okay, partnership firm partners, company ku vande directors, company ku vande directors. Okay, so gift from relatives totally exempt. Then movable property, immobile property or money received on inheritance or will. So will or inheritance la vande if it is received, no need to tax under 56(2)(10). Then received on the occasion of marriage, on the occasion of marriage. So if a person assessee got married, then on the occasion of marriage what and all gift is received? Cash, movable property, immobile property, totally exempt. I am also going to claim exemption this year. Recently got married, like adukku dhaan idu. Thank you. January end la dhaan, on the occasion of marriage. பாத்தீங்களா, பொண்டாட்டியை விட்டு நான் உங்க கூட கிளாஸ். On the occasion of marriage, she is enjoying in her parents house. நான் சென்னைக்கு வந்துட்டு அவளை அங்க அனுப்பிச்சிட்டேன். While going back to Coimbatore, I am from Coimbatore, no, pick her up and I will go back. So gift received on occasion of marriage is totally exempt, tax free. Ana it does not include marriage anniversary. Okay, then gift received on contemplation of death. See, death means what? Inheritance of or will is covered in death. Then contemplation of death na enna? It means a gift given on death bed. For example, a person is suffering from cancer. Mr. X is suffering from cancer. He is admitted in hospital. The doctor told that you have only 2 to 3 more days to live. So he thought that I am however going to die. I will give my assets to my children and then I will die peacefully. So he gave his assets to the children. But after 2 to 3 days, his health recovered and he survived. This is called contemplation of death. Actually, death nadakala, but death nadakambodhu kuduthachu. Death may or may not happen. Okay, but in contemplation of death, if any asset is given, then that is not taxable under 56(2)(10). If any movable property, immobile property or money is received from local authority, then it is not taxable. So Chennai Corporation lande, if Chennai people are getting any movable property, immobile property, cash, then no need to tax. From an individual to a trust declared solely for the இங்க கொஞ்சம் சேஞ்ச், benefit of relative, benefit of relative to an individual, sorry, benefit to relative of, benefit to relative of individual. So நான் உங்களுக்கு சொன்னல, for example, I want to transfer property to a minor child. மைனருக்கு டைரக்டா கொடுக்கிறது கஷ்டம், அதனால ஒரு ட்ரஸ்ட் ஃபார்ம் பண்ணிட்டேன். அந்த ட்ரஸ்ட்டுக்கு எல்லா ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி கொடுத்துட்டேன். அந்த ட்ரஸ்ட் when the minor will become major, அப்போ வந்து அந்த ட்ரஸ்ட் will give all the property to minor. ஸோ என்னோட ரிலேட்டிவ் இருக்காங்க, அவங்களோட பெனிஃபிட்டுக்காக நான் ஒரு ட்ரஸ்ட்ல அசெட் ஆர் மணி ஆர் மூவபிள் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி கொடுத்துட்டேன். In such case, it is not regarded as taxable under 56(2)(10). Then section 10 clause 23c. Section 10 clause 23c is a section where many charitable institutions, hospitals, organization ஓட லிஸ்ட் இருக்கு, ஒரு பெரிய லிஸ்ட் இருக்கு. அந்த லிஸ்ட்ல இருக்கிற ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் ஆர்கனைசேஷனுக்கு வந்து if I am giving a gift or if I am getting something, both are tax free, not taxable under 56(2)(10). From and to a fund, trust or hospital or university referred in section 1023c. And next, section 12AA. This also includes section 12A. 12A யும் இருக்கு, 12AA யும் இருக்கு. ரெண்டுமே இதே மாதிரி, it contains the names of certain temples, charitable trust, organization, NGO, etc. அவங்களுக்கெல்லாம் if I am giving something then also not taxable, if I am getting something then also not taxable. Then others as may be prescribed அப்படின்னு செக்ஷன்ல கொடுத்திருக்காங்க and prescribeம் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. யாரை prescribe பண்ணிருக்காங்க? Number 1, immovable property received by resident of unauthorized colony in Delhi. டெல்லியில எலெக்ஷன் நடக்கும்போது ஒரு அனௌன்ஸ்மெண்ட் பண்ணுவாங்க, யாரெல்லாம் அன்ஆத்தரைஸ்டு காலனில இருக்காங்களோ அவங்களுக்கு வந்து கவர்மெண்ட் பக்கா வீடு தருவாங்க. ஓகேவா? Then when they are getting the house, it is not taxable under 56(2)(10). Then now this is amendment. Point 11 and point 12 is newly added in this section. Amendment applicable only for May 23 examination onwards. By an individual from any person in respect of any expenditure actually incurred by him on his medical treatment or treatment of any member of his family for illness related to COVID-19 subject to condition notified by central government. So if an individual is getting money, movable property, immovable property from any person in respect of expenditure incurred by him for COVID-19 treatment of himself or for his family members, then it is not taxable under 56(2)(10). இதுக்கு conditions இருக்கு. This condition is given only recently. This you have to copy down. First, family na yaru? Spouse, children, parents, brother, sister if dependent. That is the definition of family for this point. Okay va? And condition கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. Please write down, then I will explain. செகண்ட் பாயிண்ட்டும் படிச்சிடலாம். அதுக்கப்புறம் we will see these conditions because ரெண்டுக்குமே மிக்ஸ் பண்ணி கண்டிஷன் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. ஓகேவா? ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கண்டிஷன் வந்து என்ன? if an individual is getting any money for the expenditure of his own COVID treatment or family members COVID treatment from any person, then the amount received will not be subject to tax under 56(2)(10). Next, if member of the family of a deceased person, for example a person has died due to COVID-19, in such case family member will receive the money from the employer of the deceased person. Employer வந்து பணம் கொடுத்தா எவ்வளவு பணம் கொடுத்தாலோ it is not taxable under 56(2)(10). but other than employer கொடுத்தா up to 10 lakh rupees it is not taxable. above 10 lakh rupees வந்து it will be taxable. excess amount only will be taxable. Okay, where the cause of death of such person is illness related to COVID-19 and the payment is received within 12 months from the death or subject to such other condition notified by the government. அதுக்கு தான் கண்டிஷன் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. என்ன கண்டிஷன்னா, நம்பர் 1, ஃபேமிலி யாரு? ஸ்பவுஸ், சில்ட்ரன், parents, brother, sister if dependent. Then condition number 1, in case of death, okay, the death should be within 6 months of testing positive for COVID-19. Positive report லந்து 6 months குள்ளார தான் அந்த death ஆயிருக்கணும். or from the date of clinically being determined as COVID-19. sometimes என்ன ஆகும், வேற ஒரு வியாதிக்காக ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் போயிருப்பாங்க, அவங்க டெஸ்ட் எடுக்க மாட்டாங்க, ஹாஸ்பிட்டலே டெஸ்ட் எடுத்துருவாங்க and they will determine him as COVID-19 without the test. Okay, without them taking the test. so ரெண்டுல இருந்து ஏதோ ஒன்று இருக்கலாம், அதுல இருந்து 6 months குள்ளார the death should have taken place. Second, family member should keep a record of the following documents. Number 1, COVID-19 positive report or the medical report if he is clinically being determined as COVID-19 positive. Okay va, இல்ல COVID-19 test report இருக்கணும் in which he is positive or hospital declare பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா அதோட medical report இருக்கணும். Second, medical report or death certificate issued by medical practitioner or a government civil registration office in which it is stated that the death is related to COVID-19. so death certificate should be there and the death certificate la reason la வந்து COVID-19 போட்டிருக்கணும். okay, then statement of any sum of money received by a member of family of the deceased person from the employer or other person on account of death due to COVID-19 shall be verified and furnished in form A. form A னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு ஃபார்ம் ரிலீஸ் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. அந்த ஃபார்ம்ல வந்து கொடுக்கணும், யார் பணம் கொடுத்தா, எம்ப்ளாயர், எம்ப்ளாயர் பேர் என்ன, அட்ரஸ் என்ன, எவ்வளவு பணம் கொடுத்திருக்காங்க, எந்த பேங்க் அக்கவுண்ட்ல எவ்வளவு ரூபா, புரியுதா? all these details should be furnished, only then it will be exempt. so இதெல்லாம் conditions. these conditions are majorly for death only. okay va, but whereas in the before point அதுல வந்து அவ்வளோக்கா கண்டிஷன்ஸ் கிடையாது. என்னது? individual from any person, if an individual is receiving money from any person for expenditure actually incurred by him on his medical treatment or treatment of any member of his family or illness related to COVID-19, then member of the family is receiving the money for death of the assessee, okay, or death of the person, deceased person, from the employer of the deceased person, no limits, other than employer maximum 10 lakhs. okay va, money should be received within 12 months of death subject to other condition. enna condition? condition number 1, death should be within 6 months of COVID-19 positive report or being clinically determined as COVID-19. condition number 2, documents maintain பண்ணனும். என்ன document? number 1, COVID-19 positive report or medical report where he is clinically determined as COVID-19 positive. number 2, death certificate or medical report where it is stated that the reason of death is related to COVID-19. and last one, என்ன money receive பண்ணிருக்காங்களோ அதோட details from the employer or other than employers in form A. this by heart, okay, கரெக்டா go through பண்ணிக்கோங்க. by heart கூட பண்ண வேண்டாம், நீங்க 2-3 times go through பண்ணா நீங்களே எழுதிக்கலாம். even if you write in your own words it is totally fine. now let us come to the section. யாருக்கெல்லாம் 56(2)(10) applicable இல்ல we have seen. now for whom and all it is applicable, how to calculate the income and when and all it will be taxable, let us see. number 1, cash. we already discussed. if money is received during the previous year more than 50,000 in aggregate then entire amount is taxable. For example, எனக்கு வந்து friends இருக்காங்க, friend number 1, friend number 2, friend number 3. Friend number 1 gave 30,000, friend number 2 gave 20,000, friend number 3 gave 10,000. So total how much? 60,000. Hence entire 60,000 is taxable during the year. Okay va? Up to 50 exempt, 50 க்கு மேல taxable அதெல்லாம் கிடையாது. 50 க்கு மேல போச்சுனா full amount tax. Okay sir, இன்னொன்னு வந்து my brother gave me 1 lakh. Now how much taxable? 60,000 only taxable. Yana brother is my relative. If he is giving me 1 lakh, no problem. Next, immovable property. First we discussed money. Now we are discussing immovable property. Immovable property is there, no? Idu also you can link it with section 50C and 43CA that we studied just some time ago. If immovable property is received without consideration, then you see stamp duty value per transaction. Okay va? மேல மணில என்ன பார்த்தோம்? Aggregate cash received during the year. Full வருஷத்துல எவ்வளோ amount receive ஆயிருக்குதோ இதுல வந்து aggregate பார்க்க வேண்டாம். ஒவ்வொரு immovable propertyக்கு தனித்தனியா 50,000 ரூபாய் பாருங்க. If it is more than 50,000, then stamp duty value is taxable. என்னது? Stamp duty value is taxable. Then next, inadequate consideration. In case of inadequate consideration, see whether stamp duty value minus consideration exceeds 50,000 or 10% of consideration, whichever is higher per transaction. If so, the difference will be taxable. So basically you have to do two steps. என்னதுனா first step number இங்க எழுதலாம், இங்க ஸ்பேஸ் இருக்கு. Step number 1, you should do 50,000 or 10% of consideration, whichever is higher. Then step 2, if SDV minus consideration is greater than higher amount, then SDV minus consideration is equal to income. If not, no income. If not, no income. Write this quickly, then I will give you an example. $50,000 or 10% of consideration, whichever is higher. Stamp duty value minus consideration is greater than higher amount, then stamp duty value minus consideration is equal to income. If not, there is no income. So listen, அதே capital gainல சொன்ன example பார்க்கலாம். A has given a property to B. Okay, property has been given for 80 lakhs. Means B has paid 80 lakhs to get the property. Let us assume stamp duty value is equal to 85 lakhs. 85 lakhs. In this case, what you should do? First, adhe concept da. First, we were seeing from point of view of A, because A only has to pay capital gain, correct? Now we are seeing from point of view of B, because B is only receiving the house and he has to pay tax under 56(2)(10). When B is receiving the house, you have to see whether it is for inadequate consideration or not. Inadequate consideration means it is less than stamp duty value. Okay va? Less than stamp duty value na, you have to compare two things. Number one, 50,000, because 50,000 varaiku inadequate irundha it is okay, vittu kuduthiruvanga. Or 10% of consideration. 10% of consideration evlo? 8 lakhs. So 50,000 or 8 lakhs, whichever is higher, you have to see. Okay va? What is the higher value? 8 lakhs. Now compare this 8 lakhs with stamp duty value minus consideration. Evlo? Stamp duty value is 85 lakhs minus consideration is 80 lakhs. Okay va? Which is how much? 5 lakhs. 5 lakhs versus 8 lakhs ninga paakano. 5 lakhs வந்து the stamp duty value minus consideration இது இந்த வேல்யூக்கு அதிகமா இருந்துச்சுனா then the difference will be treated as income. It means what? 5 lakhs will be treated as income. அதிகமா இல்லனா no income. In this case அதிகமா இருக்கா? Answer is no, hence no income. Basically என்ன சொல்ல வராங்க? Since 85 is within 88 lakhs there is no income. 10% அதே சேம் தான். 10% tolerance limit இருக்கு. 10% tolerance limit. So what you have to do? 50,000 or 10% of consideration, whichever is higher. This higher amount you have to compare with what? You have to compare with stamp duty value minus consideration. If this higher amount is even higher than while comparing, then this higher amount will be treated as income. Illana it is not treated as income. Sorry, stamp duty value minus consideration is treated as income. Illana not income. If stamp duty value minus consideration is more than the higher amount, then stamp duty value minus consideration will be treated as income. If not, there is no income. Are you able to understand? Purida ungalku? Okay. 50,000 or 10%, whichever is higher. Common sense if you apply and see, you just have to know one thing, that 50,000 வரைக்கும் அவங்க வந்து exemption கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. So 50,000 வரைக்கும் வேல்யூ கம்மியா இருந்தா பரவாயில்லை. இன்னொரு எக்ஸம்ஷனும் கொடுத்திருக்காங்க 10% ஆஃப் கன்சிடரேஷன். அதுக்குள்ளார ஸ்டாம்ப் டியூட்டி வந்தாலும் பரவாயில்ல. ஓகேவா? அதுக்கும் மேலே இருந்துச்சுன்னா தான் this will apply. Difference is only going to be taxable. Only the difference will be taxable. Now let's come to movable. Okay, in the case la same one more point is in here. Stamp duty value when to take? Registration date or agreement date? Adhe same concept. Generally you have to take registration date. If on or before the date of agreement full or part consideration is received through account pay check, account pay, bank draft, electronic clearing system or prescribed modes, then you take the agreement date. Okay, link 50C and 43CA இந்த ரெண்டு செக்ஷன் லிங்க் பண்ணிரு. Next, movable property. Movable property la என்னெல்லாம் covered? JAT pass, BS. JAT pass is what we studied in personal effect exception, capital asset definition. Jewelry, archaeological collection, drawing, painting, any other work of art, sculpture. In the R, if it is received as gift, then on the value you have to pay 56/10. It will be considered as income. You have to pay the tax. And this section also includes bullion and shares and security. Bullion and shares and security. Bullion means precious metal and shares and security, you know. Now for May 23 exam onwards, one more item has been added. Ana adu ungalku syllabus la illa, but still if at all out of the box it is coming, then you will be able to attend. Virtual digital asset. Okay, cryptocurrency like Bitcoin, Ethereum idella irukla, this is also included in movable asset. Now if it is received, then it is taxable under this section. However, it is there in final syllabus, inter syllabus la idu illa. Okay, so JAT pass, BS idu therinja podum. Jewelry, archaeological collection, drawing, painting, any other work of art, sculpture, bullion, shares and securities. If all these items, matta endha movable item irundhalum seri, if it is given as gift, no need to pay the tax. My son or my friend gave me a Mercedes car as gift. Should I pay any tax? Answer is no. No need to pay the tax. புரியுதா? giftல வந்து movable propertyல இந்த 9 ஐட்டம்ல இருந்து ஏதோ ஒன்னு கிடைச்சா மட்டும்தான் 56/10 ல இன்கம் வரும், இல்லனா வராது. ஓகே, jewelry, archaeological collection, drawing, painting, any other work of art, sculptures, bullion, security and shares, virtual digital assets. இது வந்து it is similar to cash. ஓகேவா? see if the aggregate fair market value exceeds 50,000. In such case, aggregate fair market value taxable. Difference between fair market value and consideration exceeds 50,000 in aggregate, then difference will be taxable. Okay va? So enna paakano, aggregate fair market value, எனக்கு என்ன பொருள் கிடைச்சிருக்கோ அதோட fair market value. For example, my friend gave me a gold coin worth rupees 60,000. Then the fair market value of that gold coin is what? 60,000. Since it is more than 50,000, it will be taxable. Sir, is the limit of 50,000 for movable asset and for cash, is it same 50,000 limit or different limit? Answer, it is a separate limit. Cash ku 50,000 tani limit, movable property ku 50,000 tani limit. But movable property la all the movable property combined is the limit is 50,000. For example, my friend 1 gave me jewelry of 30,000. My friend 2 gave me gold coin of 15,000. Inner friend 3 gave me shares worth 10,000. So now is 50,000 crossed? Answer is yes, 50,000 is crossed. Yana moonume sende it is 55,000. I have to pay tax on entire 55,000. Purida? And idliye listen here. Suppose my friend gave me jewelry of 50,000 and I gave him 20,000 for this jewelry, so which is inadequate consideration. So you should do minus 20,000 is equal to 30,000. Purida? This you have to put aggregate. Next, hence for any movable property other than above, no tax on the gift under section 56 to 10. No tax on electric vehicle, car, phone, watch, furniture, etc. even if the value is more than 50,000. Fine. So this is section number 56 to 10. Idhila also listen here. Same provision. Valuation officer. That we are comparing with stamp duty value, no? You are not happy and you feel that stamp duty value is too high. You might request the assessing officer. Assessing officer will go to valuation officer. Valuation officer higher value kudukala, lower kudukala. Higher value kudutha ignore pannunga, lower value kudutha vechukonga. Okay, same. If assessee is not satisfied with stamp duty value, it can be transferred to valuation officer. Same like 50C. 56 to 10 is applicable only if asset received is a capital asset, not applicable for stock. Stock ka irunda go to PGBP. Okay. Next, amount taxed under section 56 to 10 will become the cost of acquisition under section 49. This we have already studied. When you are getting an asset and you are paying the tax while receiving the asset, then the value considered for tax purpose will become the cost of the asset. Fine. So I hope you are clear with 56 to 10. In the rendu section sikrama pathikalam, then we will take a break. Section 56 to 7b, shares issued on premium. If any closely held company or unlisted company is issuing shares to any resident shareholder on premium, then income from other sources will be issue price minus fair market value. Okay, listen here. Here be very careful. Idla ஒரே ஒரு question தான் வரும். அந்த question வந்தாலே trick question தான் வரும். Trick question என்னன்னா, shares on premium means what? Premium means issued above face value. Okay va? For example, face value is equal to 10. It is issued at 12 rupees. This is shares at premium. But while calculating income from other sources, how to calculate? Issue price minus fair market value is the calculation for income from other sources. Let us assume fair market value is equal to 15. Market la vandu indha share oda value 15. 10 ரூபாய் face value, 12 ரூபாய்க்கு issue பண்ணிருக்காங்க. It means what? 2 ரூபாய் premium. Okay. Market la vandu idoda value evlo 15. Then income from other sources will be how much? Issue price minus fair market value. So 12 minus 15 நெகட்டிவ்ல வருதா, இட் மீன்ஸ் இன்கம் ஃப்ரம் அதர் சோர்சஸே வராது. புரியுதா? பட் this section will be applicable only if it is issued at premium. புரியுதா? ஸோ இஷ்யூ பண்ணும்போது ஃபேஸ் வேல்யூக்கு மேலே இருக்கா இல்லையான்னு பார்க்கணும். ஆனால் கால்குலேஷன் பண்ணும்போது ஃபேர் மார்க்கெட் வேல்யூ தான் கன்சிடர் பண்ணணும். ஓகே, இதில் இஃப் சூஸ் கொஸ்டின் இஸ் ஆஸ்க்ட் ஆர் எனி கொஸ்டின் இஸ் ஆஸ்க்ட், இது வச்சு தான் கேள்வி கேட்பாங்க. ஸோ திஸ் யூ ஹேவ் டு பி வெரி வெரி கேர்ஃபுல். Now let us see. Fair market value, if it is 11, if FMV is 11, then IFOS or 5627B income is equal to 11 minus 12. Fair market value is 11, no? Oh, sorry. 12 minus 11 is equal to 12 minus 11 is equal to 1. Okay. In such case, it will be applicable. It means what? This section will be applicable only if face value ku மேல கூட இருக்கணும் and fair market value கூட மேல இருக்கணும். அப்போதான் இந்த section applicable. இல்லனா section not applicable. Shares issued on premium. Next, section 56 to 11. Very peculiar case. This section was introduced very very recently after an assessee did a very mischievous activity. என்னதுன்னு சொல்றேன். Compensation on termination of employment. Sir, you told in profit in lieu of salary itself that compensation in termination of employment is taxable under salary head of income. But I had also told that salary head of income la taxability will only come when there is employer-employee relationship. Okay, va? Now, there was a case where what happened is one person went to another person and told, for example, Mr. A went to Mr. B and told Mr. B was working in AB Limited. AB Limited la வேலை பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தாங்க. Mr. A told to Mr. B, you take 1 crore and you leave AB Limited. Okay? But don't come and join me. நீ அவங்கள விட்டுரு, அது போதும். எனக்கு வந்து ஜாயின் பண்ணாத. In such case, is there any employer-employee relationship? Answer is no. Because future la also this person is not going to become employer. ஒரு கோடி கொடுத்துட்டாங்க and he is not becoming the employer also. B happily took the 1 crore and he left the organization. அவ்வளவுதான், முடிஞ்சு போச்சு. Then this case went to income tax department. Department fought the case. It went to court and B proved that this is a capital asset which is not mentioned anywhere. Sorry, which is a capital receipt which is not mentioned anywhere in the Income Tax Act. So I will not pay the tax. And he did not pay the tax. After that only, this transaction was now introduced as section 56 to 11, compensation on termination of employment. Hence, whether or not there is employer-employee relationship, if compensation is given for termination of employment, it will be taxable under Income Tax Act. Okay, va? So, any compensation due to or received by any person for termination of employment or modification in terms of employment, it will be taxable under IFOS only if compensation is from a person other than employer or future employer. Employer, future employer in the salary head, illana income from other sources. Now we will take a break and we will start back by 4 o'clock.
எல்லாரும் குட்டி இது சாப்பிடலாம்.
Check. Okay. Now let us start with taxation of dividend. Taxation of dividend. Dividend is only taxable in income from other sources. I told you earlier, income from other sources is a residual head of income. It means what? For income irukku, first 4 heads, that is salary, house property, PGBP, capital gain. Adla vandu adu taxable illana mattumda income from other sources la taxable. However, ஒரு சில income வந்து வெறும் IFOS ல தான் taxable. One of those incomes is dividend income. Okay. How is dividend taxable? Whatever dividend is received is taxable in IFOS at normal tax rates. So we are not going to learn about dividend. அது வந்து உங்களுக்கு புரிஞ்சிச்சு. Dividend வந்தா normal tax rate. We are going to learn about deemed dividend. Deemed dividend. Deemed dividend means the cases where it is actually not dividend, but the Income Tax Act assumes that it is a dividend. Okay. First, A for asset. Section 2 clause 22A, A for asset. Any distribution of asset to its shareholders to the extent of accumulated profit. So எவ்வளோ accumulated profit இருக்கு, ஓகேவா, அந்த எக்ஸ்டென்ட்டுக்கு வந்து if any distribution of asset is there, any asset is received by shareholder, then value of that asset is deemed dividend. income from other sources la income, pay the tax at normal tax rates. Then section 2 clause 22 b, அதில் வந்து ரெண்டு பாயிண்ட் இருக்கு. பியில் வந்து ரெண்டு பாயிண்ட் இருக்கு. பாயிண்ட் நம்பர் 1, எனி டிஸ்ட்ரிபியூஷன் ஆஃப் debenture stock or deposit certificate from a company to its shareholder. கம்பெனி வந்து அவங்க ஷேர் ஹோல்டருக்கு என்ன கொடுக்குறாங்க? debenture stock, deposit certificate, free of cost they are giving. In such case it is a deemed dividend. Or bonus shares given to preference shareholders. Preference shareholderக்கு வந்து bonus கிடைக்குதுன்னா, bonus shares கிடைக்குதுன்னா, it is deemed as dividend. Up to the extent of accumulated profit. Kanna all places la you will see accumulated profits. ஏன்னா profits க்கு மேல வந்து dividend கொடுக்க முடியாது. Okay. And whether capitalized or not. Capitalized na enna? Whether or not it is added or capitalized in the revenue reserves and surplus account. Reserves and surplus account la போட்டாலும் சரி, போடலனாலும் சரி, என்ன ப்ராஃபிட் அண்ட் லாஸ் இருக்குதோ என்ன ப்ராஃபிட் அண்ட் லாஸ் அக்கௌண்ட்ல இருக்குதோ அவ்வளோதான் டிவிடெண்ட் கொடுக்க முடியும் ஷேர் ஹோல்டர்ஸ்க்கு. நெக்ஸ்ட் செக்ஷன் 2 clause 22c, this we have already studied. Any distribution of assets by a company on liquidation to the extent of accumulated profit. Then section 2 clause 22d, d for decrease. Any distribution by a company to its shareholder by way of reduction of share capital to the extent of accumulated profit. So for example, 10 rupees is the price of the share. Now it is reduced by 8 rupees and now it is share value is 2 rupees. This 8 rupees is given to distributed to shareholders. என்ன பண்ணாங்க? 10 rupees ஓட ஷேர்ஸ் வந்து 2 rupees ஆக்கிட்டாங்க. 8 rupees வந்து ஷேர் ஹோல்டர்ஸ்க்கு டிஸ்ட்ரிபியூட் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. This is called reduction of share capital. This amount of 8 rupees that is distributed, that is also deemed as dividend. Section 2 clause 22e. Section இதுல என்ன போடுறதுன்னு தெரியல, அதனால தான் இப்படின்னு போட்டேன். Section 2 clause 22e. Now in section 2 clause 22e, it is only up to the extent of accumulated profit. See here, if it is capitalized. மீதி 4 செக்ஷன்ல என்ன பார்த்தோம்? whether capitalized or not. ஓகேவா? 2 clause 22e ல வந்து only capitalized accumulated profit வரைக்கும் if you are giving the dividend, it is deemed as dividend. Now what transaction is deemed as dividend under 222e? Let us see. First and foremost, 222e is applicable only to a shareholder of closely held company and unlisted company. Closely held company, unlisted company. And only if there is a shareholder who is having 10% or more voting power. Okay, என்ன இருக்குது? Closely held company or unlisted company and there is a shareholder having 10% or more voting power. If such a company gives loan or advance to its shareholder who is having 10% or more voting power, then this loan or advance is treated as deemed dividend. This loan will be treated as deemed dividend. Okay, va? Even if it is genuine loan, you need not see whether the loan is genuine, non-genuine, interest கொடுக்குறாங்களா கொடுக்கலையா, loan repay பண்ணிட்டாங்களா, அதெல்லாம் கணக்கே கிடையாது. Loan கொடுத்தா that loan is deemed dividend. Fine. Next, and not only that, if there is any person, okay, to whom a loan or advance is given and the benefit is given to the assessee, in such case also it is deemed as dividend. இங்க கொடுத்திருக்கேனா? Okay, I have given only in diagram. Loan or advance is given and benefit is given to the assessee, or loan or advance is given on behalf of the assessee. Okay, then it will be treated as deemed dividend. Or loan or advance is given to any concern. Concern na enna? Company or firm or AOP, BOI, etc. Any concern in which the shareholder is having substantial interest. In such case, then also the loan or advance will be treated as deemed dividend in the hands of that concern. In the hands of the concern. Substantial interest na enna 20% or more voting power in case of company, 20% or more profit sharing ratio in case of other than company. That is substantial interest. So enna sonna, there is a shareholder having 10% or more voting power in a closely held company or unlisted company. Then when a closely held company or unlisted company is giving loan or advance to that shareholder, the loan amount is treated as deemed dividend, taxable in the hands of shareholder and under income from other sources, normal tax rates. Similarly, if the closely held company gives loan or advance to any person for the benefit of the shareholder or on behalf of the shareholder, then also it is treated as deemed dividend. And if it is giving loan or advance to any concern in which the shareholder is having substantial interest, then also it is treated as deemed dividend. Now, closely held company or unlisted company. Closely held company na enna? Company which is having very limited number of shareholders. Limited number of shareholders. Unlisted company means what? Not listed in recognized stock exchange. This is also called company in which public are not substantially interested. Public are not substantially interested. So rendu words irukku. Question la either they can give public are not substantially interested or they can give closely held company or unlisted company. Moonu case mein this section will be applicable. A company in which public is substantially interested is a company other than unlisted company or closely held company. Then loans or advances shown above will be treated as deemed dividend to the extent of accumulated profit which are capitalized in the balance sheet. Substantial interest means 20% or more voting power tax was collected. Now company wants to give actual dividend. Okay, actual dividend. Actual dividend கொடுக்கும்போது let's say இவங்களுக்கு dividend கொடுக்க வேண்டியது வந்து 2 crores வருது or 3 crores வருது. Dividend கொடுக்க வேண்டியது எவ்வளவு வருது? 3 crores. Now the company is telling 1 crore was deemed as dividend. No. So hence you treat it as dividend itself. நாங்க ஃபர்ஸ்ட் உங்களுக்கு லோன் கொடுத்தோம்ல, அது லோனா வேண்டாம், நீங்க டிவிடெண்டா வச்சுக்கோங்க, ஏன்னா டிவிடெண்டா ட்ரீட் பண்ணியாச்சு. பேலன்ஸ் 2 crores மட்டும் we will give you. Okay, so that can be done. So any dividend paid by the company later can be set off against above loan. Section 222A to 222D is applicable to all companies, but 222E is applicable only to a company which is closely held or unlisted. Then exception to dividend. Loan or advance given in ordinary course of business of money lending, where money lending is the substantial part of the business and the company or the business giving loan or advance na, if they are giving, not a problem, no deemed dividend. Next, dividend paid by a company is set off against above loan or advance already deemed as dividend. So இது நான் ஏற்கனவே உங்களுக்கு சொல்லியாச்சு. Next, buyback of shares will not be considered as deemed dividend. Next, shares allotted to shareholder of a demerged company by a resulting company in demerger. Demerged company oda shareholder ku resulting company oda share kudukurathu is not deemed dividend. Next, any distribution under 222C and 222D for preference shares. Okay va, 222C na enna liquidation of company, 222D na enna decrease in share capital. இந்த ரெண்டுமே preference shareholder ku கொடுத்தா it is not deemed dividend. Only for equity shareholder it is deemed dividend. So these are exceptions to deemed dividend. Now small sections சீக்கிரமா let us finish. Section 115BB. BB talks about casual income. Casual income na enna? Winnings income. Winnings from lottery, crossword puzzle, horse race, card game, any other game of any sort, any form of gambling or betting. So lottery, betting, gambling, crossword puzzle, card games, anything. Okay va? If there is any winnings, then tax rate is special rate of 30%. 30% special tax rate. அதுக்கு மேல surcharge, அதுக்கு மேல cess as usual. Okay, no expense is allowed against this income, no allowance is allowed against such income, no deduction under chapter 6A is also allowed. Chapter 6A la deduction படிக்க போறோம். Not allowed against winnings income. Sir, பெட்டிங்காக பண்ற செலவு பெட்டிங் இன்கம் அகேன்ஸ்ட் கிளைம் பண்ணிக்கலாமா? ஆன்சர் இஸ் நோ. ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள், a person won lottery of 1 lakh rupees, ஓகேவா, but he bought lottery tickets for 20,000 rupees. This is an expense incurred to earn the lottery income. Can I reduce 20,000 from lottery income? Answer is no. ஓகேவா, அதுக்கு அகேன்ஸ்ட் எந்த எக்ஸ்பென்ஸும் ரெடியூஸ் பண்ணக்கூடாது. No expense is allowed, no allowance is allowed, even no loss is allowed to be set off against such income. அது வந்து set off carry forwardல பார்ப்போம். Adjustment of basic exemption limit also not possible. சார் வேற எந்த இன்கமே கிடையாது, 2 lakhs லாட்டரி மட்டும்தான் இன்கம். ஸோ 2,50,000 இஸ் பேசிக் எக்ஸம்ஷன் லிமிட். இருந்தாலும் 60,000 ரூபாய் டேக்ஸ், 60,000 டேக்ஸ், 30% ஆஃப் 2 lakhs. ஓகேவா. நெக்ஸ்ட், ரெண்ட். Rent from house property is taxable under house property. Rent from other source other than house property can be taxable under income from other sources if not taxable under PGBP. Okay, rent from composite income can be taxable under income from other sources if not taxable under PGBP. Rent from subletting also can be taxable under other sources if not taxable under PGBP. Keyman insurance policy ஏற்கனவே இது டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ணியாச்சு. எம்ப்ளாயர் ரிசீவ் பண்ணா பிஜிபிபி, எம்ப்ளாயி ரிசீவ் பண்ணா சேலரி, அதர் பர்சன்னா ஐஎஃப்ஓஎஸ். அதர் பர்சன் எக்ஸாம்பிள் ரத்தன் டாட்டான்னு சொன்னோம். டைரக்டர் ரெமுனரேஷன், இஃப் டைரக்டர் ரெமுனரேஷன் ஆர்டினரி கோர்ஸ் ஆஃப் பிசினஸ், எக்ஸாம்பிள் சிட்டிங் ஃபீஸ் எட்ஸெட்ரா, அது பிஜிபிபி. நாட் ஆர்டினரி கோர்ஸ் ஆஃப் பிசினஸ், இன்கம் ஃப்ரம் அதர் சோர்சஸ். தென் இன்கம் ஃப்ரம் பேப்பர் செட்டிங், பேப்பர் செக்கிங், செமினார் ஃபீஸ் எட்ஸெட்ரா. ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள், சிஏ இன்ஸ்டிடியூட் இஸ் அப்பாயிண்டிங் மீ ஆஸ் examiner and it is giving me money. This money is taxable under income from other sources because my business is not going and being the examiner. If they are giving me any amount for paper checking, it is not my business and they are not my employer also, hence it is taxable under other sources. Okay. Family pension, if family member of an employee is receiving pension, it is taxable under income from other sources. ஏன்னா ஃபேமிலி எம்ப்ளாயும் கிடையாது, ஃபேமிலிக்கு அது பிசினஸும் கிடையாது. ஸோ டாக்ஸபிள் அண்டர் இன்கம் ஃப்ரம் அதர் சோர்சஸ். ஃபேமிலி பென்ஷன் கிடைச்சா தேர் இஸ் அ டிடக்ஷன் அவைலபிள். என்ன டிடக்ஷன்? 1/3 ஆஃப் தி டோட்டல் ஃபேமிலி பென்ஷன் ஆர் 15,000 per annum, whichever is lower. Maximum 15,000 allowed as deduction. However, this deduction not allowed under section 115 BAC. Not allowed in section 115 BAC. Not allowed under section 115 BAC. So family pension kadcha 1/3 of family pension or 15,000, whichever is lower, allowed as deduction. Sir, family member of recipient of gallantry awards are receiving the pension na, it is exempt. And the chapter liye paathutom. If arrear family pension is received, section 89 relief shall be available for the same. Means and the arrear salary calculation பார்த்தோம்ல, அந்தந்த வருஷத்தோட அரியர் ஓட டாக்ஸ், விதவுட் அரியர் டாக்ஸ், அதே கான்செப்ட் அப்ளிகபிள் ஃபார் பென்ஷன் ஆல்சோ. செக்ஷன் 89 ரிலீஃப். இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இன்கம். இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இன்கம் வந்து இஃப் இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இஸ் ரிசீவ்ட் ஆன் காம்பன்சேஷன் ஆர் என்ஹான்ஸ்டு காம்பன்சேஷன் ஆஃப் கம்பல்சரி அக்விசிஷன், 50% ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் டிடக்ஷன். ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் டிடக்ஷன். ஸோ ஹவுஸ் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டியில் ஒரு ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் டிடக்ஷன் பார்த்தோம், 30% ஆஃப் என்ஏவி. கேபிட்டல் கெயின்ல ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் டிடக்ஷன் பார்க்கல. எதில் பார்த்தோம்? சேலரியில் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் டிடக்ஷன் பார்த்தோம், 50,000 rupees. ஐஎஃப்ஓஎஸ்ல ஒரு ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் டிடக்ஷன், 50% ஆஃப் இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் ரிசீவ்ட் ஆன் காம்பன்சேஷன் ஆர் என்ஹான்ஸ்டு காம்பன்சேஷன். ஃபைன். தென் செக்ஷன் 10 clause 15. இந்த எல்லாம் இருக்குல்ல, இந்த எல்லா பாண்ட்ஸோடது இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இஸ் எக்ஸாம். கோல்டு டெபாசிட் பாண்ட் 1999, டெபாசிட் சர்டிஃபிகேட் அண்டர் கோல்டு மானிட்டைசேஷன் ஸ்கீம் 2015. ஆல்சோ this is not a capital asset. Not a capital asset. So capital gainum கிடையாது, இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் மேல டாக்ஸும் கிடையாது. Deposit certificate under gold monetization scheme 2015. National plan certificate, capital investment bond, relief bond of RBI, interest paid to a non-resident by a IFSC unit, International Financial Service Center unit. and there are a few other interest exemption also. அதெல்லாம் வந்து நான் இங்க எழுதல. என்னது? For example, interest on PPF, interest on Sukanya Samriddhi Yojana. Then we also discussed interest on NRE account, non-resident. அதெல்லாம் வந்து repeat நான் பண்ணல, அது வந்து அந்தந்த இடத்துல படிச்சுக்கோங்க. ஓகேவா? Section 10 clause 15 only I have given here, other sections I have not given. So all these interest is exempt. Next, post office saving bank account 3,500 per annum வரைக்கும் interest exempt, 7,000 வரைக்கும் joint account caseல interest exempt. Sir, post office accountல saving bank account இருந்துச்சுன்னா, post officeல saving bank account இருந்துச்சுன்னா interest exemptionும் கிடைக்கும், deductionும் கிடைக்கும். First exemption claim பண்ணிக்கோங்க, balance amount மேல deduction வாங்கிக்கோங்க. Okay, first exemption, then chapter 6A deduction. If there is any other interest, it is taxable at normal tax rate. Income from UTI or mutual fund is also taxable. Earlier it used to be exempt, now it is taxable. Then if income is taxable, then deduction related to that income is allowed as deduction. Expense related to that income is allowed as deduction. PGBP மாதிரி, PGBP ல section 37 படிச்சோம். என்ன படிச்சோம்? பிசினஸ்க்காக நாங்க ஒரு செலவு பண்றோம்னா, if it is related to business, it is allowed as deduction. அதே மாதிரி income from other sources சம்பாதிக்கிறதுக்காக, if we are doing any expense, it is allowed as deduction. Okay, then if the income is exempt, then deduction will not be allowed. We have already studied. Interest on compensation of compulsory acquisition, enhanced compensation ஆவும் இருக்கலாம், 50% deduction. Family pension இருந்தா 1/3 or 15,000, whichever is lower, allowed as deduction. Winnings க்கு பதிலா வந்து no deduction. And dividend income or income from units of mutual fund or units from UTI. Dividend income, income from unit of mutual fund, income from UTI. இதுல வந்து என்ன deductionனா, deduction is interest expense incurred to earn such income subject to a maximum of 20% of such income. No other expenses allowed. No other expense is allowed. So let us take an example of dividend income. Dividend income இருந்தா dividend income against என்ன expense claim பண்ண முடியும், எவ்வளவு claim பண்ண முடியும்? Answer is only interest expense can be claimed against dividend income, that too maximum 20% of dividend income. For example, I took a loan of rupees 1 crore. I invested in ITC Limited and took shares of 1 crore. From ITC Limited, I earned a dividend of 25,000 during the year. For this 1 crore, I paid interest of 10 lakh rupees. How much interest is allowed as deduction? Answer is 10 lakh rupees or 20% of 25,000, whichever is lower. 20% of 25,000 எவ்வளோ? 5,000. So 10 lakhs or 5,000, whichever is lower, will be allowed as deduction. Answer is 5,000. So 5,000 less பண்ணிக்கலாம், balance amount 20,000 is allowed as deduction. Okay. So interest expense incurred to earn such income is allowed subject to a maximum of 20% of such income. So இது முடிச்சாச்சு. இப்போ disallowances பார்த்துக்கலாம். Disallowance is also same as PGBP. அதே points repeat ஆகும். PGBP ல படிச்ச concept எல்லாமே in IFOS ல apply பண்ணிக்கோங்க. You will be able to answer. Payment to a resident without TDS னா 30% disallowed. Non-resident இருந்தா 100% disallowed. Excessive payment நீங்க பண்ணீங்கன்னா to relative or associate, excessive is not allowed, reasonable is allowed. ஓகேவா? Then 10,000 க்கு மேல to a person in a day other than account pay check, account pay bank draft, not allowed. Deemed profit 41(1) ல பார்த்தோம்ல, bad debts recovered, அதெல்லாமே இங்கேயும் அதே சேம் applicable. ஒரு செலவு நீங்க claim பண்ணிட்டீங்க டிடக்ஷனா, அடுத்த வருஷத்துல அந்த செலவு நீங்க actually பணம் கொடுக்க வேண்டியதே இல்லை. In such case, add it to the income. Same provision. Personal expenses not allowed. Fine. salary received by MP MLA is taxable under IFOS ஏற்கனவே சொல்லியாச்சு. Section 10 clause 17, however, daily allowance, constituency allowance is exempt. Awards other than exempt awards will be taxable under IFOS. Agricultural income from outside India, இது வந்து கட் பண்ணிருங்க because it generally taxable under PGBP, IFOS இல்ல. Then royalty income, royalty questionல வந்துருச்சுனா IFOS, tax under income from other sources. Dividend always taxable under income from other sources. Advance money forfeited on or after 1/4/2014, taxable under income from other sources. Now let us quickly summarize both capital gain as well as IFOS. Okay va, ஒரே ஷார்ட்ல summarize பண்ணிக்கலாம். So உங்களுக்கு வந்து grasp ஆயிடும். Capital gain, section 45 subsection 1. Capital gain head of income la there is a charging section and computation section. Charging section is section 45 subsection 1, which tells tax is chargeable on profit and gains from transfer of capital asset in the year of transfer. Transfer of capital asset in the year of transfer. Capital asset na enna? Capital asset means property of any kind, movable, immovable, tangible and intangible, whether or not connected with the business. And it also includes part B, any security held by foreign institutional investor as per SEBI regulations. இப்போ ப்ராப்பர்ட்டிக்கு வந்து என்னெல்லாம் எக்ஸெப்ஷன்ஸ், கேபிட்டல் கெயினுக்கு என்னெல்லாம் எக்ஸெப்ஷன்ஸ்? நம்பர் 1 ஸ்டாக் இன் ட்ரேட். நம்பர் 2 பர்சனல் எஃபெக்ட்ஸ். பர்சனல் எஃபெக்ட்ஸ்னா என்ன? இட் இஸ் அ மூவபிள் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி ஆஃப் பர்சனல் நேச்சர். However, there are 6 exception to exception. It means what? இந்த 6 asset வந்து will be called capital asset. என்ன 6? Jewelry, archaeological collection, drawings, paintings, any other work of art and sculptures. Then rural agricultural land is not capital asset. Specified gold bonds, that is 6.5% gold bonds 1977, 7% gold bond 1980, national defense gold bond 1980, not capital asset. Special bearer bond 1991, not capital asset. And gold deposit bond under gold deposit scheme 1999, not capital asset. Gold monetization scheme 2015, not capital asset. And just now we studied even interest on gold deposit bond under gold monetization scheme is exempt. Okay va, capital asset um kadiyadu, interest um exempt. Fine. Then we studied meaning of transfer. Transfer includes sale, exchange, relinquishment. See here, actually relinquishment is only destruction. Relinquish agarade means an asset is getting destroyed. Extinguishment of any right means what? Right mudinju pochu, right வந்து முடிஞ்சு போச்சு. So that is extinguishment of any right. So sale, exchange, relinquishment. Extinguishment of any right, compulsory acquisition, conversion of capital asset into stock in trade, giving possession of the property in part performance of a contract. Idhukku classic example we saw joint development agreement. Then transaction having the effect of transferring or enabling the enjoyment of a immovable property. Then redemption of zero coupon bond. So these are 7 types of transfers. Then transaction not transfer. Number 1, full or partial partition of HUF. Number 2, gift or irrevocable trust. However, sweat equity share and ESOP vande is considered as transfer. Next, holding giving to 100% Indian subsidiary giving to 100% Indian holding, amalgamating giving to Indian amalgamated, demerged giving to Indian resulting. Amalgamation na enna? One or more company join to form another company, or one or more company merged in another company. All properties of amalgamating should become property of amalgamated. All liability of amalgamating should become liability of amalgamated. Shareholders having at least 3/4 shareholding of amalgamating should get shareholding in amalgamated. And then demerger na enna? Transfer should take place as a going concern. Number 2, all property of the undertaking being demerged should become property of resulting. All liabilities of undertaking being demerged should become liability of resulting. Property and liability should be transferred only at book value. Shareholders having at least 3/4 shareholding in undertaking being demerged should get a share in resulting. Then next, rupee denominated bond, if it is transferred outside India from one non-resident to another non-resident, not a transfer. Government securities, if it transferred outside India from one non-resident to another non-resident, not a transfer. Redemption of sovereign gold bond by an individual, not a transfer. However, sale of sovereign gold bond is a transfer. Okay, wow. Then transferring jewelry, archaeological collection, drawing, painting, any other work of art, sculpture, photos, etc. to National Museum, Art Gallery, Public Museum is not transfer. Bonds, debenture, debenture stock or deposit certificate converted into either shares or debentures, then not a transfer. Preference share converted to equity shares, it is not a transfer. Capital asset transferred under reverse mortgage scheme, not a transfer. Consolidating scheme of a mutual fund, not transfer. Consolidating plan of mutual fund, not a transfer. However, it should be equity plus equity equal to equity, debt plus debt equal to debt. Then we saw the computation section. Computation is given under section number 48. 48 tells how to compute capital gain. First, take full value of consideration. From this, reduce the transfer expense. You will get net consideration. From net consideration, reduce cost of acquisition or indexed cost of acquisition, cost of improvement or indexed cost of improvement. You will get short-term capital gain loss, long-term capital gain or loss. From this, further reduce section 54 series exemption if applicable. You will get the taxable capital gain. Now, to differentiate between short-term and long-term, you have to know the period of holding concept. What is the period of holding concept? Period of holding means the asset, holding the asset from acquisition till the transfer. There are some special cases which we saw one by one. Now, how to differentiate between short-term asset and long-term capital asset? Long-term means what other than short-term? Short-term level there are three categories: 12 month, 24 month, 36 month. 12 month la three items: listed securities other than units. Units case la units of equity oriented fund, units of UTI, both listed as well as unlisted. Inga listed units nu kodukala. Units of equity oriented fund, it can be listed also, unlisted also, fine. Units of UTI and moonavathu zero coupon bond. 24 month category la unlisted shares, land or building or both, and all the others are 36 month category. Then full value of consideration. Full value of consideration la one special point we saw here. In case of sweat equity shares or ESOPs given to employees, full value of consideration will be taken as fair market value on date of transfer, when the company is giving ESOP to the employees at the time. Okay, company has to pay capital gain tax. Employee case la perquisite la tax. Employee further sale பண்ணும்போது the cost will be taken as fair market value. Okay, so எல்லா ஒரே provision தான், but அந்த link நீங்க form பண்ணிட்டீங்கன்னா you will not feel as if you are learning three different sections. It is all a continuity of same section. When company is selling the sweat equity shares, avangalukku fair market value is full value of consideration minus cost price will be the expenses relating to issue of shares. You will get the capital gain. Now coming to employee. Employee ku kadikumbodhu fair market value minus issue price will be the perquisite under salary chapter. Yes, employee case la it will be a capital asset for him. This shares future la he will sell these shares, and the sell பண்ணும்போது full value of consideration will be the selling price. Cost fair market value considered for perquisite calculation. So அப்படியே chain establish பண்ணிட்டு அந்த மாதிரி படிங்க. This will become very simple. Now let's come to indexation. Indexation how to find indexed cost of acquisition. Cost of acquisition multiplied by cost inflation index in the year of transfer divided by cost inflation index in the year in which it is first held, or 2001-2002, whichever is later. If at all an asset is purchased before 1/4/2001, take the fair market value as on 1/4/2001 or actual cost, whichever is higher, as the cost of acquisition. Okay, now let's come to cost of improvement. Cost of improvement is indexed cost of improvement is equal to cost of improvement multiplied by cost inflation index in the year of transfer divided by cost inflation index in the year of improvement. If at all there is an improvement before 1/4/2001, you ignore it. Okay va? Land and building case la mattum, if on 1/4/2001 the fair market value is more than the SDV, na take the SDV as the fair market value, maximum SDV. Fine. Then எந்த கேசஸ்ல indexation கிடையாது? 112A. Number 2, bonds or debentures other than capital indexation bond, sovereign gold bond, and non-resident if he is purchasing and selling shares of Indian company or debentures of Indian company in foreign currency. And lastly, section 50B, slump sale. Then we came to cost of acquisition. Cost of acquisition case la goodwill case la vande it was treated as depreciable asset till 1920. Hence goodwill or cost should be taken as WDV as on 1/4/2020 if at all it is purchased. All the other cases, that is trademark, right to manufacture, produce or process any article or thing, that is patent or copyright, then license, tenancy rights, stage carriage permit and LUMARs. இது purchase பண்ணிருக்குனா purchase cost, purchase பண்ணலனா previous owner oda cost, and self generated na cost is 0. Okay. Then if an intangible asset is not covered here, take BC Srinivasa Shetty case, apply it and don't compute any capital gain. It is not possible. Then in special cases, if assessee is receiving an asset free of cost and also does not pay tax for receiving that asset, then take the cost as cost of previous owner. What are the example I took? I told partition of HUF, gift, will, inheritance, distribution on liquidation, transfer to irrevocable trust, holding to 100% Indian subsidiary, subsidiary to 100% Indian holding, amalgamating to amalgamated, demerged to resulting, then conversion of individual property to HUF property. In the ella case la vande cost should be taken as cost of previous owner. Okay, period of holding from previous owner, but indexation from current owner onwards. However, Manjula Jesha case la you can take indexation from previous owner also. Then if assessee's old asset is converted into new asset and conversion was not regarded as transfer, okay, then cost of acquisition, cost of old asset, period of holding and indexation both also from old asset. Example, amalgamating change to amalgamated, bonds, debenture, stock, deposit certificate change to share or debenture, equity share change to preference shares, resulting company change to demerged company. Then if assessee has paid the tax, it means while paying the tax, what was the value considered for tax calculation? Take that value as the cost of the asset. And period of holding and indexation will start from the time of receiving the asset. In case of sweat equity shares or ESOP, property tax under 56(2)(10), which we studied now, joint development agreement project, if it is received, inventory converted into capital asset, fair market value எடுக்கணும். Okay, previous owner கண்டுபிடிக்க முடியலனா எந்த டேட்ல வந்து ரிசீவ் ஆச்சோ அன்னைக்கு what is fair market value should be taken as cost of asset, and period of holding and indexation also start from that date itself. Then we saw original securities. Security வாங்கிருந்தா purchase price is the cost, but when it comes to right shares, if right is exercised, amount paid to the company will be cost of shares. Period of holding will start from date of allotment. If right is renounced, right, renounced na enna, enoda right I have sold to some other person. In such case, right oda period of holding will start from the date of offer till the date of renouncement. Right oda cost is taken as 0 because I have not paid anything to get the right. Right oda full value of consideration is the selling price of the right. Then if someone purchases the right and with that he takes the share of the company, in such case amount paid to the right seller, that is 200, and amount paid to the company, that is 600, both together 800 will be the cost of the shares, and period of holding of the shares will be from the date of allotment. Okay. Then bonus share case la, if bonus is given before 1/4/2001, take FMV as on 1/4/2001 as cost. After 1/4/2001 na 0. In case of other capital asset, if it is acquired before, இதெல்லாம் பார்த்தாச்சு, இதெல்லாமே பார்த்தாச்சு. Now let us come to section 45 1A, insurance claim for damage or destruction. If an insurance claim is received for damage or destruction, transfer take place when the asset is destroyed, but it is taxed in the year in which insurance claim is received. Full value of consideration will be insurance claim that is received. Balance will be same. Then section 45(2). If capital asset is converted into stock in trade, then transfer take place when the capital asset is converted. However, it will be taxed in the year in which the stock is sold. So when the stock is sold, there will be capital gain also, there will be PGBP also. Part stock sale panna, part capital gain tax ago. How to find out the capital gain? Full value of consideration will be fair market value on date of conversion. Balance everything will be same. And PGBP case la, the cost will become fair market value on date of conversion. Then section 45(5), compensation on compulsory acquisition. First section 1037 exemption paathom. Enna exemption? Compulsory acquisition aite if compensation is received by individual or HUF. Number 2, for a urban agricultural land which should be used for agricultural purpose at least for 2 years by either individual himself or the HUF themselves or by the parents. Okay, and number 3, consideration is determined and approved by either RBI or central government. Then it is fully exempt. Tax e kadiyadu. Other than that, if it is specified in some specific act, then no need to tax if it is written as exempt. Other than that, initial compensation வந்து installmentsல கடிச்சா first installment எந்த வருஷத்துல கிடைக்குதோ அந்த வருஷத்துல entire compensation is taxable. Enhanced compensation கடிச்சா எந்த வருஷத்துல கிடைக்குதோ அந்த வருஷத்துல taxable. ஓகேவா? சப்போஸ் கோர்ட் வந்து interim order மூலமா compensation கொடுத்தா final order வரைக்கும் வெயிட் பண்ணுங்க. final order வர வருஷத்துல தான் it is taxable. Okay? Initial compensation case la full value of consideration will be the entire initial compensation minus cost of acquisition, index cost of acquisition as the case may be. Normal method. Enhanced compensation case la full value of consideration is the enhanced compensation. From this you can reduce transfer expenses called lawyer fees or court fees. Okay, but cost you cannot reduce because already you have reduced. Then 45(5)(a) joint development agreement. Joint development agreement means what? A person owning land or building or both allows another person to develop real estate on his land or building or both, and he is getting a consideration being a share in the land or building or both in the real estate after it is developed. Okay, some consideration can also come in cash. Applicable only to individual or HUF. So year of transfer is the transfer of possession, but year of tax is when the CC is received, completion certificate is received for whole or part of the project. Full value of consideration வந்து என்ன எடுப்பீங்க? Stamp duty value on the date of CC plus consideration that is received. This stamp duty value will become the cost of acquisition of that new property for future capital gain purpose. Okay va? Then 45(2)(a) transfer of security in demat account. Demat account security irunda capital gain will be the cost will be taken on FIFO method. Then capital asset from partner to partnership firm or member to AOP BOI. If partner is giving to partnership firm, take the full value of consideration as amount recorded in the books. Okay va? In case of immovable property, stamp duty value is more than the amount recorded in books, then take the stamp duty value as full value of consideration. Section 45 subsection 4, capital asset ஒரு firm இல்ல AOP BOI வந்து partner இல்ல memberக்கு கொடுக்கறாங்கன்னா capital gain is taxable in the hands of firm or AOP or BOI. Full value of consideration is fair market value. Company வந்து liquidationல asset transfer பண்றாங்க. In such case, distribution is a transaction not regarded as transfer. Company வந்து asset கொடுக்கும்போது company எந்த டாக்ஸும் கட்ட வேண்டாம். யார் டாக்ஸ் கட்டுவாங்க? ஷேர் ஹோல்டர் கட்டுவாங்க. அப் டு அக்குமுலேட்டட் ப்ராஃபிட்ஸ் கிடைக்கிற அசெட் வந்து இட் இஸ் டீம்ட் as dividend. அக்குமுலேட்டட் ப்ராஃபிட்ஸ்க்கு மேல கிடைக்குதுன்னா the excess amount will become full value of consideration for their shares. அதுல இருந்து you can reduce cost of the shares. Balance amount will be capital gain or capital loss. Buyback. In case of domestic companies, when the company will buy back the shares, okay, no capital gain is taxable in the hands of shareholder because the company pays buyback tax. What is buyback tax? 20% plus 12% surcharge plus 4% health and education cess, totally 23.296 percentage. On what amount should you pay the tax? Buyback price minus issue price. Within 14 days buyback tax has to be paid by the company. Okay, but other than domestic company na enna agum, buyback tax katta maatanga. Buyback tax kattala enna pandrathu, shareholder capital gain kattuvaanga. Okay, ESOP case la kuda adhe da, shareholder capital gain kattuvaanga. Then slump sale. Slump sale vande enadhu, an assessee transfers an entire undertaking or entire division for a lump sum consideration without assigning individual value for asset. How to calculate capital gain? Full value of consideration edukumbodhu, take FMV1 or FMV2, whichever is higher. FMV1 na enna, the value of the consideration that is received. FMV2, value of asset that is transferred, whichever is higher. Minus transfer expense, you will get net consideration. From net consideration you reduce net worth of undertaking. Net worth eppadi kandupidikkiradhu? Asset minus liability. Asset la vande enna pandrathu, depreciable asset ah irundha take opening WDV as per income tax act. Okay va. Other than depreciable asset ku vande take the book value. Revaluation ah irundha ignore the revaluation. Okay, it means what? Ignore means what solren? If there is any effect of revaluation na, you should remove that effect. Okay, and the remaining value you have to take. Actual book value you have to take. Liability case la kuda book value edukanum. Net worth negative ah irundha cost of acquisition 0 nu podunga. 35 AD la deduction claim panna and asset oda value 0 nu podunga. If undertaking is held for more than 3 years, long term capital gain, up to 3 years, short term capital gain. Period of holding வந்து date of incorporation ல இருந்து என்ன ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணனும். Then chartered accountant report is compulsory. No indexation is allowed for slump sale. Then we discuss section 50C. Stamp duty value should be treated as full value of consideration. See kanna, when stamp duty value is up to 110% of sale consideration in case of immovable property, land or building or both, அதோட sale consideration பார்க்கணும். Sale consideration வந்து அதோட 110% calculate பண்ணணும். Stamp duty 110% குள்ளார இருந்தா நார்மலி calculate பண்ணிருங்க, எதுவுமே பண்ண வேண்டாம். Stamp duty வந்து 110% க்கு மேல இருந்தா stamp duty value should be considered as full value of consideration and then solve the question. Sometimes assessee will be very sad. He will feel that stamp duty value is very unreasonable. He will go to assessing officer. Assessing officer will refer the case to valuation officer. Valuation officer value ஏத்திட்டா என்ன பண்றது? இக்னோர் பண்ணிருங்க. வேல்யூ கம்மி பண்ணிட்டா அந்த வேல்யூ எடுத்துக்கோங்க. Take it as full value of consideration. Then stamp duty value எந்த டேட்ல எடுக்கிறது சார்? Generally registration date. ஆனா அக்ரிமெண்ட்க்கு முன்னாடி if full or part consideration is paid through account pay check, account pay bank draft or electronic clearing system or any other prescribed mode, then take the agreement date stamp duty value. Then section 43CA is same as section 50C but applicable to PGBP. Then section 50CA, in case of unquoted shares, that is unlisted shares nu vechukonga, unlisted shares, in such case if sale consideration is less than fair market value, take full value of consideration as fair market value. Then 50D, fair market value, full value of consideration e kandupidikka mudiyala sir. In such case enna pandrathu, take the fair market value of the asset that is transferred as the full value of consideration. Sir, advance money forfeit ஆயிருச்சு, 1/4/2014 க்கு முன்னாடி forfeit பண்ணிருந்தா reduce from the cost of the asset, 1/4 க்கு அப்புறம் forfeit பண்ணிருந்தா add it to IFOS income. Then section 111A 112 112A, இந்த மூணு இன்கம்க்குமே since it is a special rate income, you cannot reduce chapter 6A deduction. Number 2, only resident individual and HUF can take the benefit of basic exemption limit. And number 3, against 112A alone, 87A rebate also not allowed. So 111A is applicable when to equity shares of company, units of equity oriented fund, units of business trust on whom STT is paid on transfer. Okay va? tax rate is what? 15%. All the other short term capital gain taxed at normal tax rate. 112A. 112A ல என்ன கொடுத்திருக்கு? Equity shares of a company, units of business trust, units of equity oriented fund on whom STT is paid on transfer. However, equity shares of company case ல STT transfer லியும் pay பண்ணிருக்கணும், purchase லியும் pay பண்ணிருக்கணும், ரெண்டுலியும் pay பண்ணிருக்கணும். Tax rate வந்து என்ன? 10% above 1 lakh. First 1 lakh மேல tax கிடையாது. 1 lakh மேல போச்சுனா தான் tax at 10%. However, no benefit of indexation. Also, there is grandfathering. Grandfathering na enna? If any profit is earned till 31/1/2018, no tax on such profit. Only on the profit earned after 31/1/2018. So, grandfathering பண்றதுக்காக என்ன பண்ணுவோம்? Cost of acquisition change பண்ணுவோம். எப்படி change பண்றது? Cost of acquisition will be step number 1. Fair market value on 31/1 or full value of consideration, whichever is lower. Lower amount or actual cost, whichever is higher, will become the new cost of acquisition. With this, you do the calculation, you will find the answer. Then, section 112. 112 enna solludhu? All the remaining long term capital gain is taxed at 20%. 20%. இது exemptions வந்து நீங்க go through பண்ணிருங்க, உங்களுக்கு grasp ஆயிடும் ஈஸியா. Depreciable asset மட்டும் பார்த்துக்கலாம். Depreciable asset, WDV method இருக்கு, straight line method இருக்கு. WDV methodல depreciable assetல capital gain எப்போ வரும்? ரெண்டே கேஸ்ல மட்டும் தான் வரும். When the sale amount is more than the entire value of the block, then capital gain will come. Then second case, all the asset in the block are sold, capital loss or capital gain. ரெண்டுல இருந்து எதா வேணா வரலாம். Then straight line method. Straight line methodல என்ன சொன்னேன்? Suppose WDV க்கும் கம்மியா இருந்துச்சுன்னா it is terminal depreciation. PGBP ல deduction claim பண்ணுங்க. The sale amount is more than WDV but less than cost. In such case, the difference is what? Balancing charge. Sir, sale price is more than cost price itself. Then cost price வரைக்கும் balancing charge. Cost price க்கு மேல இருந்தா that value is alone capital gain. Capital gain. Clear? Income from other sources. இது இப்போதான் பார்த்தோம். So no problem. Tomorrow or day after tomorrow we will revise. And PGBP கூட ஒரு தடவை summarize பண்ணோம். அது mostly day after tomorrow morningல we will summarize. So இதோட heads of income we have completed. Tomorrow's target is all the remaining chapters. எவ்வளோ முடியுமோ அவ்வளோ முடிச்சுக்கலாம். Balance day after tomorrow morning முடிச்சிட்டு then அந்தந்த chapterல we will try to solve one comprehensive question. Salaryல 1 or 2 questions. Then இது house propertyல வந்து solve பண்ணியாச்சு. PGBP solve பண்ணிக்கலாம். Then all the remaining chapters and finally total income question, a few MCQs also we will solve in the final day. So today we will wind up. See you in the next class. Kanna, take care. Bye bye. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
கேஷ் வெளியில அப்போ
அது இல்ல வரும் அது வீண் சொல்றாரு அது பாதிச்சு அதோட இன்டென்ட் ஒவ்வொரு ஷேர் ஹோல்டருக்கு வந்து பிடிக்கிறது பைலாக் பண்ண போது ஆக்சுவலி பார்த்தா ஷேர் ஹோல்டர் தான் டாக்ஸ் ஏன்னா ஷேர் ஹோல்டருக்கு அது பட் ஒவ்வொரு ஷேர் ஹோல்டருக்கு கொடுக்காம கம்பெனிக்கு டைரக்ட் சொன்னாங்கன்னா suppose there are 1000 shareholders. Instead of me verifying whether all the 1000 shareholders have paid the tax, I can directly check whether only company has paid the tax.
So company has account பண்ணிட்டு like அந்த compensation amount தான்
They will reduce the buyback tax and balance amount will be given to the shareholder.
அப்போ இன்னொரு கேஸ்ல வந்து ஒரு எம்ப்ளாயி ரிசைன் பண்ணி வெளியில போறப்போ அந்த 1 crore
Salary and IFRS difference. Salary for example, you are working in a company. I am telling you, you take 1 crore rupees, give it to the organization, and you come and work with me. In such case, I want to become your future employee. Hence, it is employer-employee relationship. அதனால salary latest tax. And salary இல்லாத tax. For second transaction, நான் கிட்ட வரேன், I am telling you, you take 1 crore rupees. நீங்க உங்களோட earlier organization quit பண்ணிடுங்க. ஆனா எனக்கு ஜாயின் பண்ணா quit பண்ணிடுங்க.
So இது வந்து